Chapter 41 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41, The Norsemen in Scotland. The earliest predatory attack by Viking bands in Scotland of which we possess definite information was the ravaging of Icumkill, or Iona, in 794. 4 years later we hear of an attack on Ireland and Alban, Scotland, and Iona was repeatedly ravaged during the early decades of the next century. Galloway was laid waste in 823 by Norse Vikings, who were also instrumental in placing Kenneth MacAlpin on the Pictish throne. According to the Ulster Annals, Olav and Ivar, two Norse kings, attacked Dumbarton Rock in 870 and took it after 4 months' siege. We have already seen how a general emigration from Norway was set on foot during the reign of Harald Hårfagre, when many left the country because they would not submit to the powerful king. According to the Laxdœla saga, Ketil Flatnev, who finally established himself as independent ruler in the Hebrides, came first to Scotland about 890 and was well received there. He was accompanied by his daughter Aud the Deep-Minded, who later married King Olaf the White of Dublin. According to the Orkneyinga saga, Thorstein the Red, a son of Aud and Olaf, invaded the northern mainland of Scotland. He ravaged the country far and wide and was always victorious, says the saga. Later he made an agreement with the king of the Scots by which he received half of Scotland, over which he became king. Thorstein seems to have been the first to establish Norse influence on the mainland of Scotland, and his power probably extended over Caithness, Sunderland, and Ross. The Heimskringla states that Thorstein the Red and Sigurd, a son of Ragnvald Jarl, took possession of Caithness and Sunderland as far as Eikelsbakka, i.e. the region about the Oikel River. When Sigurd died, his son Guthorm ruled the lands one winter and died childless. Afterwards, the Vikings established themselves in these lands, Danes and Norsemen. When Sigurd Lodvesson became Jarl of the Orkneys, he took possession of the Scotch districts of Caithness, Moray, Ross, and Argyll. He married a daughter of King Malcolm II of Scotland, who became the mother of Thorfinn Jarl. At this time, the district of Galloway, in southwestern Scotland, was also extensively colonized by Norse settlers who came over from the neighboring Isle of Man. The Norse influence in this district is apparent, especially in many personal names of Norse origin, such as Mcetric, Mckitrick, from Norse Sigtrig, Sitrick, Mearer, Mcure, from Norse Ivar or Ingvar, Mberni, from Bjorn, etc. When Sigurd's fall at Clontarf 1014 was rumoured in Scotland, King Malcolm II gave the earldom of Caithness to Thorfinn, his daughter's son by Sigurd, then 12 years of age, while Sigurd's 3 other sons by a former marriage, Sumarlide, Bruse, and Einar, divided the Orkneys among themselves. Sumarlide died soon, and the unpopular Einar was slain. Thorfinn acquired the possessions of both, and when Bruse died he became Jarl of all the Orkneys. Upon the death of King Malcolm II, his maternal grandfather, he also seized Sutherland, Ross, and Galloway. The saga states that he also took possession of the Sudreys, Hebrides, and that he sent his friend and relative Karl Varnason to maintain his authority there. Thorfinn had married Ingebjorg, daughter of Finn Arneson, Karl's brother. Jarl Thorfinn retained all his dominions till his dying day, says the saga, and it is truly said that he was the most powerful of all the Jarls of the Orkneys. He was a man of large stature, uncomely, sharp-featured, dark-haired, and sallow and swarthy in his complexion. Yet he was a most martial-looking man, and of great energy, greedy of wealth and of renown, bold and successful in war, and a great strategist. Thorfinn's cousin, Duncan, the son of another daughter of Malcolm II, succeeded his grandfather, but Macbeth, well known from Shakespeare's drama of the same name, who was also Duncan's cousin, had probably an equally valid claim to the throne. He was Maramor of Moray and Thorfinn's firm friend and ally. When Duncan became king, he claimed suzerainty over Caithness and Sutherland, but Thorfinn refused to acknowledge his overlordship because Malcolm II had granted him his earldom in full possession. Malcolm, who no doubt also coveted the throne, supported Thorfinn, but because he feared that Duncan would do as Malcolm II had done, who increased his power at the expense of Maramor's. Duncan attacked Thorfinn, but was entirely discomfited in the sharp naval engagement at Deerness in the Orkneys. Earl Moddan, who led Duncan's land forces into Caithness, was slain by Thorkel Fostri at Thurso. Duncan fled, but he soon gathered a large army and renewed the attack. He met Thorfinn at Torfness in northern Scotland, but suffered a crushing defeat. According to Scotch sources, Duncan was slain in 1040 near Elgin. George Henderson says, "The probability is that he was attacked and slain by Macbeth in the confusion and discord following upon the defeat at Torfness, which has been identified with Burghead." Upon the death of Duncan in 1040, Macbeth became king of Scotland and ruled for many years. He was a just and equitable prince, with none of those dark traits of character portrayed by the great dramatist. In 1050, King Macbeth made a pilgrimage to Rome to obtain absolution from his sins, and as Thorfinn also went to Rome for the same purpose, it is likely that the two friends made the journey together. Skane shows that although Macbeth occupied the throne, his sway in Scotland rested on the power and influence of Earl Thorfinn and the Norsemen of the Orkneys. Malcolm Canmore, the son of Duncan, finally took the field against Macbeth, who was defeated in the Battle of Dunsinane in 1054. In 1057 he was slain in the Battle of Lumphanan. Malcolm had married Ingebjorg, the daughter of Thorfinn and his wife, who was a daughter of Finn Arneson of Norway, and when Malcolm ascended the throne, the Norwegian girl became Queen of Scotland. Thorfinn, who undoubtedly had aided Macbeth, also met with reverses and probably had to give up his possessions in southern Scotland. The strife between Malcolm and Thorfinn continued until the latter's death in 1064. The colonies in Caithness and Sutherland continued to exist as distinct Norse settlements ruled by Norse Jarls, but after Thorfinn's death they passed permanently under the overlordship of the King of Scotland. Thorfinn's sons, Paul and Erlend, succeeded to the government of the Orkneys. As vassals of the King of Norway, they were called upon to aid King Harald Sigurdsson, Haardraade, when he invaded England in 1066. They were both present at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, where King Harald fell. In 1098, Magnus Barefoot, King of Norway, came to the British Isles with a large fleet. He subdued the Sudreys, Hebrides, and seized Lugman, the son of Gudrud, King of the Islands. The King of Scotland sent messengers to him to offer peace. They said that the King of the Scots was willing to give him all the islands lying west of Scotland, between which and the mainland he could pass in a vessel with the rudder shipped. Thereupon King Magnus landed in Satiri, Santere, and had a boat drawn across the isthmus, he himself holding the helm, and thus he gained possession of the whole of Satiri, which is better than the best island of the Sudreys, Man excepted. Magnus seized, also, Jarls Paul and Erlend, and sent them to Norway, where they died. Their sons, Haakon and Magnus, then became rulers of the Orkneys for some time, but trouble arose between them, and Haakon captured Magnus and had him executed. When Haakon died, his sons succeeded him. One of them, Harald, held Caithness from the King of the Scots, and he resided frequently there, but sometimes also in Scotland, Sutherland, for he had many friends and kinsmen there. In the reign of William the Lion, who was crowned King of Scotland in 1166, Harald Ungi came to Scotland with his followers. Jarl Harald requested King William to grant him half of Caithness, which Jarl Ragnvald had held. The king granted him this, and Jarl Harald went, then, down to Caithness to gather troops. Orkneyingasaga, chapter 113. When Harald Ungi died, Harald Madadsson took forcible possession of Caithness without asking the king's leave. He was also ruler of the Orkneys and the Shetland Islands. But King Sverre of Norway seized the Shetland Islands, and King William the Lion forced Harald to hold Caithness on the same terms as his predecessor Harald Ungi. The Orkneyingasaga relates, also, how the Norse people in Caithness killed Bishop Adam, because he increased their taxes. This event, which happened in 1222, is recorded in the Islandske Annaler, and also in a letter from Pope Honorius, dated February 13, 1223. The Norse settlers gradually ceased to stand apart as a distinct foreign element. They lost their national identity, and mingled with the native population, but only after influencing the language, culture, and character of the people of Scotland, so deeply and permanently that the Scotch were henceforth a mixed people, showing clearly the characteristic traits of both races. In speaking of the Norse influence in Scotland, Dr. George Henderson says, "The influence was so mighty that had the Gaelic language not been one of the most vigorous forms of speech, it must have died out, but the Gaelic people at the time were martial and powerful to an extent that afterwards made the perfervid genius of the Scots proverbial in Europe. But the result of this racial fusion is that Celtic Scotland of today holds a mediating position in point of race, and is much better equipped than it otherwise could have been for adapting itself to the requirements of the world. Carlyle once called the Highlanders a Norse breed, and he was in a rough way nearer the truth than many imagine." The Norse influence in various fields of Scotch culture is so extensive that only a few prominent features can be mentioned here by way of illustration. A more detailed and complete discussion of this subject will be found in Dr. Henderson's excellent work, Norse Influence on Celtic Scotland, which has already been quoted. In Scotland, as well as in Man and the Hebrides, remnants have been found of decorated Viking stone crosses with runic inscriptions. Most interesting of all is a stone with Scandinavian artwork, found by Mr. Collingwood in the chapel of St. Oran, and now deposited in the Cathedral of Iona, an isle which is the burial place of 8 Norse kings. This Iona cross shaft of the Viking age has the usual Scandinavian dragon, with a regular interlacing, and also a galley with its crew, a smith and his hammer, anvil, and pincers, and so greatly resembles the Manx crosses that it may have been the tombstone of one of the Norse kings of Man, says Dr. Henderson. Sword hilts and rare brooches and other ornaments of Norse origin have been unearthed in many Viking burial places. These articles are so exquisitely designed, and wrought with such consummate skill, that they prove the makers to have been adepts in the goldsmith's and jeweler's art. A sword hilt of the Viking time found in Eirik is especially fine. Dr. J. Anderson says of it, "I know no finer or more elaborate piece of art workmanship of the kind either in this country or in Norway." The number of personal and place names of Norse origin in Scotland is so large that the few which can be cited as illustration cannot well convey any idea of the extent of Norse influence on this point. Eystein, from the older form Hustuin, anglicized Hugh, is from the Norse Eystein. Meiver from Ivar or Ingvar. McAndy from Norse Andy, a form found in Andabu and Andestad. McSwain from Svein. Masirid from the Norse Sigurder. Makhusbeg from Uspaker. Miasgil, or Macaskill, from Asketil. Lamont from Lagman. Macaulay from Onlaf, Olav. MacLeod, or Macloyd, from the older form Maclotter from Norse Ljotter. Macrimmin from Norse Rumen. Macadrum from Guttormer. In speaking of Norse place names in Scotland, Dr. Henderson says, "Many of the chief features in the Scottish mainland from Eskadale, Norse Eskidalr, Ashdale, by the Beauty River, of old Uiske Farrar, and northwards round the coasts of Ross and Sutherland and Caithness, and along the western border, southward to Galloway and Liddesdale. The Hlithdalar of the Viking settlers are Norse. As soon as we cross from the Bewley valley into Ure, we have Taradale, from the Norse Tarfadalar, Bulldale. Alkaig in Urquhart, from Norse Alkavik, Auxbay. Kulbo in Rissolis, from Norse Kula, a ball or knob, and Bull, a farmstead. Udale in Comarty, Norse Idalr, Udale. Scatwell in Contin is from Norse Skatvölar, the Scatfield, or land which yielded tax, i.e. Scot to the northern earls whose seat of justice is commemorated prominently in Dingwall, Norse Thingvollr. The field of the Thing, or Norse court of justice. Norse Fuller meets us in Bray Langwell, Norse Langvollr, Longfield, in Rissolis. Repeated again in Langwell Caithness. Cadbull, Cathbull, 1561, is from North Catherbull, Catstead. When we cross to Sutherland, Norse names abound with the Norse terminations in Dale, Bull, Homestead, Gille, Fuller, Baki, Bank, Eri, Ari, Shilling, Au, River. A few prominent names may suffice for illustration, such as Sordal, Swardale, Helmsdale, Hjalmundsdale, Strathalladale, Helgudalr, Holydale, Torresdale, Thorir'sdala, Skjoldale, Colddale or Keeldale. Norse influence on the Scotch language has been both extensive and lasting. A large Norse vocabulary has been incorporated in the original Gaelic tongue once spoken in Scotland, so that the Highland Scotch speech is no less a composite language than the people themselves are a mixed race. The words referring to dress and armor, pasture, agriculture, peat, trees, carpentry, fish and fishing, birds and animals, time, measure, house, household, family life and government, sea and ships, are Norse to a very large extent. The more rapid discarding of inflectional endings in northern Scotland is also due to Norse influence. But above all, says Henderson, it is the difference in intonation, in modulation in the use of the voice between speakers from central Lochaber, say where there are no Norse place names, and between Sutherland or Lewis speakers where Norse influence is strong, that makes one instinctively feel the presence of the foreigner. One thing is certain, there are great similarities between Norse accentuation and that of the Highland area. This has been noted by Dr. Waltman of Lund in a contribution to the Swedish Nordiska studier entitled Nordiska Accentformer I Galiska. Not only Ireland, Bretland, or Wales came to know the Vikings, says the same author. They had made a great part of Scotland their own. He quotes the following words from Dasent in the introduction to the Njal saga. To this day, the name of almost every island on the west coast of Scotland is either pure Norse or Norse distorted so as to make it possible for Celtic lips to utter it. The groups of Orkney and Shetland are notoriously Norse, but Lewis and the Uist and Skye and Mull are no less Norse. And not only the names of the islands themselves, but those of reefs and rocks and lakes and headlands bear witness to the same relation, and show that while the original inhabitants were not expelled, but held in bondage as thralls, the Norsemen must have dwelt, and dwelt thickly too, as conquerors and lords. Norse influence may also be traced in charms, fairy tales, and popular beliefs, and in many quaint customs still to be found in Scotland. Noteworthy is the idea of hell as a cold place, which is repeatedly met with in Highland poetry. Dr. Henderson calls attention to Mackenzie's Beauties of Gaelic Poetry, from which he cites, among other illustrations, a stanza from an old Caledonian poem, which in translation reads as follows. Woe to the one who chooses cold hell, for it is a cavern with sharp thorns. I abhor hell, with its cold and wet, a place of bitterness everlasting, where bitter is the drink for aye. Incantations were used in Scotland to charm away sickness and evil from the cattle as late as 1767, a heathen practice which has been in vogue among the peasantry of Norway till in very recent years. In the Hebrides the old custom, well known from Iceland, of carrying fire around the possessions belonging to each family has been in use within the memory of people still living. The numerous traces of Norse influence in the culture and temperament of the people of Scotland show the permanent importance of the Norse element to their whole development as a nation. Dr. Henderson says, the Scottish love of freedom, in short, has been intensified by the advent of the Norseman, who within his lights was law-abiding at home, if cruel as Viking abroad. Perhaps to him, says Dr. Magnus MacLean, we owe our continuance as a race to this day. He has carried with him over the wave the breath of freedom and strenuous endeavor, and fused them into the life of this great nation, helping Britain to build up and maintain a worldwide empire and the supremacy upon the seas. The benefit which the Vikings themselves derived from their prolonged efforts to conquer and colonize new territory may seem relatively small. Their voyages brought them to countries where permanent colonization was impossible, and it is an apparently tragic feature of Viking history that their marvelous expenditure of energy during several centuries brought them no other permanent possessions than the barren islands in the North Atlantic. But if the permanent territorial acquisitions were limited, the Norsemen were richly compensated in other ways. They stimulated the slumbering nations to new activity, engendered a spirit of liberty and enterprise, and furnished ideas which became important factors in the development of Western Europe. They carried strength to others, as the poet expresses it. This was indeed no misfortune, but a victory more lasting and glorious than the mere conquest of territory. The Norsemen had become a nation great in fame and power, in culture, and in conscious self-reliance. The Viking expeditions had given them the opportunity to develop in a broad way their latent powers, and to mold on a wide theatre of action the national character which has been the vital force in all subsequent Norwegian history. End of chapter 41. Chapter 42 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 42. Conditions in Norway during the reign of the Jarls Eirik and Svein. The creation of the United Kingdom of Norway by Harald Hårfagre and the introduction of Christianity by Olav Tryggvason were the two epoch-making events in the national development of the Norwegian people prior to the year 1000. But the new ideas of a united and Christian Norway represented by these two great kings had as yet failed to gain the active support and conscious loyalty of the whole people. There had always been much secret opposition and silent ill will on the part of the aristocracy, and the common people, who were yet strangers to the idea of national patriotism, allied themselves with their own local chieftains. The Battle of Svolder was a result of existing conditions. The opportunity came, and the new national kingship received a crushing blow. The aristocracy regained its power, Norway was divided between the two kings of Sweden and Denmark, and the Jarls Eirik and Svein, who ruled the country as their vassals. Independence was lost as well as national unity, but no word of protest or complaint was heard. The people seemed to be well satisfied with their new arrangement. One great element necessary to national growth was still wanting: patriotism, which makes a people a nation, conscious of its own distinct life and destiny. The entrance of this new force into the history of the Norwegian people is associated with the name of King Olav Haraldsson, commonly known as Saint Olaf. The rule of the Jarls was in general a return to the old ways. Nominally they were Christians, but they showed no interest for the new faith, and did nothing to promote or to maintain it. Eirik Jarl and Svein Jarl were both baptized and received the true faith, says the saga, but so long as they ruled Norway, they let each man do as he pleased with regard to Christianity. As a result of this indifference, Christianity was soon forgotten, and the people returned to their pagan worship. Eirik Jarl resided at Lade, and Svein Jarl dwelt at Steinkjer, at the head of the Trondheimsfjord. The commercial town Nidaros, Trondheim, which Olav Tryggvason had founded, was allowed to decay. In Oplandene, southeastern Norway, the Herser and Petty kings regained their old independence, and in Vestlande, southwestern Norway, Erling Skjalgsson of Sola, the brother-in-law of Olav Tryggvason, ruled with unrestricted authority without submitting to the Jarls. The king of Sweden collected taxes in Trøndelagen, but King Knut the Great of Denmark, the son of Svein Tjugeskjeg, who was now engaged in the conquest of England, paid little attention to his Norwegian possessions. Eirik and Svein were unable to exercise any great authority. They were satisfied with enjoying the privileges and emoluments of their high office, due them according to ancient custom. The people seem to have been well pleased with their mild rule and the gradual return to the old order of things. They maintained well the old laws and all customs, says the saga, and they were popular men and good rulers. An important change was nevertheless taking place at this time. The aristocracy had learned the necessity of united action, if they wished to maintain their old privileges against a national king, who might at any time appear upon the scene. In France and the British Isles they had also become acquainted with a social system in which the aristocracy owned nearly all the land, and exercised a far greater authority over the common classes than did the Norwegian chieftains, who had hitherto stood in a more or less patriarchal relation to the people. These lessons were not forgotten. The more powerful families, of which there were many in Norway at this time, now made an effort to become more firmly united through intermarriage, and the great chieftains began to enlarge their estates to a hitherto unknown extent. One of the most powerful chieftains was Thore Hund of Bjarki in northern Hålogaland, Nordland. He had a monopoly on the trade with the Finns, and became very wealthy through the export of furs to England. His brother was the powerful Sigurd of Trondenes, who was married to a sister of Erling Skjalgsson. His sister was married to Ulve of Egge, the greatest chieftain in Trøndelagen. Harald of Tjata was another man of great note in Hålogaland. Many freeholders lived in the island of Tjata, but he gradually bought them out until he finally owned the whole island. He made much money by trade and became very rich. Few men in Norway at this time wielded greater influence than Einar Tambarskjelver in Ut-Trøndelagen, who had been with Olav Tryggvason at Svolder. He was married to a daughter of Håkon Jarl, and lived at Gimsar in Guldalen. In Sunnmør dwelt the great Arnmundling family. The brothers Torberg, Kalf, Finn, Arne, and Arnbjørn Arneson played an important part in public affairs in the reign of Olaf Haraldsson. Their sister Ragnhild was married to Harald of Tjata, and Thorberg, the lord of Giske, was married to the daughter of Erling Skjalgsson, who was the greatest of all the chieftains. The saga says that Erling always had a force of men with him, resembling a king's herd. He was tall, strong, and beautiful, and in all manly sports he resembled Olav Tryggvason. On his estate he had 30 slaves and a number of serfs. He gave the slaves a piece of land to till. This piece they worked during spare hours, and they were allowed to sell the grain which they raised. They could purchase their freedom for a fixed price, and when they had become free, Erling either retained them in his service or gave them land which they might clear or cultivate. When Erling travelled by sea, he always had a fully equipped warship, and when Eirik Jarl or Svein was near, he had with him 200 men, 240 or more. It is the common opinion, says the saga, that Erling Skjalgsson was the greatest of all lendermænd in Norway. In Gudbrandsdal, the great Herse Dale Gudbrand ruled as an independent prince. Of the many petty kings which ruled in southeastern Norway may be mentioned King Sigurd Syr of Ringerike, St. Olaf's stepfather, and King Rurik in Hedmarken. The aristocracy, which controlled the greater part of the wealth and resources of the country, could now present a united front against a king who should presume to encroach on their established rights. Eirik and Svein were of their number, and ruled in the interest of their class. The two brothers seem to have been worthy representatives of that old class of chieftains. Eirik Jarl had especially distinguished himself as a warrior. He had borne the brunt of the battle against the Vikings at Kyrre, and had taken Olav Tryggvason's famous ship, the Long Serpent, at Svolder. He was a man of great prowess and ability. The more it is to be regretted that he had drawn his sword against his king and his country for motives of sordid gain and self-aggrandizement. Then faded away his old renown, till in foreign lands a grave he found. The death knell sounds in the breast of the man who draws his sword against his native land. End of chapter 42. Chapter 43 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 43, Olaf Haraldsson, or Olaf the Saint. Olaf Haraldsson, son of King Harald Grenske and Asta, descended from Harald Hårfagre. His father died before he was born, and Asta was married a second time to King Sigurd of Ringerike, where Olaf was raised. The people of this fertile inland district had taken little part in the Viking expeditions, but they dwelt near the centers of trade in southern Norway, and the new ideas and elements of culture which trade and commerce brought from foreign lands were easily accessible. Ringerike and the neighboring districts, like Haardraade and Toten, became at this time a center of culture, which is still evidenced by the many decorated runestones which were erected here during this period. Two of the finest specimens are the Dina stone from Haardraade, and the stone in Alstad in Toten. These districts were also making great progress economically. King Sigurd, who seems to have been a peaceful man of no great ability, was more devoted to farming than to military exploits. But Asta was a high-minded and ambitious woman who wished her sons to gain power and renown. Her words to her son Olaf are characteristic. "If I had the choice, I would rather that you become Overking of Norway, that you should live no longer in the kingdom than did Olaf Tryggvason, than that you should become no greater king than Sigurd and die of old age." The sagas state that when Olaf was 3 years old, Olaf Tryggvason visited Ringerike, and Sigurd Asta, and Olaf were baptized. But according to the Norman chronicles and the Catholic legends, he was baptized much later at Rouen. Alexander Bugge thinks that the saga statement may be true, since the boy was called Olaf, a name not before found in the family. Olaf was still very young when he went on Viking expeditions together with his foster father Rane Vidfyrle. They went first to Denmark, where they joined some Viking bands in a descent on the shores of Sweden and Finland. On their return they visited Jomsborg, where Thorkel the Tall, a brother of Sigvald the Jarl, was preparing an expedition to England. Olaf joined Thorkel's forces, and they sailed southward along the coast of Jæmtland. After a battle at Sundevik, they proceeded to the coast of Friesland and Holland. Tiel, an important commercial town, was sacked and burned, and the suburbs of Utrecht were plundered. 1008 or 1009. From Holland, Thorkel sailed for England, and arrived there in August 1009. After Olaf Tryggvason had concluded peace with King Ethelred, and had returned to Norway in 995, Svein of Denmark continued military operations against England. In 997 and the following years, the southern districts were continually ravaged by Viking bands. A number of Danes and Norsemen had settled in England, and Ethelred feared that they might make common cause with the invaders. His fear and cowardice led him to secretly arrange a general massacre of the Danes, which was carried out on St. Brice's Day, November 12, 1002. How far the slaughter extended is not known, but it must have been confined to southern England, where the Danish settlers were few. This event again brought King Svein to England with a large fleet in 1003. A war began which ended in the final conquest of England. King Ethelred fled to Normandy, and Svein was hailed as King of England in 1013. During these 10 years the war had been continuous, but in 1009, when the fleet of Thorkel the Tall arrived, Svein was not in England, and it is possible that the fleet had been sent with his aid and approval. At Southwark, they made a fortified camp but failed in an attempt to take London. The next year, they ravaged the country extensively and defeated Ulfkill Jarl and the East Anglians at Ringmere, and King Ethelred was forced to promise them a tribute of 48,000 pounds of silver. In 1011, the Vikings besieged Canterbury. Through treachery, they gained entrance to the city, and they carried away, among numerous other captives, Archbishop Aelfi, who had confirmed King Olav Tryggvason. They held him for a ransom, but as neither this nor the Danegeld granted by Ethelred was paid, they stoned the unfortunate archbishop to death. He was buried in St. Paul's Church at London and became one of the most venerated of English saints. The Danegeld was finally paid, and the Viking army gradually disbanded. Thorkel the Tall and Olaf Haraldsson entered the service of King Ethelred with 45 ships. They defended London against King Svein in 1013, and made such brave resistance that he failed to take the city. But after Ethelred had fled, and all England had been subjugated, London also submitted to King Svein. In this way, Olaf Haraldsson had been schooled in the art of war, and had lived through a period of youthful storm and stress. He had seen the wildest king of Viking warfare in company with the professional buccaneers of the Jomsborg, but he had also come into direct touch with European life and ideas in Friesland, Holland, Normandy, and England. What impression this had made on him we do not know. He was still a Viking, but nobler thoughts and higher ideas soon made him turn away from the adventurous path of rude Viking warfare. The spirit of Christianity and the charms of a new and better culture inspired him with the ambition to devote his life to the attainment of higher aims. The lost cause of Christianity and national unity in Norway was still waiting for a leader strong enough to break the evil spell which had fallen upon it. To wrest the leadership in national affairs from the unwilling hands of a strong and reactionary aristocracy, and to launch the nation upon a period of national development and compact with new ideas, was the great end to which destiny seems to have consecrated the life, the heroic courage, and singular devotion of this remarkable prince. King Svein died suddenly in 1014, and his oldest son Harald succeeded him as king of Denmark. But the Anglo-Saxons recalled King Ethelred and his son Edmund Ironside, and Svein's son Knut, later called Knut the Great, who was in East Anglia, was forced to leave the country. In 1015 he returned with a large fleet. Thorkel the Tall had now joined him, and he had also called to his assistance Eirik Jarl of Norway. Some hard campaigns were fought with the English forces led by Edmund Ironside, but King Ethelred and Edmund both died in 1016. Knut became king of England and married Emma of Normandy, King Ethelred's widow. Olaf Haraldsson left England in 1013 in company with King Ethelred, and went to Normandy to aid Duke Richard II in a war against Count Odo of Chartres. He accompanied Ethelred back to England, but left again shortly after on an expedition to France and Spain. He sailed southward along the coast of France, fought a battle with William V of Aquitaine, and then proceeded to the northern coast of Spain, where he captured Gunvaldsborg, and took Jarl Gerfin prisoner and forced him to pay a ransom. He seems also to have visited Portugal and southern Spain. The saga tells us that Olaf sailed into Gudalskivir, Karlsarne, but while he was lying there waiting for favorable wind to sail into the Strait of Gibraltar, Norvesund, and thence to the Holy Land, he dreamed that a strange and powerful, but also fearful man appeared and bade him give up the plan of going into foreign lands. "Go back," he said, "to your Odel, for you shall become king of Norway forever." This is of course a legend, but Olaf returned to Normandy, where he was well received. He spent the winter in Rouen, where he is said to have been baptized, but it is probable that he was confirmed here by Archbishop Robert, a brother of Duke Richard. In the spring of 1015, Olaf sailed from Normandy to England, and thence to Norway, where he would take up the struggle to re-establish Christianity and to regain the throne of his ancestors. He had only 2 merchant vessels, about 140 men, and a few missionaries. The moment was opportune. Eirik Jarl had gone to England to aid King Knut, and had left his son Haakon in charge of his possessions at home. The 2 merchant vessels which arrived from England created no suspicion. Haakon was at this time in Vestlanda with only 1 war vessel, and Olaf entrapped him and took him prisoner. He was liberated on the condition that he should leave the country and never again bear arms against Olaf. Haakon went to England, where his uncle King Knut made him Jarl of Worcestershire. Eirik Jarl was made ruler of Northumbria, where he died in 1023. Olaf sailed southward along the coast of Normandy, entered the Foldenfjord, Christiania Fjord, and came to his stepfather, King Sigurd Syr, in the autumn. He was now about 22 years of age. He was of middle size, but strong and well built, with auburn hair, red beard, and ruddy cheeks. He had large, bright eyes and a majestic look. The saga says that he was well skilled in all manly sports, but it does not state that he surpassed others in this respect. In speech he was wise and eloquent. He lacked, however, the charm of personality and the chivalric qualities which had made Olav Tryggvason so popular. He was less cheerful, less willing to compromise, at times he was irritable and unnecessarily obstinate. But he possessed the resolute will and singleness of purpose which accomplishes great things. He had a strength of character and an ability to sacrifice all for a lofty aim, which makes him a great and tragic figure in history. Olaf acquainted King Sigurd with his plans, and received his promise of support. By rich presents and persuasion he gained many friends and adherents in Oplandene, and Sigurd Syr gave him all possible aid. The saga says that Sigurd held a meeting with the other kings of Oplandene in Haardraade, where Olaf was present. He urged upon them the necessity of throwing off the foreign yoke which the Swedes and Danes had laid upon them. They could now get a man who could take the lead in this affair, and he told them of Olaf Haraldsson's many exploits. King Rurik of Hedmarken expressed his regret that Harald Hårfagre's kingdom had fallen to decay, but they were well satisfied, he said, with the present arrangement. The overkings were now so far away that they did not oppress them. It was doubtful if their condition would be better if a native prince became overking of Norway. They yielded, however, to persuasion, and Olaf was proclaimed king of Norway at a general thing assembled in Oplandene. The powerful Dale Gudbrand, Hersey and Gudbrandsdal, also pledged him his allegiance. In the winter before Christmas, Olaf crossed the Dovre Mountains and surprised Svein Jarl, who was dwelt at Stenkjar in Trøndelagen. Svein had to flee, and Olaf seized the food which he had prepared for the Christmas feast. He also advanced to Nidaros and began to restore the buildings of the deserted town. Here he met the skald Sigfat Thordsson, who had just arrived from Iceland. Sigfat became Olaf's herdskald and his lifelong friend and companion. But Svein Jarl and Einar Tambarskjælver soon appeared on the scene with a large force, and Olaf had to return to Oplandene. He now went to Viking, where he drove away the Danish officials. It appears that these districts submitted without offering any resistance, but a decisive combat would yet have to be fought with the powerful Svein Jarl, and both prepared for the inevitable struggle. In the spring of 1016, Olaf sailed through the Foldenfjord, Christianiafjord, to meet Svein, who was approaching with a large fleet, and on Palm Sunday they met at Nesjar near Tunsberg, where Svein was defeated after a sanguinary battle. He fled to Sweden and died on an expedition to Russia the following year. The Battle of Nesjar marks the final overthrow of the rule of Jarls in Norway. Olaf, who was now master of the whole realm, went to Trøndelagen, where he was proclaimed king of Norway at the Urathing, according to old custom. End of chapter 43. Chapter 44 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 44, Foreign Relations. Olaf had ascended the throne of his ancestors, and Norway was again a united kingdom, but the kings of Sweden and Denmark, who since the fall of Olav Tryggvason had exercised sovereign authority in the country, had not recognized its integrity or independence. The situation was extremely difficult. The powerful nobles at home might seize the first opportunity to join King Olaf's enemies, as Eirik Jarl and Svein had done in the days of Olav Tryggvason. And such an opportunity was sure to come, since Olaf would have to defend his kingdom against his powerful neighbors, who now claimed it with some show of right. The King of Sweden sent tax collectors into Trøndelagen as before, and held Jæmtland and Ranrike, which he had seized. King Olaf refused to pay him taxes and prepared for war. At the Sarp Falls on the Glommen River in southeastern Norway, he erected a walled fortress called Borg, later Sarpsborg, inside of which he founded a city, and built a church to St. Mary. The ruins of the fortification are still visible. Olaf gathered stores at Borg, or Sarpsborg, and remained there during the winter of 1017 to 1018. He carried on secret negotiations with the people of Ranrike, and as the chieftains gave him their support, the province soon renewed its old allegiance to Norway. Olaf advanced with an army, drove out the Swedish officials, and war began along the border. Ragnvald Ulfsson, Jarl of Vestergotland, who was married to Olaf Tryggvason's sister Ingebjørg, felt himself bound to King Olaf through this bond of relationship, and became his faithful friend. Olaf and Ragnvald agreed that peace should be maintained between them, and as the war was unpopular on both sides of the border, Olaf sent an embassy to the Swedish king to negotiate peace. In the spring of 1018 a thing was held at Uppsala, where Ragnvald Jarl was present and urged the king to conclude peace with King Olaf. The powerful Torgny Lagmand also arose and spoke in favor of peace with such authority that the king yielded. The agreement was made that the king of Sweden should give Olav his daughter Ingigerd in marriage, and that the wedding should be celebrated at Konghelle in the fall. But Olav Skotkonung did not keep his word. He married his daughter to Grand Duke Jaroslav of Gardarike, Russia, and when King Olav came to Konghelle to celebrate his nuptials, the bride did not arrive. Olav was very angry and wished to renew the war, but he was finally persuaded to send another embassy to Sweden. Sigvat Skald was entrusted with the mission. He came to Ragnvald Jarl, where he saw the beautiful Astrid, another daughter of the Swedish king, and Ragnvald undertook to arrange a match between her and King Olav. He took the princess to Sarpsborg, where she was married to Olav without her father's consent. Olaf Skotkonung of Sweden would probably have continued the war, but circumstances forced him to make peace with Olaf Haraldsson. King Knut, who ruled all England, had also been chosen king of Denmark on the death of his brother Harald. And he might seize Norway, and possibly also Sweden, unless some balance of power was maintained. The Swedish king therefore met Olaf at Konghelle, where peace was concluded 1019. The independence of Norway was recognized, and the borders were fixed between the two kingdoms. End of chapter 44. Chapter 45 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 45. King Olaf establishes Christianity in Norway, his laws and administration. After the peace of Konghelle, King Olaf ruled for many years without being molested by foreign enemies. It was his ambition to make Norway a strong Christian monarchy like other Christian states of Europe, and he labored assiduously to carry through a great program of organization and reform by which the foundations were laid for the future national development of Norway. The problems confronting him were many and difficult. Norway would have to regain its integrity and independence, Christianity had to be re-established, the laws were in need of revision, and the aristocracy had to be reduced to submission and to full obedience to the laws. In the years prior to 1019, while he was yet engaged in the struggle with the king of Sweden, he introduced Christianity in Oplandene. He visited every district and petty kingdom, placed missionaries there to instruct the people, and punished severely all those who refused to accept the Christian faith. The kings of these districts were much displeased, and assembled to form an alliance against him, but a friend informed him of their plot. He surprised them, and took them prisoners while they were still deliberating upon the uprising, and punished them severely. Some he banished, others he maimed or blinded, says the saga. The rule of petty kings in Norway was ended. Oplandene, which hitherto had been nearly independent, was now placed immediately under the crown. After the treaty of peace with Sweden in 1019, Olav could devote himself to the missionary work with greater energy, and he was ably assisted by the bishops which he had brought from England and Normandy. Of those mentioned, Rudolf, Bernhard, Grimkel, and Sigurd, Grimkel was the most important. He was a man of learning, tact, and ability. The name indicates that he was of Norse descent, but he must have been born in England. He was King Olaf's chief advisor and assistant both in the missionary work and in lawgiving. Among the king's most powerful and devoted friends were also Bjørnsdalere, Commes Stabuli, Sigvat Thordsson, the great skald, Thord Follesen, Aslak Fitjeskala, Thormod Kolbrunarskald, and Hjalte Skjeggesson. In 1019, Olaf went to Nidaros, where he remained that winter. The following summer, he introduced Christianity in Hålogaland, the most northern district of Norway, and Harek of Tjotta and Thora Hund of Bjarki, the most powerful chieftains in those parts, pledged their submission to the king. In Ut-Trøndelagen, Christianity had been maintained since the days of Olaf Tryggvason, but in Inn-Trøndelagen, the people had returned to paganism, and the powerful Ulve of Egge continued to officiate as priest in the heathen temple in spite of King Olaf's warning. Olaf, therefore, marched against the Inntrønders while they were assembled for the spring sacrifices, captured Ulve, and caused him to be executed. He gave his widow and his estates to Kalv Arneson, whom he made a lendermand. The people of Gudbrandsdal were converted to Christianity in 1021 after some resistance. When the army which they sent against the king was defeated at Bridevangen, south of Sel, a thing was assembled at Hundtorp, where the Herse Dale Gudbrand was baptized, and the people accepted Christianity. Dale Gudbrand built a church at Hundtorp, and Olaf left missionaries to instruct the people. The story told in the sagas that the people carried out an idol representing the god Thor, thinking that it would frighten King Olav, and that Kolbein the Strong, one of Olav's men, demolished it with a club, is a piece of fiction introduced by Snorre for dramatic effect. It symbolizes the combat of Christianity against heathenism, and King Olav's war against the idols. It marks the beginning of a whole literature of folktales connected with the name of Saint Olav. In 1023, Olav also introduced Christianity in the Gulathingslag and in Valdres. In many places, as in Viken, in Untradelagen, and in localities on the west coast where churches had been built by Olav Tryggvason, Christianity had not altogether disappeared, but it had been obscured and corrupted through heathen ideas and customs. It therefore became King Olav's second great task to give the Church of Norway a permanent organization, and to establish for it a code of church laws according to which it might be governed. With the assistance of Bishop Grimkel and other ecclesiastics, he produced such a code of laws written in the Norwegian language. The Heimskringla law says, "The church laws he made according to the advice of Bishop Grimkel and other teachers, and devoted all his energy to eradicate heathenism and old customs which he considered contrary to the Christian spirit." He called a general thing in the island of Moster, where people from Viken, Gulathingslag, and Frostathingslag were present. Here King Olav and Bishop Grimkel explained the new laws to the people, and they were finally adopted. For the Eidsivathingslag, Olav made a new code in which the church laws were incorporated. The districts of Viken were also organized into a thinglag called Borgarthingslag, because the thing met at Borg or Sarpsborg. It received a code of laws to which the church laws were also added. It is not certain, however, that the Borgarthingslag was originally organized by King Olav. In the Gulathingslag and Frostathingslag there was one principal church in each fylke. In the Borgarthingslag 2, and in the Eidsivathingslag 3. The principal churches had resident priests who received the income from church lands set aside for their maintenance. The final step taken by King Olav in the organization of the Church of Norway was to place it under the higher ecclesiastical authority of an archbishop. This might have led to a closer affiliation with the Church of England, since Christianity had been brought to Norway from that country, but the political situation proved unfavorable. Knut the Great, who was now King of England, had not relinquished his claim on Norway, and any closer relations between the two countries, even in religious matters, might have contributed to strengthen his hold. King Olav, therefore, sent Bishop Grimkel to negotiate with Archbishop Unven of Bremen, with the result that the Church of Norway was placed under the supervision of the Archbishop of Bremen. Christianity began henceforth to gain general favor. The old pagan conceptions were not eradicated, however, through the hasty conversion. They gradually assumed Christian forms and continued to live in the religious life as well as in the songs and stories of the people. Christ was substituted for Odin as the divine ruler. The poet Olav Gudbrandsson sang about Christ the mighty, king of Rome, who sits in the south at the well of Urd and rules over the lands of the mountain kings. King Olav takes the place of Thor as the red-bearded champion of light, who is ever victorious in his war against trolls and evil spirits. Freya reappears as the Virgin Mary, who rules over the animals of the forest. She is also the midwife and assists at the birth of children. This naive but poetic blending of Christian forms and pagan ideas marks the advent of the intellectual life of the Christian Middle Ages, from which the folk songs and fairy tales have sprung. It became necessary for Olav also to revise the civil laws, to bring them into closer conformity with Christian principles. The Heimskringla law states that he made the laws according to the counsel of the wisest men. He took away or added as he considered it just. We have already seen that he gave the Eidsivathingslag a new code, and it is probable, though not certain, that he established the Borgarthingslag. The laws of the Gulathingslag and of the Frostathingslag were so thoroughly revised that these old codes were henceforth known as the laws of Saint Olav. The revision of the laws by the king and his learned assistants, who were familiar not only with Christian principles, but also with the laws of the Christian kingdoms of Western Europe, was a legal work of the greatest importance. The laws of St. Olav were destined to become the foundation of future Norwegian jurisprudence. King Olav's lawgiving represents in itself a centralization of power, and a growth of royal authority which carries with it the greatest change in the political institutions of Norway. King Haakon the Good had indeed been a lawgiver, but not to the extent which this function was now exercised by King Olav. The old laws were regarded as having been by the gods themselves. They were inherited, time-honored custom, the expression of the sense of legal justice of the whole people, who originally had exercised the power of lawmaking. But after the union of Norway and the introduction of Christianity, When the laws had to be revised and brought into harmony with the new conditions, the king gradually assumed this power. And after Olav Haraldsson's time the people had little direct influence on legislation. The old lagthings, which had been suited to the old tribal organizations, were conspicuously defective as lawmaking assemblies for the United Kingdom of Norway. They were 4 in number, not a single assembly for the whole country, and they were provincial, not national in character. They had no power of taxation, and the laws were introduced by the king, or in his name. The powers of administration, taxes, and legislation were therefore quite naturally united in the hands of the sovereign. The king, not the lagthings, became the exponent of the national will, but he was not an absolute monarch. The people still exercised indirectly no small influence on legislation. If they desired a new law, or the revision of an old one, they negotiated privately with the king, and when an understanding was reached, the measure was proposed at the lagthing in the king's name. If he wished to propose a new law, he negotiated with men of influence to gain the necessary support. In these preliminary negotiations, the people could exercise considerable influence through their spokesman. To become a law, the new measure had to be proposed at the lagthing and accepted by the people. In matters of taxation, the king was also dependent on the will of the people. If new taxes had to be levied, even for special emergencies, a proposal was brought before the various local or fylkesthings, where the assent of the people had to be secured. The establishment of the Kingdom of Norway based on the theory of a strong national monarchy with centralized legislative and administrative powers necessitated many important changes in the whole system of government. Many new departures of far-reaching importance had been made, especially by Harald Hårfagre, and Olav Haraldsson continued his great predecessor's work of organization. The Herser, or tribal chieftains, who had ruled over larger local districts, were now replaced by lendermænd, equals men holding lands from the king, or officials appointed by the king. The Herser had been the leaders of the people, an old aristocracy. The lendermænd became the representatives and adherents of the king. The aarmænd, who in Harald Hårfagre's time were men of humble station, appointed as overseers of the royal estates, were now replaced by sysselmænd, or royal officials. They collected the taxes in their districts, and arrested and punished criminals in the name of the king. The hird was also reorganized. 3 classes are mentioned: hirðmænd, gestir, and huskarlar. The hirðmænd, usually sons of lendermænd and other leading men in the country, constituted the king's court. The gestir were sent on difficult and dangerous missions, and executed the police duties exercised by the king throughout the kingdom. The huskarlar had charge of the work about the royal residence, and furnished the necessaries for the king's household. This class does not seem to have belonged to the hird proper. The King's Mirror says, "All men who serve the king are called huskarlar, but honor and power are divided among them according to their ability to serve him, and according as he wishes to grant preferments to each." There are some huskarlar in the king's hird who receive no salary, neither are they permitted to eat or drink with the rest of the hird. They must do all things about the royal residence which the overseer demands. They seem to have been young men of good family who sought this kind of service as a possible road to promotion and royal favor. At the head of the hird stood the great officials of the king's court, who acted in the capacity of ministers of state. They were called hirðstjórar, leaders of the hird. The chief officials were the stallari, who had charge of the royal equipages, and acted as the king's representative at the thing; the merkismaður, or royal standard-bearer; the fehirðar, or treasurer; and the hird bishop, who was the king's advisor in ecclesiastical affairs. All public offices, from the lowest to the highest, had thus been organized into an articulate system of national administration. During the reign of Eirik Jarl and Svein, the powerful chieftains in the colonies had cast off all allegiance to Norway and ruled as independent princes. The task of reuniting these island possessions with the kingdom required therefore the most vigilant attention. Through energetic and tactful measures, King Olav soon succeeded in bringing the Orkney and Shetland Islands back to their old allegiance. The Faroe Islands accepted the king's code of church laws, but so long as the crafty Trond i Gata lived, no taxes were paid to the King of Norway. King Olav investigated diligently how Christianity was maintained in Iceland. He persuaded the Icelanders to abolish many heathen customs which were still practiced, but his church laws do not seem to have been established there. He sought to gain the friendship of the Icelandic chieftains, and many of them visited him in Norway. He negotiated with them in regard to the relation between Norway and Iceland, and an agreement was made about 1022, called the Institutions and Laws which King Olav gave the Icelanders. According to this agreement, the Icelanders should virtually enjoy the rights and privileges of citizens of Norway. They had the same right of odel as other freeholders, and could inherit property in Norway on the same terms as native citizens. They paid no taxes except the landøre, which was paid for the privilege of trade and intercourse with Norway. In return, the king's men should have the same rights in Iceland as native citizens, and the suits at law should be brought directly to the highest court. In time of war, the Icelanders who happened to be in Norway owed the king military service, and could not leave the country. 2 out of every 3 would then have to join the royal standards. This arrangement lasted till 1262, when Iceland was finally united with Norway. King Olav rebuilt the city of Nidaros, which Olav Tryggvason had founded, and restored the royal hall and the St. Clement's church which had been erected in Olav Tryggvason's time. More difficult than any other task in King Olav's great work of reorganization was that of reducing the recalcitrant aristocracy to proper submission. Many of the great chieftains who reluctantly had pledged the king a nominal allegiance soon manifested a hostile opposition to his plans, but King Olav nonetheless proceeded with characteristic energy to restrict their power to what he considered reasonable limits. The powerful Harald of Tjotta had to divide his Sicil with King Olav's friend Osmund Grankalsson, and Aslak Fitjaskala was made Sysselmend in Haardraade in southwestern Norway, where Erling Skjalgsson of Sola ruled with almost royal power. The king enforced the laws with strict impartiality, and punished with uncompromising severity even the most powerful offenders. The Heimskringla says, "He meted out the same punishment to the powerful and to the small, but the great men of the country regarded this as arrogance, and they were greatly offended when they lost their kinsmen through the king's just decision, even if the case was true." This was the cause of the uprising of the great men against King Olav, that they could not tolerate his justice. But he would rather surrender his kingdom than his uprightness. Erling Skjalgsson and others sent their sons to King Knut the Great in England, who received them well, gave them rich presents, and did what he could to encourage the defection of the Norwegian chieftains. King Knut was a powerful monarch who ruled over England, Scotland, Wales, and Denmark. He also called himself King of Norway and claimed even the throne of Sweden. He was tall and stately, with light hair and bright eyes, generous and sociable, a king whom the young nobles loved to serve. So long as Knut was fully occupied with affairs in England, the aristocracy did not venture to rebel openly against King Olav, but the growing power and influence of King Knut was a steadily growing menace to Norwegian independence. The new king of Sweden, Anud Jakob, was a brother of Olav's queen Astrid. The two kings made a joint attack on Denmark in an endeavor to seize the country, but King Knut met them with a large fleet, and an undecisive battle was brought by Helgia, near Skåne, after which all thought of conquering Denmark had to be abandoned. Erling Skjalgsson and Harald of Tjotta had thrown off all allegiance to King Olav, so that he could find no support in northern and western Norway. King Knut, who had made active preparations to invade the country, left England with a fleet of 50 ships in 1028, and a Danish fleet lay ready to join him. When this news reached Norway, the chieftains of Trøndelagen assembled the Orathing and proclaimed Knut king, and Erling Skjalgsson hastened to his assistance at the earliest opportunity. But Olav would still strike a blow for his throne and his country. He left Viken with 13 ships, and met Erling Skjalgsson's squadron near Eystein in southwestern Norway. A battle was fought which resulted in the defeat and death of Erling. It was now late in the fall, and a great fleet was advancing against him from Trøndelagen. All further resistance was useless. He steered his ships into a fjord in Sundmør, took leave of his friends, and through the winter's snow he made his way across the mountains to Sweden. He spent some time in the island of Gothland, where he introduced Christianity. From there he proceeded to Novgorod, and finally to Kiev, where he found refuge at the court of his brother-in-law, Duke Jaroslav of Gardarike. End of chapter 45. Chapter 46 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 46, Norway under Danish overlordship, the Battle of Stiklestad, King Olaf the Saint. King Knut the Great, who was now over-king of Norway, placed Haakon, the son of Eirik Jarl, in charge of the kingdom as his deputy or vassal. Haakon went to England, where he married Gunhild, a daughter of King Knut's sister, but on his return voyage he was drowned in the Pentlandsfjord, and the great Lade Jarl family became extinct in the male line. Both Kalv Arnason and Einar Tambarskjælver aspired to become his successor, but Knut let them understand that he intended to make his own son king of Norway. This was a great disappointment to his ambitious nobles. It became apparent that the benefit which they were to derive from their rebellion against King Olav would be considerably smaller than they had been led to anticipate. Einar Tambarskjælver became quite disgusted and remained absent from Norway till after the battle of Stiklestad. King Haraldsson languished in exile at Grand Duke Jaroslav's court. He was moody and unhappy, and could never wholly relinquish the idea of rescuing Norway from foreign rule. The Heimskringla states that Olav Tryggvason appeared before him in his dreams, and told him to return to Norway and claim the kingdom which God had given him. It makes a king renowned to gain victory over his enemies, but it is a glorious death to fall on the battlefield with one's men. Many of Olav's men had joined him in Gardarike, and they encouraged him to attempt to wrest Norway from the foreign conquerors. When the news spread that Håkon was dead, he determined to return to Norway. He left his son Magnus at the court of Jaroslav, and proceeded to Sweden, where King Knut Jakob gave him great aid, though he did not dare to form an alliance with him against King Knut. He gave him a number of soldiers and allowed him to recruit many more. His adherents in the eastern districts of Norway also aided him. His half-brother Harald Sigurdsson, son of King Sigurd Kyrre and Æstein, the later chieftain of the Varangians in Mikkelgard, Constantinople, joined him with a force of 720 men. People of all sorts drifted to his standards, and he was able to enter Norway with a considerable army. He had some good troops, but the greater portion of these hasty levies were of inferior quality. In Trøndelagen, the chieftains, on hearing of King Olav's return, had gathered a large army of the best forces in the country under such able generals as Kalv Arnason, Tore Hund, and Hårek of Tjata. Kalv Arnason had the chief command. The Heimskringla states that their army numbered 12,000 men, while Olav had only 3,600 men. But these figures are no doubt too large. Henrik Mathiesen estimates the forces of the chieftains to have numbered about 5,000 men. Sigfot Skald says that they gained the victory because they had twice as many men as King Olav, who accordingly must have had a force of about 2,500 men. Olav marched across the mountains to Verdalen, in Trøndelagen, and selected a very advantageous position at Stiklestad. According to the Olav saga in Helga, he remained here a few days before the arrival of the chieftains and their forces, waiting for Dag Ringsson, who was bringing reinforcements, but Dag reached Stiklestad too late to be of any assistance. On the morning before the battle, legend tells, while the army was still resting, King Olav fell asleep, leaning his head upon the knee of Finn Arnason, Kalv Arnason's brother, who had remained faithful to him. He dreamed that a ladder reached from the earth to heaven, and that he had reached the highest round. Here Christ stood and beckoned to him, and promised him reward for his faithful work. At noon, on July 29, 1030, the two armies faced each other on the field of Stiklestad in full battle array. King Olav stood in the midst of his army in brynny and gilt helmet. He carried the sword Hniter, and a white shield on which a golden cross was painted. His white standard with a dragon in the center was carried by his standard-bearer Thord Follesson. About 1 o'clock the war trumpet sounded the signal for advance. The serried columns of warriors rushed down the sloping ground to the combat. The most notable battle in Norwegian history had begun. Olav's plan was to throw his opponents into disorder by a vigorous assault, and in this he was partly successful. The lines in his front yielded before the furious onset, and great confusion resulted. But the experienced generals and well-disciplined forces of the enemy soon regained their foothold. Olav's small army was outflanked and surrounded, attacked in front and rear, and overwhelmed by superior numbers. The king was soon wounded in the melee. He had dropped his sword and stood leaning against a stone when Kalv Arnason and Tore Hund, who pressed forward toward the royal standard, found him and cut him down. Thord Follesson, the standard-bearer, Bjørn Stallere, and many other leading men of the royal army were now dead, and many were wounded. Among the latter were Thormod Kolbrunarskald, who in the morning of the battle had awakened King Olav's army with a song. He withdrew from the conflict with an arrow in his bosom and died before evening. Dag Ringsson now arrived and made a spirited attack, but he could not prevent the complete rout of the royal forces. Those who could sought safety in flight, among others Harald Sigurdsson, who was severely wounded. After his recovery, Harald went to Russia to Grand Duke Jaroslav, and later he proceeded to Constantinople, where he became captain of the Varangians in the service of the Greek Emperor. Christianity was no longer the issue in the Battle of Stiklestad. The Christian faith had been so firmly established that the chieftains did not attempt, and probably did not even desire, to subvert it. The memorable battle was a struggle between the old system of aristocratic rule and the new royalty leagued with the ideas of national union, independence, and progress towards higher cultural ideals. For this cause King Olav had labored, and in devotion to it he gave his life, but the aristocracy had triumphed. The king lay dead on the field of battle, and the national cause seemed hopelessly lost when the rumor got abroad that Olav was a saint. The glory of his martyrdom emanating from the Battle of Stiklestad kindled the first sparks of patriotism, and gave the lost national cause a new and sacred consecration. Those who had opposed Olav the king now willingly bent the knee before Olav the saint. His name became the rallying cry of patriots. His great work and still greater sacrifice for his high ideals had united all hearts. His defeat at Stiklestad had turned into a national victory. An English lady, Elfgifu, Norse Alfiva, bore King Knut a son, Svein, who was now about 14 years of age. Svein was made viceroy in Norway, and his mother accompanied him, acting as his advisor, though it is generally acknowledged that she was the real ruler during Svein's short reign. The old form of aristocratic government was not re-established as might have been expected. King Knut was not satisfied with maintaining merely a nominal overlordship, as Harald Bjørnsson had done in earlier days, but demanded for his son powers and privileges far exceeding those which King Olav had claimed. Svein and Alfiva established Danish laws, and began to rule as if they were exercising unlimited dominion over a conquered people, though it was the Norwegian nobles and not the Danes who had defeated King Olav. No one was permitted to leave the country without permission from the king. The property of persons convicted of murder was confiscated by the king, and the inheritance of persons outlawed for crime was swept into the royal coffers. The fishermen had to give a part of their catch to the king, a tax called Christmas gifts was levied, all ships leaving Norwegian harbours had to pay a tax called landøre, and the people had to erect all buildings needed on the royal estates. Each seventh man had to do military service, and the testimony of a Dane, a member of the king's hird, was to be worth that of 10 Norsemen. King Knut's failure to keep his promise to the Norwegian nobles had caused great disappointment, but the government which he established added insult to injury, and awakened the bitterest resentment even among the chieftains who had given him the kingdom. King Olav, who had fought so bravely for national independence, was contrasted with the foreign oppressors. His justice and heroism were extolled, and the deep mutterings of popular discontent soon grew into angry avowals that disloyalty to him was treason, and that slavery under foreign rulers had been substituted for national independence. The rumor that King Olav was a saint added new strength to the growing storm of discontent. The eclipse which occurred on August 31st, a month after the Battle of Stiklestad, was thought to be in some way connected with King Olav's defeat and death, and the association of ideas soon established the conviction that the eclipse took place at the time of the battle. Miracles were said to have happened while the king's body was lying on the battlefield. Thorgils Hamason and his son Grim, who were living near Stiklestad, saw on the night after the battle a light issue from the place where the king's body was lying. They carried the corpse away and hid it carefully from his enemies, but the same light was seen every night. King Olav's cheeks did not fade, but retained their ruddy color. His hair, beard, and fingernails continued to grow, and sick persons who prayed to the dead king were healed. King Svein and his mother made every effort to hush down and explain away these stories about Olav, but this only nursed the wrath of the people against their enemies of their patriotic and sainted king. The disappointed nobles supported the growing opposition to the Danes. It was Einar Tambarskjælver's boast that he had not taken part in the uprising against King Olav. He remembered that King Knut had promised him a jarldom in Norway, and that he had not kept his word. Einar was the first of the chieftains to maintain that King Olav was a saint. Olav's body was brought to Nidaros and interred in the St. Clement's church which he had built. Bishop Grimkel proclaimed him a saint, and the 29th of July, the day of his death, was dedicated as a church holiday, the Olavmas, in his honor. A pretender by the name of Tryggve now appeared, who claimed to be a son of Olav Tryggvason. He came to Norway with a small force, but was defeated and slain by Svein. But the powerful Lendermane gave the king no support. They summoned a thing at Nidaros where the people presented their complaints, but Svein and his mother were unable to give any answer. Einar Tambarskjælver arose and said, "Go home, ye people. A bad errand you have now, as you have had before when you appealed to Alfiva and King Svein. You might as well await injustice at home as to seek it all at once in this one place. Now you listen to the words of a woman, but you refuse to listen to King Olav, who was in truth a saint. A vile treason was committed against him, and our punishment has been severe, while such great humiliation has fallen on our people since this rule was established over them. God grant that it may not last long. It has already lasted too long." King Svein and his mother tried in vain to assemble a new thing. No one came in answer to their summons. They began to fear a general uprising, and in the winter 1033 to 1034 they left Nidaros, and Danish dominion in Norway was ended. The people of Tr0ndelagen determined to place St. Olav's son Magnus on the throne. Einar Tambarskjælver and Kalv Arnason were sent to Gardarike as special envoys to offer him the crown. He accompanied them to Norway and was proclaimed king in 1034 or 1035. Olav's canonization was an event of the greatest importance, not only because of the immediate results which it produced, but also through the influence which St. Olav was destined to exercise on the religious and national development in the future. The hero king and great lawgiver had become the patron saint and supreme representative of the nation. The Perpetuus Rex Norwegiae, under whose aegis both royalty and hierarchy could henceforth exercise permanent and unquestioned authority. The old church still standing at Stiklestad was built, it is thought, on the very spot where King Olav fell, and the rock near which he suffered death is said to have been enclosed in the altar of the church. But Nidaros, where the king was buried, became the chief St. Olav sanctuary in Norway, and pilgrims from many lands visited the saint's grave every year. They came from Sweden, Denmark, and Russia, from the Baltic Sea countries, and from the British Isles. In course of time, their rich offerings to the saint enabled the Archbishop of Norway to erect a cathedral in Trondheim, the most magnificent in the Scandinavian north. Crosses and chapels were erected in various places made sacred by Olav, but the commemoration of the saint spread also to other countries, and many churches were dedicated to him in foreign lands. In the island of Gothland, in Ångermanland, Helsingland, Uppsala, and other districts in Sweden, he was especially honored. There were St. Olav churches in Norrköping, in Lödöse, and the monasteries in Åbo, Strängnäs, Skara, and Enköping were dedicated to him. In Denmark, the commemoration of St. Olav was very widespread, which can be seen from the number of churches dedicated to him in all parts of the Danish kingdom. In England, a number of churches were named in his honor. In London alone there were 4 St. Olav churches, one in Southwark, one in Silver Street, and 2 in the eastern part of the city. There was also a Tuli, equals St. Olaf Street, and Exeter had a St. Olaf church. Chester has still an Olaf's church and an Olaf Street. York has an Olaf's church, and Norfolk is St. Olav's Bridge. Churches were also dedicated to St. Olaf in Reval in Estonia, in Novgorod and Constantinople, and there is evidence that he was commemorated also in Ireland, Scotland, and Normandy. End of chapter 46. Chapter 47 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 47, Magnus the Good, the Union of Norway and Denmark. Magnus Olavsson met with no resistance on his arrival in Norway. King Knut the Great died in England in 1035, and Svein and Alfiva, Elfgifu, fled to Denmark, where Svein died the year following. What plans King Knut had with regard to the succession is not known, but it is probable that he desired his realm to remain united under his one legitimate son, Haardraade, son of Emma, who had already been crowned king of Denmark. But Harald Harefoot, the son of Knut and his English mistress Alfiva, the mother of Svein, was staying in England, and when Knut died he became an active candidate for the throne. Haardraade was, therefore, compelled to come to an understanding with King Magnus. In order to terminate the hostilities between Norway and Denmark, which had already been in progress for some time, the two kings met at Brennerne, near the mouth of the Göta River, in 1038, and concluded a treaty of peace. Haardraade recognized the independence of Norway, and a compact was entered into by the kings that if one of them died without an heir, the other should inherit his kingdom, and 12 leading men of each country took an oath to maintain the compact. The Treaty of Brennerne is a counterpart of the Treaty of Konghelle concluded with Sweden in 1019. The integrity and independence of Norway had now been duly recognized, and the kings of the Yngling dynasty were regarded as possessing the same full legitimacy as the royal families of Denmark and Sweden. King Olaf's great fame both as king and saint had made a deep impression on the whole Scandinavian north, and contributed greatly to win for Norway an unqualified recognition as a sovereign and independent state. When Magnus returned to Trondheim, says the saga, he placed King Olaf's body in a beautiful casket ornamented with gold, silver, and precious stones. He also began the erection of a St. Olaf's church, in which the remains of the saint were to be deposited, but this structure was not completed till in the next reign. Before Magnus became king, He had to promise full amnesty to those who had taken part in the armed opposition to his father. It seems that he also agreed to abrogate the noxious laws introduced by King Svein and to re-establish the laws of King Olav. But youthful impetuosity soon led him to deal harshly with his father's old enemies. When Eirik of Tjotta was killed by a personal enemy, the offender was not punished. Tore Hund died on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and Kalv Arnesson had to flee to the Orkneys to Thorfinn Jarl, who was married to Ingebjorg, the daughter of his brother Finn Arnesson. There had been much secret rivalry between Kalv and Einar Tambarskjolr, both of whom had aspired to become Jarl. Einar, who had taken no part in the uprising against King Olav, gained the friendship of Magnus, but the young king was unable to forgive Kalv, who had been the leader of the opposition to his father. Einar was styled the king's foster-father, or chief counselor, and exercised great influence. Many who had taken part in the battle of Stiklestad against Olav were made to feel the king's wrath, and the laws of Svein were not repealed as quickly as had been expected. The people grew dissatisfied and chose as their spokesman the skald Sigurd Thordsson, who had been King Olav's closest friend and who now occupied a similar position of honor and confidence at the court of King Magnus. In a song called Bersuglisviser, the skald reminded the young king of his promises to the people, showed him how ill it befits a king to break his word, and pointed to the growing dissatisfaction and the danger of such a situation. So deeply was Magnus impressed with the song that he immediately changed his ways. He became so just and kind that the people henceforth called him Magnus the Good. He granted amnesty to all, and promised to improve the laws by gradually revoking the more oppressive measures of King Svein's reign. The ties which united the island colonies with the mother country were weakened by the repeated overthrow of the government, as well as by the establishing of foreign dominion in Norway. As the Danish kings paid little attention to the Norwegian colonies, the Jarls and chieftains who ruled over the island groups found opportunity to make themselves independent. In the Orkneys, Thorfinn Jarl had regained his old independence after the fall of St. Olav, and the crafty and powerful Trond i Gata had ruled the Faroe Islands according to his own pleasure since the death of Sigmund Brestesson. But when Trond died in 1035, Leif Assursson, another Faroe chieftain, went to Norway and tendered his submission to King Magnus, who placed him in charge of the colony. Thereby Norwegian sovereignty was again established in the Faroe Islands. The king's measures with regard to the Orkneys proved less successful. It has been noted elsewhere that on the death of Sigurd Lodvesson, the Orkneys were divided among his sons Sumerlide, Bruse, and Einar, but none of them lived long, and their half-brother Thorfinn Sigurdsson became Jarl, and seized all their possessions. Bruce's son, Ragnvald, who was staying at the court of Grand Duke Jaroslav in Gardarike, had accompanied Magnus to Norway. Magnus gave him the title of Jarl and granted him his father's possessions in these islands. Ragnvald was well received by Thorfinn, who at this time was engaged in wars in Scotland. He granted him 2/3 of the islands, and they became friends and allies. But while Kalv Arnesson, the uncle of Thorfinn's wife Ingebjorg, was staying in the Orkneys, Thorfinn and Ragnvald became enemies, and hostilities resulted in which Ragnvald lost his life. The colony did not return to its allegiance to Norway till in 1066, in the reign of Harald Haardraade. King Knut the Great is thought to have been about 40 years old at the time of his death. He came to England as a conqueror, but proved to be one of the ablest and wisest of English kings. During the last 5 years of his reign he ruled over a great empire including England and Scotland, Denmark, Norway, the Orkney Islands, and the Viking colonies in the Hebrides and the Isle of Man. The extensive possessions under his own immediate rule he governed with a wisdom and moderation which entitles him to be numbered with the greatest monarchs. He did not confiscate the people's lands for the benefit of his own followers, or in other ways treat England as a conquered country. His soldiers received a money payment, and the people were allowed to keep their lands. He established the Old English laws, known as the laws of Edward the Confessor, and ruled as a native English sovereign. He was one of the wisest and most prolific of early English lawgivers. He became an earnest Christian, and remained throughout his reign deeply attached to the intellectual life and higher culture of Western Europe. But Knut's worthless sons did not walk in their father's footsteps. In 1036 Harald Harefoot, son of Elfgifu, or Elfiva, succeeded him on the throne of England, but his reign was short and inglorious. He was ambitious and violent, and seemed more devoted to hunting than to the affairs of the state, wherefore the people, fitly enough, nicknamed him Harefoot. He died at Oxford in 1040, at the moment when his half-brother Hardicanute, son of Emma, finally arrived in England. Hardicanute was, if possible, even less qualified to occupy a throne than his worthless brother. He promised amnesty to all who had hitherto sided with Harald Harefoot, but as soon as he was crowned king he began to levy heavy taxes to pay his large army. He was harsh and narrow-minded, and lacked every kingly quality. When this unworthy son of the great King Knut suddenly died in his 25th year, in the second year of his reign, the people felt it as a riddance. He was succeeded by his half-brother, Edward the Confessor, the last surviving son of King Ethelred and Emma. According to the Treaty of Brennerna, King Magnus of Norway succeeded Haardraade as King of Denmark. King Knut's family was now extinct in the male line, where Svein Estridsson, a son of Ulv Jarl and Knut's sister Estrid, who was the nearest heir to the throne, was unable to rally the people to his support. King Magnus Olavsson was now 18 years old, a well-built young man with light auburn hair and noble features. He was brave, well skilled in the use of arms, and had already gained a reputation for justice. The Danes welcomed him with unfeigned enthusiasm, mixed with a veneration accorded him as the son of the greatest saint in the north. With characteristic generosity, King Magnus made Svein Estridsson a jarl, with the understanding that he should defend the borders of Jæmtland against the Wends. He married his sister Ulfhid to Ordulf, son of the Duke of Saxony, and secured thereby the friendship and support of that powerful family. Magnus, who enjoyed great power and renown, claimed also the throne of England as the heir of King Haardraade, according to the Treaty of Brennerna. The Saga of Magnus the Good states that he sent the following message to King Edward the Confessor. You may have heard of the agreement which was made between King Haardraade and myself, that the one who lived longest should inherit the lands and subjects of the other, if he died without a male heir. Now it has come to pass, as I know you have learned, that I have fallen heir to all the Danish possessions of King Haardraade. But at the time of his death he held England no less than Denmark, and I, therefore, claim England according to the agreement made. I desire that you give up the kingdom to me, otherwise I will attack it with an army both from Denmark and Norway, and he will then govern it who wins the victory. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle shows that in 1046 an invasion from Norway was expected, and that the English fleet was stationed at Sandwich ready to defend the coast. But Svein's fight with him, i.e. with Magnus, hindered him from coming hither, says the Chronicle. Subsequent events in Denmark prove the correctness of these statements. Einar Tambarskjælver is said to have shaken his head when he heard that Magnus had made Svein Estridsson a jarl. Too powerful a jarl was his comment. Svein was soon tempted to begin an uprising against King Magnus. He made an alliance with the Wends, against whom he was to protect the borders, and Magnus had to call out half the military forces of Norway to put down the rebellion. Svein was compelled to flee, but at any favourable moment he might renew the attack, and with so dangerous an enemy at his back, Magnus did not venture to undertake an invasion of England. The fortified city of Jomsburg was an inconvenient neighbour. So long as this independent Viking stronghold did not submit to King Magnus, it was a constant source of danger to his kingdom, and he resolutely marched against it and captured it after a spirited resistance. In the meanwhile, the Wends, who had not been held in check by Svein Estridsson, poured over the borders and committed fearful depredations in southern Jutland. Magnus gathered a large army at Hedeby, and his brother-in-law Ordulf of Saxony came to his assistance with a considerable force. On Michaelmas, September 29, 1043, he faced the Wendish host on Lierskog Heath, and defeated them in a most sanguinary battle. Under these circumstances the intended invasion of England had to be abandoned, but Magnus had won great renown through his many victories. He had overcome all opposition, and the peace and security of the Danish kingdom was safely established. Everything now augured well for a prosperous and peaceful reign, but Magnus was still to learn that uneasy lies the head that wears a crown. A most formidable rival suddenly appeared to place new difficulties in his path. This was Harald Sigurdsson, a half-brother of St. Olaf, son of Åsta and King Sigurd Syr. During the 15 years which had passed since the Battle of Stiklestad, he had gained great renown as chief of the Varangians in the service of the Greek Emperor at Byzantium. He had married Elizabeth, Elisiv, daughter of Grand Duke Jaroslav of Gardarike, and brought great treasures with him to Norway. Elizabeth seems to have died soon after their marriage, as Harald married Thora of the Arnmudling family shortly after his arrival in Norway. Harald was a talented leader of the old martial type, who never hesitated to make the sword the arbiter of every controversy. The sagas describe him as very tall and strong, resolute and energetic. He possessed in an eminent degree the spirit of enterprise and reckless daring which characterized the great Viking chieftains, and his military achievements in the Levant were soon extolled in a whole literature of fictitious tales, in which he is represented as the central figure in every historic event with which he was in any way connected. The saga narratives, based partly on these tales, and partly on skaldic songs which were often misunderstood, because they told of unknown and distant lands, are wholly unreliable in details. Only the more general features which are corroborated by other sources can be accepted as history. P.A. Munch has shown that the skaldic songs agree in all main features with the Byzantine writers, and that a reliable account of Harald's early career can be extracted from these sources. The correctness of Munch's position was later proven through the discovery of a document which threw new light on the subject. In 1881, Professor Vasilevsky of Moscow published a treatise on a newly discovered Greek manuscript from the 11th century, written by a contemporary of Harald Sigurdsson. The author tells us that Araltes, Harald, was a son of the king of Varangia, and that his brother Ulavos, Olav, had made him next to himself in rank. But Araltes, who was young and had learned to admire the power of the Romans, wished to do homage to Emperor Michael Paphlagon, also called Michael Cataloctus, and came to Constantinople with 500 brave warriors. This agrees with the Heimskringla, which states that Harald had many men. The author further states that the emperor sent him to Sicily, where the Roman army was carrying on war. He must have served under the imperial general Georgios Maniakes, whom he aided in the conquest of Sicily, 1038 to 1040. He performed great feats of arms, says the author, and on his return the emperor gave him the title of Manglobitas. Then it happened that Delianos in Bulgaria rose in rebellion. Harald accompanied the emperor into that province and performed such deeds as befitted his rank and valor. On his return to Constantinople, the emperor conferred on him the title of Spatharo Candidatos. Harald's campaign in Bulgaria is not mentioned in the sagas, but it is referred to in a song by the skald Thjodolf Arnason. Harald was staying in Constantinople when the emperor died in December 1041, and also during the short reign of Michael Kalifates, who was dethroned April 21, 1042. He did military service for a while also under the next emperor, Constantine Monomachus, but he sought permission to leave because he wished to return to his own country. This request was refused, but Harald made good his escape 1043 or 1044. The author is also able to state that Harald became king in his own country after his brother Olav, and that as king he maintained his old friendship with the Romans. From the skaldic songs, which corroborate the statements of the author, and on many points supplement the account, we learn that Harald also took part in campaigns in Syria and Mesopotamia, and that he went to Jerusalem with a body of Varangians, probably to guard the architects and laborers sent by the emperor to erect a new church in that city. After Harald left Constantinople, he went to Grand Duke Jaroslav in Gardarike. He married Elisiv, the Grand Duke's daughter, as already stated, and after having spent some time at this court, he crossed the Baltic with a single ship and came to Sigtuna in Sweden. Here he met Svein Estridsson, who sought to persuade him to join in an attack on King Magnus. But Harald decided to try negotiations. He proceeded to Denmark and found Magnus stationed with his fleet in Øresund, the Sound, on the coast of Skåne. Harald had a stately vessel, beautifully painted, with gilt dragon head and dragon's tail, and with a sail of costly material. The sudden appearance of such a ship caused no small surprise in the royal fleet, and King Magnus sent a vessel forward to hail the stranger. In answer to the inquiry of the king's messengers, a tall and stately man came forward, and told them that he was sent by Harald Sigurdsson, King Magnus's uncle, to learn how he would receive him. The tall stranger was Harald Sigurdsson himself. When this news was brought the king, he immediately sent word that he would receive his uncle with open arms. Harald then landed and was received by King Magnus and all his leading men. In a few days negotiations were begun. Harald asked if Magnus would recognize his right of succession to the throne, and grant him one half of his kingdom, to which Magnus replied that in such matters he would follow the advice of his chief counselors. Einar Tambarskjálfr then arose and said that if Harald received half the kingdom, it was but fair that he should divide his treasures with King Magnus. But this Harald refused to do. Einar, who was ruffled by the refusal of so generous an offer, said to him, "Far away you were, Harald, while we won the kingdom back from the Knytlings, King Knut and his sons, and we have no desire to be divided between chieftains. Hitherto we have served only one at a time, and so it shall be as long as King Magnus lives. I will do all in my power to prevent you from getting any part of the kingdom." Harald now returned to Sweden, where he formed an alliance with Svein Estridsson. Denmark was attacked, and Harald harried the Danish islands in true Viking fashion, as it appears, against the will of Svein, who could only gain the people's ill will through such depredations. When Magnus came with a fleet, Harald made his way to Norway, where he hoped to be proclaimed king in Magnus's absence. He first tried to win his own home districts in Oplandene, but the people remained indifferent. In Gudbrandsdal he was more successful. His powerful relative, the youthful Tore of Stag, aided him. Harald called a thing, where Thora gave him the royal title, which together with the band of followers which he had gathered, gave him new prestige. When Magnus learned of Harald's whereabouts, he quickly returned to Norway, but a clash of arms was averted by the chieftains, who did not want to see two near relatives wage war against each other. A meeting was arranged and negotiations were renewed. It seems that the chieftains were determined not to divide the kingdom, and not to tolerate two kings except as joint sovereigns. An agreement was finally reached on the basis of Einar Tambarskjælver's earlier proposition. Harald should share the throne of Norway with Magnus, and in return he should divide his treasures with him. The joint sovereignty appears to have been limited to Norway, which was now for the first time to be ruled by two kings exercising equal authority. The kings had each their own herd, but rivalry and jealousy between their followers and adherents soon bred serious trouble. Harald, who was harsh and uncompromising, was nicknamed Haardraade, hard ruler, and was often contrasted in a disparaging way with the kind and generous Magnus the Good. The people, especially the chieftains, sided with Magnus, and Harald grew very embittered against Einar Tambarskjælver, who became the leader of an opposition to the new king, whom he regarded as an usurper. In 1047, Magnus and Harald made an expedition to Denmark, and drove out Svein Estridsson, but Magnus died suddenly in Sealand. According to Saxo Grammaticus, Svein Augustsson and Adam von Bremen, he was thrown from his horse while pursuing Svein, and received so severe an injury that he died shortly after on board his ship, 1047. Before he died, he willed the kingdom of Denmark to Svein Estridsson, whom he had learned to respect as a courageous and able prince. Magnus was highly beloved by the Norwegian people, and his death caused general mourning. He left no son to succeed him on the throne. A fortunate circumstances, perhaps, as civil strife between rival candidates was thereby averted. Harald immediately assembled all the warriors of the fleet, and announced to them that he did not want to abide by the decision of King Magnus, as he regarded Denmark as well as Norway his rightful inheritance. But the warriors refused to follow him on a campaign in Denmark until he had properly buried King Magnus. Einar Tambarskjælver told him that he would rather follow Magnus dead than any other king living. With a large part of the fleet he left King Harald and set sail for Trondheim, where Magnus was interred in the St. Clemens Church by the side of his father, St. Olav. Harald could do nothing against Denmark for the present. He went to Viken in southern Norway and assembled the Borgarthing, where he was proclaimed king of all Norway. He was also proclaimed King Magnus' successor at the Urathing in Trøndelagen, according to old custom, and the following year he married Thora, the daughter of Thorberg Arnason of Giske, as already mentioned. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1, by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Reign of Harald Haardraade. Olav Tryggvason and Olaf Haraldsson had to win the throne as a prize in armed conflict with the aristocracy, but Harald Sigurdsson Haardraade became king of Norway without opposition, though he was very unpopular. Since St. Olaf's time, a complete change had taken place in the people's attitude towards the centralized power of monarchical government. Kingship was now looked upon as a fully legitimated national institution, and Harald succeeded to the throne by right of inheritance or odel, which no one ventured to challenge. There was no longer any organized opposition to the king. The aristocracy had accepted the new form of government and submitted loyally to the king's authority when it was exercised with proper moderation. They had given King Magnus their undivided support in all his undertakings, and he was very popular and highly beloved by all. But his rule had been benign, and the nobles had exercised a great influence in public affairs. During his minority, Kalv Arnason had acted as regent, and later Einar Tambarskjælver became his chief counselor. Magnus was not a tool in the hands of the nobles, but he listened to their advice and showed them no unnecessary effrontery. King Harald Haardraade was of a different type. He was harsh and greedy, not always conscientious as to the means which he employed, disposed to be arbitrary and to have slight regard for others. His character was of the kind that breeds discord, and quarrels with recalcitrant nobles were numerous in his reign. But he was able and ambitious, and came to the throne with the fixed purpose of making the royal power supreme in church and state, and of extending full authority over all the lands which belonged or which had belonged to the Norwegian crown. He was a most able and energetic ruler, who brooked no interference from nobles at home or from powers abroad. He loved independence as passionately as he coveted renown, and wielded the sword of state with a grim recklessness, like a soldier's broadsword, to gain for himself and his kingdom the greatest possible prestige and power. From the outset he met with considerable opposition and ill will, caused by his own greed and harshness. He was greatly chagrined by what he considered the arrogant behavior of some of the chieftains. One of the principal offenders was Einar Tambarskjálfr in Tr0ndelagen, who acted as the spokesman of the people, and on more than one occasion forced the king to recede from his harsh and sometimes unjust demands. King Harald had a suspicion that many of the chieftains were carrying on secret negotiations with King Svein of Denmark. In order to test their loyalty, he engaged spies who claimed to be secret agents sent by King Svein to offer the Norwegian nobles riches and great honors if they would aid him against King Harald. When these spies came to Einar Tambarskjálfr, he told them that although he was not Harald's friend, he would do everything in his power to aid him in defending the kingdom against King Svein. The king praised Einar for his loyalty and invited him to a festive gathering in Nidaros. It now looked as if old differences would be forgotten, that peace and friendship would finally be established between them. But King Harald gave the great noble new offense, as if from pure love of mischief. The old enmity was still further aggravated, and Einar and his son Eindride were treacherously murdered at the instigation of the king. This wanton deed caused the greatest resentment in Tr0ndelagen, and the people threatened to rise in open rebellion. Einar's widow Bergliot sent word to her powerful relative Håkon Ivarsson in Opplandene, and asked him to avenge Einar's death. Harald sent Finn Arneson to Håkon, who promised to remain loyal if the king would give him Ragnhild, the daughter of Magnus, in marriage, together with a dowry suitable to her rank. This was promised him, and the threatened uprising was averted. Finn Arneson, who had been St. Olaf's special friend, and who had adhered no less faithfully to his successor, was not much better rewarded than Einar Tambarskjálfr. His brother Kalv, who at Finn's request had been permitted to return from his exile, accompanied Harald on an expedition against Denmark, but the king sent him against the enemy with a handful of men, and he was overpowered and slain. Finn felt so aggrieved that he abandoned both his king and his country, and went to King Svein in Denmark, who made him Jarl over the Danish province of Holland, on the southwest coast of Sweden. After some time, Håkon Ivarsson asked King Harald to fulfill his promise of giving him Ragnhild, King Magnus's daughter, in marriage. Harald said that he had no objection, but Håkon would have to obtain the maiden's own consent. Håkon agreed to do this, but he was unsuccessful in his courtship. Ragnhild told him that although he was a handsome and noble-looking man, she, being a princess, could not marry him so long as he was only a lendermand. He then asked Harald to give him the rank of Jarl, so that he could marry Ragnhild, but this he would not do. It had been a rule, he said, ever since the time of St. Olaf, not to have more than one Jarl in the kingdom at one time. Orm Eilifsson was now Jarl, and he could not deprive him of his title and dignity. This strange answer convinced Håkon that Harald did not intend to keep his promise, and he went to King Svein in Denmark, where he was well received. He was later reconciled to King Harald and married Ragnhild, who had learned to love him, and now accepted him without interposing any conditions. Harald promised to raise him to the rank of Jarl on the death of Orm Eilifsson, but when Orm died, he again failed to keep his promise, and Håkon and Ragnhild returned to Denmark to King Svein, who invited them to stay at his court and welcomed St. Olaf's granddaughter with special fondness. Håkon was made Jarl of Holland to succeed Finn Arneson, who had died. It is quite clear from these and other similar episodes that Harald Haardraade was bent on destroying the power of the aristocracy, and he could ill conceal his feeling of satisfaction when the powerful nobles one after another disappeared. He is even said to have stated in skaldic verse that he had caused the death of 13 men, but who they were is not mentioned. It cannot be doubted that by pursuing such a policy of removing the old chieftains who possessed sufficient prestige to be able to offer resistance, the king gradually strengthened his own power. He possibly even gave the throne increased stability, but this practice weakened Harald in his foreign wars. It deprived him of the aid of many of the ablest men. Some left the country to use their influence in stirring up opposition to him both at home and abroad, and many who remained at home gave him but a half-hearted support. The enmity between Harald and King Svein developed into a feature of European politics, and shaped Harald's attitude in the administration of church affairs. In order to strengthen his position, Svein allied himself more closely with Archbishop Adalbert of Bremen and with the German emperor, while Harald continued in the old friendship with the Saxon dukes. He severed all connections with Archbishop Adalbert, received bishops from the Greek Church, and maintained friendly relations with Byzantium. The Norwegian bishops were no longer consecrated by the Archbishop of Bremen, but in Rome, England, France, or in the Orient. Archbishop Adalbert protested to Pope Alexander II against Harald's flagrant disregard of the authority of the Archbishop over the Church of Norway, and the Pope wrote a letter reprimanding the king. Adalbert also sent messengers to Harald to protest against his course of action and threatened him with ban and other punishments, but Harald replied, "I know of no archbishop in Norway except myself, King Harald." He maintained the independence of the Church of Norway throughout his whole reign with such unbending pertinacity that he was accused of all sorts of vile practices by his angry opponents. Adam von Bremen, who stayed at the court of Archbishop Adalbert, indulges in the bitterest invectives against Harald, whom he pictures as the most cruel and unprincipled tyrant. This is not history, but the expression of acrimonious partisan spirit. Conrad Maurer quotes the following from Campbell. "Every wise and powerful government has treated with deserved disregard the complaint that the spouse of Christ was in bondage. Boniface, himself an Englishman, papal beyond all his contemporaries, laments that no church is in greater bondage than the English. A noble testimony to the nationality of the institution, the common sense of the people, and the vigor of the state." The hostility existing between Harald Haardraade and King Svein seems to have led Harald to establish the city of Oslo, now incorporated in the city of Christiania, on the folded fjord in Viking. Here he would be within more easy reach of Denmark, and in better position to defend the country than if stationed in the faraway Nidaros. A new national sanctuary was established in the city to give it greater prestige, as Harald seems to have entertained the hope that Oslo might become to southern Norway what Nidaros and the shrine of St. Olav was to Trondelag. The saint interred in the new city was Halvard, a native of the district, and a cousin of the king. He is said to have been the son of a landed proprietor, Vebjørn, and his wife Torni, a sister of Åsta, the mother of St. Olaf and King Harald Haardraade. Already in his youth he was noted for great piety and purity of life. His father was a merchant, and Halvard assisted him in his work, but he was so conscientious that he made 2 weights, a lighter one for weighing the part which he himself was to receive, and a heavier for weighing his brother's part. One day, as he left home to go across the Drammensfjord, a woman came running to him, beseeching him to rescue her. She was pursued by 3 men who claimed that she had committed theft in their brother's house. She protested her innocence, and Halvard took her into his boat and started across the lake, but the pursuers soon caught up with them. In vain he pleaded for the woman. When he refused to give her up, they killed both him and her, fastened 2 millstones to his body, and lowered it into the lake. Some time afterward, his body, with the millstones still fastened to it, was found floating on the lake, and twigs, which had been used in searching for the corpse, budded several times in succession. The Icelandic annals state that Saint Halvard was slain in 1043, and Adam von Bremen says that many miraculous cures occurred at his grave. He must therefore have been generally regarded as a saint at the time when Adam von Bremen wrote, about 1070, but when and in what way he was proclaimed a saint is not known. His body was probably interred in the St. Mary's Church erected by King Harald. In the 12th century, a new cathedral church, dedicated to St. Halvard, was erected at Oslo. King Harald also built a St. Mary's Church in Nidaros, in which the shrine of St. Olaf was deposited. As the city had grown and private houses were erected around the St. Clement's Church and the Royal Hall, the king selected for the new church a location farther from the center of the city. Here he also erected a new royal residence. He completed the St. Olav's Church which King Magnus had begun, and the unfinished royal hall from King Magnus's time was remodeled into a church dedicated to St. Gregorius. King Harald maintained the supremacy over the colonies with energy and firmness. Thorfinn, the powerful Jarl of the Orkney and Shetland Islands, who had remained independent since the death of St. Olav, hastened to Norway as soon as he heard of the death of Magnus the Good, and was well received at the court. It must be inferred that he submitted to Harald, and that these island colonies returned to their old allegiance as dependencies under the king's overlordship. Thorfinn seems to have been the more willing to offer his submission, because King Macbeth of Scotland, with whom he was closely associated, was threatened by Malcolm Canmore, the son of Thorfinn's cousin, King Duncan. Thorfinn was sure to be involved in the struggle in Scotland, and he would not risk the possibility of coming into collision with King Harald. Hostilities between Macbeth and Malcolm began in 1054. Aided by his foster father, the powerful Earl Siward of Northumbria, Malcolm defeated Macbeth at Dunsinane the same year, and in 1057 Macbeth was slain in the Battle of Lumphanan. What part Thorfinn played in the struggle cannot be stated, but it is quite certain that he aided his old friend Macbeth. Thorfinn had also added the Hebrides, Sudreys, to his dominions, and when he submitted to the king, they became a Norwegian dependency. Carl Varnesson acted as governor in the islands till his return to Norway in Harald Haardraade's reign. The Faroe Islands remained in firm allegiance to Norway. Since Leiv Assursson was made governor by King Magnus after the death of Trond i Gata, no attempt was again made by the colony to assert its independence. Harald also made earnest efforts to attach Iceland more closely to the crown. He sought by rich gifts to attain the goodwill of the leading men, and when a famine occurred in Iceland he sent several shiploads of provisions. Many Icelandic skalds became his herdmen and were shown great honors. As a result of these favors, the Icelanders held Harald in high esteem, but they did not formally acknowledge themselves subject to the King of Norway. The intercourse with the colonies in Greenland was well maintained, and voyages were made every year across the Atlantic directly from Norway to Greenland. Harald refused to abide by the arrangement made by King Magnus that Svein Estridsson should receive the kingdom of Denmark, and continued to claim the Danish throne. He repeatedly harried the coasts of Denmark, but as these attacks, which seemed to have been mere raids, proved unavailing, Harald finally challenged Svein to a pitched battle. The challenge was accepted, and a naval engagement was fought off Nissa near the mouth of the Göta River on the 9th of August 1062. Throughout the whole bright summer night the combat raged. Harald gained the victory, but he was returned to Norway immediately afterwards, and this battle was as barren of results as former expeditions. King Anund Jakob of Sweden had died, and his successor, Steinkil Ragnvaldsson, had granted Vermland to Håkon Ivarsson, who had been made Jarl of Holland by King Svein. At the head of an army, Håkon entered Ringerike in southeastern Norway, and collected taxes as if he were a Jarl. Håkon was popular in these districts, while Harald was disliked, because he levied excessive taxes and deprived the people of many old rights and privileges. A serious uprising seemed imminent, and Harald finally decided to make peace with Denmark 1064. King Svein was henceforth left in undisturbed possession of the Danish throne. Harald attacked and defeated Jarl Håkon, and the uprising in Oplandene was speedily put down. End of chapter 48. Chapter 49 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Second Conquest of England. The weak King Edward the Confessor, who succeeded Hardicanute on the throne of England, was better fitted to be a monk than a king, and throughout his reign he was a tool in the hands of the powerful earls, Godwin of Wessex, Leofric of Mercia, and Siward of Northumbria. Godwin, who was his father-in-law and the most powerful man in England, exercised for a long time almost regal powers, and his sons Svein, Harald, and Tostig were granted large possessions. Harald was a man of eminent ability, and his generosity and uprightness of character made him very popular. When his father died in 1051, he was about 31 years of age, and during the declining years of Edward the Confessor he administrated the affairs of the realm with great wisdom and ability. His brothers Svein and Tostig were men of a different type, greedy and lawless ruffians, who were a constant source of strife and mischief. Svein abducted the beautiful abbess Eidgifu from a nunnery, and committed other vile deeds for which he was finally banished. Tostig, who was King Edward's favourite, was made Earl of Northumbria on the death of Earl Sigurd, but he seldom visited his possessions except to extort unjust taxes. The long-suffering people finally rebelled and drove him away, and Morkere, a grandson of Leofrich, was chosen to succeed him. King Edward died on the 5th of January, 1066. As he left no son, the kingdom of England became a prize to be contended for by a number of rival candidates, all men of fame and ability, whose claims to the throne were equally clouded and uncertain. The 4 candidates who claimed to be the lawful heirs of the deceased king were Duke William of Normandy, Earl Harold, son of Godwin, King Svein Estridsson of Denmark, and King Harald Haardraade of Norway. King Harald claimed that King Edward had bequeathed him the kingdom. This would give him no valid title to the throne, since the king could not elect his successor, but Harold was the only native English candidate who could be considered at this critical moment, and he was chosen king by the Witenagemot, which alone possessed the right of choice. This made Harold rightful king of England, but it did not extinguish the title which the other candidates claimed to have. Duke William urged that King Edward the Confessor had promised him the throne of England. He also maintained that Harold had sworn fealty to him, and had solemnly promised to support his claim. Harold had been shipwrecked on the coast of Ponthieu in France some years before. The count of that district took him prisoner and turned him over to Duke William of Normandy, and he was forced to give William the stated pledges to obtain his liberty. Neither of these reasons gave Duke William any right to the throne of England, as neither King Edward nor Earl Harold could give away the kingdom, but what he needed was a fair pretext. For the rest he trusted to his valiant sword. Svein Estridsson of Denmark claimed the English throne as the heir of his cousin King Hardicanute, and of his uncle King Knut the Great. Harald Haardraade of Norway based his claim on the Treaty of Brennerne, by which Hardicanute made Magnus the Good his heir. This was, in a way, the same claim which Magnus himself had urged against Edward the Confessor, but it had been reduced to an empty pretense since Magnus on his deathbed had surrendered Denmark to Svein Estridsson. The plotting Earl Tostig had negotiated with all the 3 foreign pretenders, and stood ready to sell his support to the highest bidder. As soon as rumour got abroad that Harold had been crowned at London, January 6, 1066, Duke William of Normandy sent messengers to remind him of his promise, and began active preparations for an invasion of England. He mustered all his barons, and induced a great number of knights from Anjou, Brittany, Poitou, Flanders, and other places to join in the enterprise by offering them lands and treasures. He had prevailed on Pope Alexander II to issue a bull approving of the expedition, and ships were built to carry the army across the English Channel. According to William of Aquitaine, he also sent an embassy to Svein Estridsson to solicit his aid. This must have been Tostig, who, according to the sagas, went to King Svein as soon as his brother Harald was crowned king, to induce him to invade England. Svein did not venture upon such an undertaking, and Tostig then turned to King Harald Haardraade of Norway without any authority from Duke William. Harald is said to have promised to send an expedition to England in the summer, and Tostig promised to aid him with all the forces which he could gather. When the conquest was completed, he was to be made Jarl over 1/2 of England as King Harald Haardraade's vassal. But Tostig, who was as impatient as he was unreliable, hastened to Flanders, and before either Duke William or King Harald were ready to set sail, he gathered a fleet of 60 vessels, manned partly by his own adherents, partly by adventurers and freebooters of all sorts, and made an attack on the southern coast of England. King Harald came against him with a large fleet and army, and he fled northward, and entered the Humber, where his fleet was destroyed by Earl Edwin of Mercia. With 12 ships he reached Scotland, where he was harboured by King Malcolm III. In the summer of 1066, Harald Haardraade was busy making preparations for his expedition to England. He had chosen the Solent Islands on the coast of Sogn, in southwestern Norway, as the rendezvous for his fleet, and by the beginning of September he had gathered a large armament of 250 war vessels and about 20,000 men. Before his departure he made his eldest son, Magnus, regent, and caused him to be crowned king. His younger son, Olav, accompanied him on the expedition. He sailed first to the Shetland Islands and thence to the Orkneys. The Orkney Jarls, Paul and Erlend, had to join the expedition with a large number of ships and troops. When he reached the Tyne in Scotland about the 10th of September, he was also joined by Tostig, who acknowledged him as his lord. They landed at various places along the coast, captured Scarborough after some resistance, and took possession of the coast districts as far as the Humber. The fleet ascended the Humber and the Ouse, but came to anchor at Recall, 8 miles south of York. Here Harald landed his army and marched along the river toward the city. The Earls Morkera of Northumbria and Edwin of Mercia, who had gathered a large army in York, came out to meet Harald at Fulford, about 2 miles from the city. A bloody battle was fought, in which the earls suffered a crushing defeat. The remnants of their army fled back to York, while Harald took possession of the neighbouring district, and entrenched himself at Stamford Bridge on the Derwent River. The city of York offered to capitulate, and on September 24th Harald advanced with his army to meet the citizens outside the city, where the terms of peace were arranged. They acknowledged him their lord, promised to supply him with provisions, and agreed to give 500 hostages. In the evening Harald returned to his fleet, but planned to advance on the following morning to Stamford Bridge, where the hostages were to be delivered. In the meantime, Harold Godwinson had arrived at York with his army, and had been watching Harold's movements. In the night he was secretly admitted into the city. The next morning Harold advanced with a part of his army. The other part was left in charge of his son Olaf and the Orkney Jarls Paul and Erlend to guard the fleet. The day was warm, and as no hostilities were anticipated, the men marched without their brynies. When they arrived at Stamford Bridge, Harold suddenly fell upon them with his whole force. The saga says that Harold did not follow Tostig's advice to retreat to the ships, but sent messengers to bring the rest of the army to his support. This was a fatal mistake. Before help arrived, Harold's forces were overwhelmed and defeated, and he was mortally wounded in the fight. The Heimskringla gives a vivid description of the Battle of Stamford Bridge. It tells how Harald, when he found himself face to face with the whole English army, planted his banner, formed a shield ring, and made ready for the combat. But before the battle began, a horseman rode up, spoke to Earl Tostig, and offered him the earldom of Northumbria if he would join the English. Tostig asked how much he would give Harald Sigurdsson, the Norwegian king. The horseman said that he would gladly give him 6 feet of ground, and as much more, as he was taller than other men. But Tostig rejected the offer, says the saga. When the horseman rode away, they discovered that it was King Harold Godwinson himself. The fight commenced, and the Norsemen in their shield ring resisted stoutly the attack of the English cavalry. But when they thought that the attack had failed, and that the English began to retreat, they rushed eagerly forward in pursuit. The shield ring was broken, and they were attacked from all sides. A fearful carnage resulted. King Harold rushed into the midst of the fray, but an arrow pierced his throat, and he fell mortally wounded. Tostig now assumed command. Supported by the reinforcements which arrived from the fleet, he rallied the broken columns to renewed efforts, but the men had become exhausted on the forced march from the fleet. Towards evening the Norse army broke and fled in wild disorder, and darkness alone saved the broken remnants from destruction. This dramatic description of the battle is manifestly erroneous. The English are represented as fighting on horseback, though we know that their army was very deficient in cavalry. The English were foot soldiers, as we see from the Battle of Hastings, which occurred less than 3 weeks later. The saga writer seems to have confused the Battle of Stamford Bridge with that of Hastings, where the Norman mounted knights made repeated attacks on the English foot soldiers, who stood firm behind their shield wall until by a feint they were led to pursue the enemy and suffered a crushing defeat. The cavalry fight in the Battle of Stamford Bridge is not mentioned in the older Norse sources nor in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. We are left completely in the dark, therefore, as to the details of the battle. We only know that at Stamford Bridge King Harald Haardraade suffered an overwhelming defeat. There King Harald of Norway and Earl Tostig were slain, says the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, and a great number of men with them, both Norsemen and English. The Chronicle states that Harold Godwinson suffered Harold's son Olav and the Orkney Jarls to depart with 24 ships and the remnant of the army. We may well doubt the accuracy of the statement that only 24 ships left. Olav and the Jarls, who were in charge of the fleet, had both time and opportunity to hold the ships in readiness, as they knew that a battle was in progress. That the whole large army of 30,000 men should be so utterly destroyed that only 24 ships could be manned seems quite incredible. The statement in the Heimskringla that Harald let Olav depart with the fleet and the remnant of the army seems more worthy of belief. Harald had no time to waste. On September 28th, 3 days after the Battle of Stamford Bridge, Duke William landed at Pevensey, in southern England, with 60,000 men, and on the 6th or 7th of October, Harold was again in London making preparations for the still greater battle fought at Hastings, October 14th, 1066. In this hard-fought battle Harold Godwinson fell, and William the Conqueror became King of England. The defeat and death of the warlike Harald Haardraade changed the political situation in the north. Svein Estridsson of Denmark felt that all danger of an attack from Norway was now removed, and as he considered his claim to the throne of England as valid as ever, he resolved to invade England and expel King William. Many Danes who had been banished from England, or had suffered other wrongs, were also urging him to assert his claim. But the preparations proceeded very slowly, and 3 years passed before the expedition was finally ready to start. In the month of August 1069, 240 ships set sail for England, led by Svein's brother Asbjørn, his sons Harald and Knut, and Jarl Thorkil. After attacking Dover, Sandwich, and Norwich without success, the fleet entered the Humber and advanced towards York. Northern England, where the Viking element still was strong, had not submitted to King William. The boy Eadgar the Etheling, grandson of Edmund Ironside, was chosen king when Harold fell at Hastings, but he had fled to Scotland after the battle. He was now in Northumbria, where the Earls Morkere and Edwin were aiding him in organizing a great revolt against William. The arrival of the Danish fleet in the Humber became the signal for a general uprising. York was taken by the combined forces of the Danes and Northumbrians, but the Norman garrison burned the city before surrendering, and the victors leveled the fortifications with the ground. When King William arrived, the Danes retreated to their ships, and the Northumbrians returned to their homes, but as soon as he departed the attack was renewed. William was unable to assail the Danish fleet for want of ships, but he succeeded in bribing the Danish commander, Asbjørn, to remain inactive, and finally to depart from England. On northern England he wreaked a fearful vengeance, wasting it with fire and sword. No such devastation had ever passed over an English community as that wrought by William the Conqueror in Northumbria. The prosperity of this flourishing district was wiped out, and its spirit and power of resistance was broken. Asbjørn returned to Denmark with his ships laden with booty, but the enterprise had failed, and his own conduct had been reprehensible. In 1075 another Danish fleet of 200 vessels, led by Svein's son Knut and Jarl Hagen, again visited England and entered the Humber, but not a hand was raised to aid or welcome them, and they returned home after collecting some booty in the neighborhood of York. This was the last Viking expedition to England. End of chapter 49. Chapter 50 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Olav Kyrre, A Period of Peace. Olav, Harald's son, spent the winter of 1066 to 1067 in the Orkneys, and returned to Norway in the spring. His brother Magnus had been crowned king before the expedition left for England, but Olav was also made king on his return. The Heimskringla says that they were made joint kings, but Magnus was to rule the northern and Olav the southern half of the country. The loss of the great army sent to England was a severe blow, nothing less than a national calamity. The country's resources were badly drained, and the available stores and military forces were gone. Under these circumstances, King Svein of Denmark found the time opportune to put forward a claim to overlordship over Norway. Magnus and Olav refused to listen to these demands, and he gathered a fleet and prepared to invade the country. This he could now do without violating any agreement, since the treaty of peace concluded between him and King Harald in 1064 should remain in force only so long as the kings lived. Hostilities commenced, but the peace-loving Olav began negotiations with King Svein, which resulted in a new treaty of peace between Norway and Denmark in 1068. This treaty should be binding for all times, and neither kingdom should claim supremacy over the other. King Magnus, who had been sickly for some time, died in 1069, and Olav became king of all Norway. The Heimskringla describes him as follows: Olav was a large man and well built. It is a common opinion that no one has seen a man better looking or of nobler appearance. His yellow, silky hair fell in rich locks. He had fair skin, beautiful eyes, and well-proportioned limbs. He was generally reticent, and spoke little at the thing, but he was glad and talkative at the drinking feast. He drank much, and was cheerful and peace-loving to the end of his days. Because of his quiet disposition and peaceful reign, he was called Olav Kyrre, the Quiet. His efforts to maintain peace at home and abroad had a most beneficent effect at this time, not only because the kingdom needed to recover from the heavy losses incurred in the fruitless military exploits of his martial father, but also because the people's mind needed to be turned away from the strut and vainglory which usually attends war and adventure, to seek employment and honor in peaceful pursuits. Conditions in the neighboring kingdoms were also favorable to the maintenance of peace. As both Denmark and Sweden were so occupied with internal strife or foreign conquests that they could not pursue any aggressive policy in their relations with Norway. Christianity had not been firmly established in Sweden, and many people were displeased because of King Stenkil's efforts to promote the missionary work. The violent reaction against the church which occurred when he died in 1067 was caused perhaps in part by the overzealous Bishop Egino of Skåne, who had threatened to destroy the great heathen temple at Uppsala. Many people returned to their old faith and sacrificed to the heathen gods. Several rival candidates were also contending for the throne, and the country was torn by civil strife for many years, until Inge Stenkilsson finally overpowered his rivals and succeeded his father on the throne. In Denmark, King Svein was engaged in preparing his great expeditions to England, which brought him only loss and disappointment. When he died in 1076, his son Harald became his successor, but he soon died, and a younger brother, Knut, became king of Denmark. He was an ambitious and warlike young man, who could not forget that his ancestors had occupied the throne of England. Not discouraged by his father's fruitless attempts at conquest, he determined to send a new expedition to England. He was a great friend of Olav Kyrre, and solicited his aid for the undertaking. Olav refused to join the expedition, but as a good friend he placed 60 warships fully manned at his disposal. In 1084, Knut began to collect a large fleet, but time passed, and when the preparations finally were near completion, most of the Danish chieftains grew impatient and returned to their homes. Norway was thereby saved from renewed hostilities with England. King Knut, who thus suddenly found himself deserted, was very wroth. He began to rule harshly and collected unjust and excessive taxes. This produced a general rebellion, and he was killed by an angry mob in St. Albans Church in Odense, where he had sought refuge. In the reign of his successor, Olav Hunger, he was declared holy, and he soon became the national saint of Denmark, though his only merit seems to have been that he was slain in a church. Olav Kyrre, who was pious as well as peaceful, was deeply interested in the labors of the clergy, and worked zealously throughout his long reign to give the Church of Norway a more stable and efficient organization. The defiant attitude which his father Harald Haardraade had assumed over against the Archbishop of Bremen he seems to have regarded as improper, if not unfortunate. His own disposition, as well as his friendly relations with Denmark, which was a part of the Archdiocese of Bremen, inclined him to favor the archbishop and to uphold his authority over the Norwegian clergy. He was also encouraged in his loyalty to the Roman See and its representative the archbishop by the Pope himself, who in his letters to the king expressed a deep solicitude for the church in the north. The powerful Gregory VII, who occupied the papal throne at this time, 1073 to 1085, was the real founder of the papal power and the organizer of the Roman hierarchy. The constant strife between ruling princes, the violence and turmoil everywhere rampant, convinced him that the church alone possessed the wisdom and authority to maintain peace, and to act as arbiter in every controversy. He wished to reform the world by organizing a universal religious monarchy with the Pope as supreme ruler. Human pride, he wrote, has created the power of kings. God's mercy has created the power of bishops. The Pope is the master of the emperors. He is rendered holy by the merits of his predecessor, St. Peter. The Roman Church has never erred, and Holy Scripture proves that it can never err. To resist it is to resist God. The growing power of the hierarchy, and the increased devotion to the Roman Church, which was the result of Pope Gregory's activity, was fast ripening into the great religious movement which culminated in the Crusades, the impulse of which was felt in every land in Western Europe. Cathedrals were built, and crusading missionary work was carried on with zeal, while all nations were drawn closer to Rome, which was the center of religious and intellectual life. That Olav Kyrre was imbued with the spirit of the age is rendered evident by his labors to organize the Church of Norway according to the general plan of the Catholic Church in other countries, as well as by his efforts to introduce in Norway the culture and refinement of the aristocratic circles in England and continental Europe. His reign marks a final victory of medieval ideas, which found their best expression in crusades and knight-errantry. But the Roman incubus, which was so potent in controlling the governments, and in shaping the intellectual life of the age, was far less marked in Norway than elsewhere in Europe. Celibacy of priests, which the Pope now enforced as a part of the Roman Church discipline, was not introduced in Norway. The clergy remained subject to the king, who exercised firm control in ecclesiastical affairs. The skaldic poetry flourished, the national saga literature and history writing were yet to blossom forth, and there were but scant traces of a religious literature fostered under the influence of the Church. The separation of the north from the Archdiocese of Bremen gave the Norwegian people a new opportunity to preserve their independence in church affairs, and to develop a strong national spirit. The attempt of Pope Gregory VII to assert his supremacy over the German emperor precipitated the famous struggle between the Pope and Emperor Henry IV, which divided the whole empire into the warring factions of Welfs and Ghibellines, friends of the Pope and supporters of the emperor. Archbishop Adalbert of Bremen was one of the emperor's staunchest supporters. His successor, Limar, also adhered to the Ghibelline party, even after the emperor had been excommunicated, and Pope Gregory VII punished the disobedient prelate by depriving him of his office. King Svein Estridsson of Denmark and his successors were adherents of the Pope, and this finally led to the separation of the Scandinavian countries from the Bremen Archdiocese, and the creation of a new archbishopric in the Danish city of Lund in Skåne in 1104. During this period of strife, which paralyzed the power of the Archbishop of Bremen, the highest ecclesiastical authority in Norway was exercised by the king. The state church principle, which had been practiced by St. Olav, and which had been so imperiously maintained by Harald Haardraade, was now further strengthened by circumstances which made the king the natural leader of the Church of Norway. King Olav Kyrre divided Norway into 3 bishoprics, Nidaros, Selja, and Oslo, each with its diocesan bishop, who received the rank of Jarl. New incumbents were chosen by the chapters of the diocese, but they had to present themselves before the king, who in reality selected the candidates. Each diocese had its own saint, Nidaros St. Olaf, Oslo St. Halvard, and Selja St. Sunniva. In Trondheim, Olaf erected a cathedral church on the spot where St. Olaf was thought to have been buried the first time. It was dedicated to the Trinity, but was generally called the Christ Church. The altar was placed on the spot where St. Olaf's body was supposed to have rested, and the shrine of the saint was moved to the new church. On the foundations of this church the Trondheim Cathedral was later erected. King Harald Haardraade's body, which had been brought back to Norway, was interred in St. Mary's Church, which he had built. On the west coast of Norway, Olav Kyrre founded the city of Bergen, Old Norse Bjørgvin, which, because of its favorable location, soon became one of the chief commercial towns in the north. The bishop of the diocese was to reside here, and the king began the erection of a large cathedral of stone, the Christ Church. This was finished in 1170, and the St. Sunniva relics were then transferred from Selja to Bergen. In the Orkneys, Jarl Thorfinn founded a bishopric and built a cathedral church at Bergsall, 1050 to 1064. In Iceland, Gissur Ísleifsson, who became bishop in 1081, erected a cathedral in his estate Skálholt, which he donated to the church as a permanent bishop's residence. The long period of peace during the reign of Olav Kyrre produced a marked improvement in economic conditions. The cities grew and commerce increased. No extra taxes were imposed for military purposes, and good harvests seem to have added to the general prosperity. It is evident from the saga accounts that this reign was long remembered as a sort of golden age of peace and plenty. In the reign of Olav Kyrre there were good harvests, and such abundant good fortune that Norway had never been more prosperous under any king since the days of Harald Hårfagre, says the saga. Under these circumstances, a taste for luxury and comfort was naturally developed, and the king labored earnestly to bring the civilization and culture of his people into full harmony with the Christian spirit, and to introduce in Norway the elegance and courtly manners which were being developed everywhere in Europe during this age of chivalry. The hird was doubled in number, so that it consisted of 20 hirdmænd, 60 gestir, and 60 huskarlar. The hirdmænd were divided into groups, at the head of which stood skultilsveinar, or officers of the king's guard. After the creation of this new office, the lendermænd do not seem to have sought the king's hird as before, but they held now the highest rank in the country, as King Olav did not appoint any jarls after the death of Håkon Ivarsson. The kurtisveinar, corresponding to the French pages, waited at the king's table. Behind each guest at the table stood a kurtisvein, with a burning candle. The people of the higher classes began to wear costumes of foreign pattern, borrowed especially from England and Normandy. The people began to dress with great splendor according to foreign fashions, says the saga. They wore fine hose ruffled about the knee, some put gold rings about the legs, many wore long mantles with slit sides tied with ribbons, and with sleeves 5 ells long, and so narrow that they had to be pulled on with a cord, and arranged in folds up to the shoulders. They wore high shoes, embroidered with silk and even ornamented with gold. From the upper classes, who were in sympathy with the spirit and higher culture of the age, the new tastes and ideas were soon communicated to the common people, who through a natural instinct for imitation, gradually adopted as much of the new customs as environment and circumstances would permit. King Olav also introduced many improvements in the construction of dwelling houses. Hitherto the fireplace, arren, was placed in the center of the house, and the smoke escaped through an opening in the roof, the ljori. Olav built houses with stone floors and introduced the oven, which was erected in the corner of the room with a flue for carrying away the smoke. The ljori disappeared, and the houses received a loft, the beginning of a second story. Windows became more common, though glass windows seem yet to have been limited to the king's own dwellings. From the earliest times, the Norsemen took great delight in social and religious festivities. Their great hospitality and the liberal entertainment of friends and travelers have already been mentioned as a conspicuous national trait. The period of prosperity and peace in the time of Olav Kyrre gave new stimulus to the development of social life. Permanent clubs or guilds, Norse gilde, Old Norse gilli, organized under the protection of the church, were instituted by King Olav to afford better opportunity for social intercourse. These guilds had their own guild halls, women were also members, the rules were strict, and much attention was paid to fine manners and good conversation. Christian spirit was also fostered in the guilds, as they were placed under the supervision of the church. The members were mutually pledged to assist one another in times of need, a very fortunate arrangement at a time when municipal government was yet in its infancy. Thereby the guilds became the forerunners of political clubs, insurance companies, pension funds, and like organizations which have sprung from the feeling of social interdependence. The members were jointly responsible for each other's houses and stables. If a member suffered loss of house or stable by fire, the guild would rebuild it. If a man's granary burned, he received a certain amount of grain. If he lost 3 head of cattle or more, each member should give him a measure of grain. If the member was a merchant and lost his goods by shipwreck, he also received a compensation. If a member was imprisoned in a foreign land, he was ransomed by the guild. If he was slain by one who did not belong to the guild, the other members would assist in prosecuting the slayer. But if a member committed murder, he was expelled from the guild and was not again allowed to appear in the guild hall. When a member died, all the other members were present at the funeral. The guilds were generally named after patron saints, under whose special protection they were supposed to stand. In Bergen they were especially numerous, and the names of many are still familiar in that city. The most important was the St. Edmund's guild, to which, according to an old writer, even kings, dukes, counts, barons, knights, and other noblemen belonged. In Trondheim, the oldest was the Mikle guild, the Great Guild, organized by Olav Kyrre, and dedicated to St. Olav. Tunsberg had the St. Olav's Guild and the St. Anna's Guild, Oslo the Guild of the Holy Body, St. Anna's Guild, and the Shoemaker's Guild. The country districts, too, had their guilds. They are mentioned as having existed in Salten, Ålen, Oppdal, Medalen, and Hero, in Sundmar, and in many other places. That many guilds existed of which no records have been preserved can be seen from place names like Gildeskola, Gildehus, Gildevang, Gildevold, Gildesaker, etc. In course of time, when the cities became industrial centers, the guilds very naturally developed into craft guilds, in which men of the same profession or handicraft were associated together. But in Norway the guilds were controlled by the king and the church, and at no time did they become independent political organizations hostile to the ruler, something which happened not infrequently in some countries of Europe. Among the more prominent men in Norway in Olav Kyrre's time may be mentioned especially Skule Kongsfoster, the king's chief advisor, a man of high rank, who had followed him from England. He seems to have been the king's foster father, not the son of Earl Tostig, as some sources have it. Skule was placed at the head of the herd, and he was also sent to England to bring back the body of King Harald Haardraade. The king gave him the old royal hall in Oslo, when a new royal dwelling was erected, and he granted him also a number of estates at Oslo, Konghelle, and Trondheim, and also Rhine in Nordmøre, from which his descendants derived their name. From Skule Kongsfoster descended Duke Skule Jarl, famous in the reign of King Håkon Håkonsson. Dag Arlefsson, the father of Gregorius Dagson. In Viken, Sigurd Ulstreng in Trøndelagen, the son of Rut af Eggen, who fell at Stiklestad. Thor of Steig in Oplandene, who was the king's secret opponent, and Sveinke Steinarsson, who ruled the border districts on the Gutta River, were among the most powerful men in the kingdom at this time. King Olav Kyrre died in 1093, in the 27th year of his reign. End of chapter 50. Chapter 51 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A revival of the Viking spirit, Magnus Barefoot. When Olav Kyrre died, his son Magnus was proclaimed king in Viken, while the people of Oplandene were led, as it appears, by Thore of Stig, who chose his nephew Håkon. The arrangement of joint kingship, first introduced in the time of Magnus the Good and Harald Haardraade, was now repeated. The kingdom does not seem to have been divided, though some sources seem to indicate it. According to the Morkinskine, the two kings ruled together for 2 years, but the older sources, Theodricus Monachus and Augrip, state that the joint kingship lasted only 1 winter. Haakon was then killed by a fall from his horse. Thore of Steig, the old opponent of Olav Kyrre, did not even now acknowledge King Magnus, though after the death of Haakon, the young king was the only legitimate heir to the throne. Thore formed an opposition party in support of the pretender Svein, and started a revolt. But this was easily put down, and the two leaders, Thore of Steig and Egil Oskilsson, were captured and executed. The king found another opponent in Svein Steinarsson, who was a lendermand, a sort of markgraf in the border districts on the Göta River. In these far-off districts his will was law, and he protected the people against the robbers and outlaws who infested the region along the border. He had not taken part in the revolt, but he did not submit to the king, and managed all affairs according to his own mind. He was summoned to the Borgarthing, where the Stallora, Sigurd Ulstreng, represented the king. After the thing was assembled, they saw a body of warriors approaching, dressed in steel so bright that they looked like a moving block of ice. This was Sveinke, who came to the thing with 500 armed followers. He ridiculed the Stallora, and after some altercations Sigurd had to flee. The king marched against the arrogant lendermand, but hostilities were averted through the intercession of friends. Sveinke was banished for a short period, but he was soon recalled and became one of the king's best friends. Magnus Barefoot was a warrior like his grandfather Harald Haardraade. In his reign the air was again filled with the sounds of war trumpets and the din of arms. The Viking spirit flared up anew from the smoldering embers, fanned into life by the martial spirit of the young king, who was reported to have said that a king ought to court honor rather than a long life. King Magnus was brave to foolhardiness, and energetic to rashness, a sort of demigod, who was loved by his followers even for his faults. But it would be manifestly unjust to regard him as a mere Viking chieftain, or as a romantic dreamer who spent the 10 years of his reign in the pursuit of the phantom of military glory. It is evident that he followed a clearly conceived plan, and that he was never led by vain ambition to waste his means in rash and impossible adventures. He did not aspire to the throne of England like his grandfather had done, nor did he attempt to conquer Ireland, as some old writers would have us believe. The chief, if not the only purpose of his expedition to the British Isles, seems to have been to reduce the Norse island possessions to full submission to the home government. But the ever-recurring war expeditions increased the burdens of taxation, removed great numbers of the ablest men from productive employments, and retarded the peaceful development inaugurated by Olav Kyrre. The history of Magnus Barefoot's reign is a record of his military campaigns. Of the internal affairs of the country in his time little is known. Of real progress history has nothing to record. As soon as Magnus was securely seated on the throne, he provoked a war with Sweden by claiming the Swedish province of Dal, or Dalsland, lying between Ranrike and Lake Vänern. He crossed the Göta River with an army, and harried the districts until they had to offer their submission. On Kolland Island, in Lake Vänern, he built a fort and left a garrison of 360 men, but when he returned home for the winter, the Swedish king, Inge Stenkilsson, captured the fort and drove away the garrison. The following spring Magnus renewed his campaign, and a battle was fought at Foxerna, on the Göta River. According to Augrip, Magnus was victorious, but according to Theodricus Monachus, he lost the battle. The last version is probably correct, since a peace conference was called at Konghelle in 1101, where the three kings, Magnus Barefoot of Norway, Inge Stenkilsson of Sweden, and Eirik Eigod of Denmark were all present. According to the terms of the treaty here concluded, the kings should retain the territories which their predecessors had held, but Magnus should receive the hand of Margaret, King Inge's daughter, in marriage, and her dowry should be the districts in dispute. She was nicknamed Fredkulla, the Peace Maiden. Snorre gives the following description of the three kings as they appeared together at Konghelle. Inge was the largest and strongest and looked most dignified. Magnus seemed the most valiant and energetic, but Eirik was the handsomest. The most noteworthy features of King Magnus's reign were his expeditions to the British Isles. Two earlier expeditions, which Magnus was thought to have made in 1092 and 1093 to 1094, have been described by the old scholar Torfaeus. Buchanan, a Scotch historian of the 16th century, who bases his account on Fordun's Scotichronicon, also tells how King Magnus in 1094 aided Prince Donald Bane to gain the throne of Scotland. The account of the last-named expedition has been considered to be historic also by the great Norwegian historian P.A. Munch, but Gustav Storm has shown that Magnus made neither of these expeditions. The passage in the Statichronicon is shown to be an interpolation by a late writer, and the foundation for this statement referring to Magnus's operations in Scotland in 1094 disappears wholly when it is made clear that at this time he was still in Norway, busily engaged in securing his succession to the throne. Norse sagas mention only the two expeditions in 1098 to 1099 and 1102 to 1103, about which Welsh chronicles, Irish annals, and verses of contemporary skalds give the most reliable information. After the peace at Konghelle, Magnus sailed to the British Isles with a fleet of 150 ships. He landed in the Orkneys, where he deposed the Jarls Paul and Erlend and sent them to Norway, possibly because they had been neglectful of their duties as vassals. Soon afterward he took King Gudrud Crowan of the Hebrides prisoner, and forced him to submit. He then proceeded to the Isle of Man, which was regarded by the Norsemen as belonging to the Hebrides group, Sudreyjar. Civil strife between rival chieftains had here been in progress, and he found on the battlefield of Sandvad the corpses still lying unburied, says the chronicle. He took possession of the island and erected a number of houses and castles. According to Ordericus Vitalis, he brought over a large number of colonists from Norway, because the inhabitants had been greatly reduced in numbers by the incessant feuds. The real reason for the new colonization may have been that he could put little trust in the loyalty of the Manx, who were partly of Gaelic descent, and who had lived isolated in their island homes too long to feel any attachment for Norway. During the reign of William Rufus, 1087 to 1100, the Normans in England were engaged in subduing Wales. The king was unsuccessful in his campaigns against the Welsh mountaineers, but Norman barons and adventurers had gradually pushed their way into the country, where they seized one district after the other and erected castles. When the King of South Wales fell in the Battle of Brecknock in 1093, 3 Norman lordships came into being in South Wales. In northern Wales, the Normans had been less successful, but the conquest was pressed with energy. The Earl of Chester had pulled across the Menai Strait to Anglesey, where he built a castle at Aberlleiniog. But the Welsh rallied in 1095 to 1096 and destroyed all the Norman castles on Welsh soil except that of Pembroke. King William marched against them and vowed that he would exterminate the entire male population, but he had to return home without having won a single victory. The Norman earls were more successful. In 1098 the Earls of Shrewsbury and Chester marched through northern Wales, crossed over to Anglesey, and rebuilt the castle of Aberlleiniog. The Welsh turned to Magnus Barefoot for aid. He accepted the invitation and quickly crossed over from the Isle of Man with his fleet. In attempting to prevent the Norsemen from landing, the Earl of Shrewsbury was mortally wounded, and the Normans, who had become thoroughly alarmed, evacuated Anglesey. Magnus returned to the Orkneys for the winter. King Lagman of Man, whom he had taken captive, was made vassal king of Man in the Hebrides, and he seems to have ruled till 1101. When the king and his men returned to Norway, they wore Scotch national costumes. As these had never before been seen in Norway, they attracted much attention. Who were ever fond of descriptive nicknames, called the king Magnus Barefoot. King Lagman of Man and the Hebrides disappears in 1101. Whether he died in that year or departed on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, as stated in the Chronica Regum Maniae, cannot be definitely determined. The chronicle also states that Magnus sent another king, Ingemund, to Man, but he was slain, and Magnus went to the islands to restore order and submission. This gives a credible explanation of Magnus's second expedition, which he seems to have undertaken for the purpose of organizing the western possessions for his son Sigurd, who was made king of the islands in 1102. His plan seems to have been to make Sigurd ruler of this new island kingdom, while his older son Eystein was to inherit the throne of Norway. The Welsh Chronicle states that Magnus visited Anglesey, cut a great deal of timber, and brought it to Man, where he built 3 castles, which he garrisoned with his own men. From Man he sailed to Dublin in 1102. The Heimskringla states that he captured Dublin and Dublinshire, and spent the winter with King Miriartark in Connaughter, possibly Connaught, but this is wholly erroneous. The Ulster Annals have the following entry for the year 1102. In this year King Magnus came to Man, and he made peace with the Irish for 1 year. The Four Masters give a more detailed account. An Irish army was assembled at Dublin to resist Magnus and the Norsemen, who came to ravage the country, but they made peace for 1 year, and Miriartark gave King Magnus's son Sigurd his daughter in marriage, and many costly presents with her. This shows that Magnus's second expedition could not have been undertaken with a view to conquer Ireland, but that it has been his aim to attach the island possessions more closely to the Norwegian crown. In these efforts he had been very successful. He re-established order in the islands, built and garrisoned forts for the maintenance of peace, brought in new colonists to settle and develop the districts which had been laid waste during the period of anarchy and misrule, and united the islands under a king who was to govern them, subject to the authority of the King of Norway. These wisely conceived and ably directed efforts to establish an efficient government in these distant lands which had hitherto been the spoils of reckless adventurers and the haunts of freebooters might have had abiding results. A new era of peace and development might have dawned for them had not death suddenly cut short King Magnus's career. It appears that in the summer of 1103 he left the Isle of Man, bound on a homeward voyage. He landed on the northeast coast of Ireland, where he made a raid into the country with but a small force. After he had penetrated quite a distance inland, he was suddenly attacked by an Irish army. Trusting in his bravery, he refused to retreat, but his men were overpowered by superior numbers in the marshes where the battle was fought, and Magnus himself fell. He was at this time 30 years of age. The accounts of this raid into Ireland, as given by the different sources, are much at variance. The sagas describe it as a foraging expedition, and state that Magnus was waiting for cattle to be brought him often off Connaughton, when the Irish suddenly fell upon him. Ordericus Vitalis relates that Magnus landed on the coast of Ireland. The Irish were much afraid and did not dare to meet him in battle, but speaking fair words they prevailed on him to debark, and when he had marched 2 miles into the country he was ambushed and slain. The Chronica Regum Maniae states that Magnus hastened ahead of his fleet with 16 ships, that he imprudently landed in Ireland where he was surrounded by the Irish, who slew the king and nearly all his men. He was buried at the St. Patrick's Church at Downpatrick, the Chronicle adds. The essence of the whole matter seems to be contained in the statement of the Ulster Annals that Magnus was attacked and killed by the Ulstonians on a plundering expedition. When Sigurd heard of his father's death, he became disheartened and returned to Norway. King Miriartark had formed an alliance with King Henry I of England, as both seem to have regarded Magnus as a dangerous neighbor, and Olav Bitling, a son of the former King Gudrid Crowan, was placed on the throne of Man. Though Magnus's plans thus suddenly came to naught, his work had nonetheless produced permanent results. The Jarls of the Orkneys and the kings of Man and the Hebrides became more closely attached to Norway than hitherto, and the system and organization introduced by King Magnus continued to exist in the islands for well nigh 150 years. The closer relations established with the lands in the west gave a great stimulus also to commercial intercourse between Norway and the British Isles, and new costumes and articles of luxury were introduced from Scotland and England. Magnus himself had formed a sort of partnership with an English merchant in Lincoln, who kept his treasury and supplied him with arms, ornaments, and other necessary affairs. After King Magnus's death, Henry I of England forced the merchant to turn over to him 20,000 pounds of silver. End of chapter 51. Section 52 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Norwegian Coat of Arms. The Norwegian coat of arms, which consists of a golden lion with crown and battle axe and a red shield, was thought to have originated on Magnus Barefoot's expeditions to the British Isles. Snorre says that when Magnus fought and fell in Ireland, he wore a helmet and carried a red shield on which appeared a lion wrought in gold. He was girded with the sword legbit, the best of weapons. Its hilt was of walrus teeth, decorated with gold. He carried a spear, and over his shirt of mail he wore a cloak of red silk, on which a lion was embroidered both on the front and in the back. Professor Gustav Storm observes that the oldest account of Magnus's last battle in Ireland, found in the Augrip af Norregs Königsagum, not in the Heimskringla, mentions neither the red cloak nor the lions, but states that he had helmet, sword, and spear, and that he wore kilt, silkehjup, and stockings, stighoser, the Scotch dress in which he was usually attired. The later saga writers are evidently guilty of the anachronism of describing Magnus as wearing the royal attire, adorned with the coat of arms used in Snorre's own time by King Håkon Håkonsson and Skule Jarl, a very common failing of the saga writers. The question then confronts us: when and how did the Norwegian coat of arms originate? We have seen that the Norsemen usually decorated their ships and weapons with figures representing beasts and birds of prey, like the dragon heads on their warships, and the raven, Odin's bird, on their sails and banners. These figures were symbols of bravery, and were employed to strike terror into the hearts of the enemy, but they had no heraldic character. In the 12th century, the knight-errants began to decorate their shields and banners with heraldic figures and devices, and in the course of the 13th century these devices became family coats of arms. Professor Storm shows that the golden lion on a red shield as a royal coat of arms is traceable to the time of Håkon Håkonsson and Skule Jarl, i.e. not earlier than 1217. Both King Håkon's and Skule Jarl's seals, though damaged, have been preserved. Their device is a golden lion, without crown or battle axe, on a red three-cornered shield. King Håkon's son, Crown Prince Håkon Håkonsson the Younger, chose the eagle as his coat of arms, but his younger brother Magnus, who on Håkon's death became heir apparent to the throne, had selected the lion, which thereby became the coat of arms of the royal family. Magnus's son and successor, Eirik Magnusson, Priesthather, retained this device, but the lion appears in his seal with the crown and the battle axe of St. Olav. End of section 52. Chapter 53 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Norway participates in the Crusades. Eystein Magnusson and Sigurd the Crusader. King Magnus Barefoot had many sons, but none of them was born in lawful wedlock. Eystein, the oldest, who was 14 years of age, Sigurd, the next oldest, and Olav succeeded their father as joint kings. The hird and lendermænd were divided among the kings, perhaps also the royal estates. But Olav was a mere child under the guardianship of his brothers, and as he died before he became of age, he may be left out of account. Harald Gille, who was still a child staying with his Irish mother in Ireland, is also generally acknowledged to have been a son of King Magnus, though his own assertion is about the only evidence of his royal descent. His mother called him Gilchrist, i.e. the servant of Christ. A later pretender, Sigurd Slembediakn, also claimed to be a son of Magnus, but he was generally regarded as an impostor and was finally captured and put to death. The principle prevailed that all the king's sons, illegitimate as well as legitimate, had an equal right to the throne. Kingship was regarded as an inherited right. The kingdom was looked upon as an inheritance which could be held in joint ownership or divided among the heirs. The practice of joint kingship, established in the time of Magnus the Good and Harald Haardraade, was adhered to. The kings kept their own hird and shared equally in the royal revenues, but the kingdom was not divided. The reign of the joint kings was regarded as lasting while any of them remained on the throne. With the death of Magnus Barefoot and the accession of his young sons, a period of peace was again inaugurated, which lasted till the outbreak of the civil wars in 1130. During this period, the Archbishopric of Lund in Skåne was established, as already stated. Norway and Sweden, as well as Denmark, were included in this new church province, and the Scandinavian North was thereby separated from Germany with regard to ecclesiastical affairs. The intense religious enthusiasm which had been awakened through the efforts of the Pope, and especially by the Crusaders, and the zeal of the monastic orders had also reached the north, and the two kings, who were deeply influenced by the general spirit of the age, gave their most zealous efforts to the causes and ideals which had been created by the new awakening. The more warlike Sigurd became a crusader, while the peace-loving Eystein, who ruled the kingdom during his brother's absence, revived the policy of his grandfather Olav Kyrre. He built churches and monasteries, improved the laws, maintained peace and order in the kingdom, and devoted special attention to useful internal improvements. In 1095, Pope Urban II preached at Clermont in France the first holy war against the infidels. The religious fervor was soon fanned into white heat by zealots like Peter the Hermit and Walter the Penniless, and large numbers of pilgrims gathered on the Rhine and in northern France to march against the Turks. The sovereigns of Western Europe took no part in the First Crusade. Two of them, the Emperor Henry IV and King Philip I of France, were under the ban of the Church. The King of Spain was fighting against the Saracens at home, and the vicious William Rufus of England was hostile. The crusading hosts were therefore led by the great feudal magnates of Lotharingia, Burgundy, Normandy, Flanders, and the Norman colonies in southern Italy, men like Raymond of Toulouse, Hugh of Vermandois, a brother of King Philip I of France, Robert, Duke of Normandy, his cousin Robert II of Flanders, Stephen of Blois, the son-in-law of William the Conqueror, Godfrey of Bouillon, and the Italian Normand, Bohemond of Turenne, a son of Robert Guiscard. The armies marched overland to Constantinople, where Emperor Alexius Comnenus had them transported across the Bosphorus into Asia Minor, after the leaders had taken an oath of fealty to him. Nicaea was captured in 1097, Antioch fell into their hands in 1098, and on June 15, 1099, Jerusalem was stormed by the sick and starving Crusaders. Jerusalem was organized into a kingdom, and Godfrey of Bouillon became ruler, with the title of Baron and Advocate of the Holy Sepulchre. Bohemond the Norman became the Prince of Antioch, and Baldwin, brother of Godfrey, became Count of Edessa. Warriors from the Scandinavian kingdoms also participated in the First Crusade, but as they joined the main army in smaller bands, little is known of their fate or achievements. In 1097, a Danish noble, Svein by name, a member of the royal family, led a band of crusaders to Palestine. They took part in the capture of Edessa and marched to join in the siege of Antioch, but on the way they were betrayed into the power of the Mohammedans, who cut them down to the last man. In 1102, the Norwegian lendermand Skofte Agmundsson, who had quarrelled with King Magnus Barefoot, organized a crusading expedition to the Holy Land. Accompanied by his sons Finn, Agmund, and Thor, he sailed southward with 5 ships to Flanders, where he wintered. The next summer, 1103, they sailed for Italy, but Skofte died in Rome. His sons also found their graves on Italian soil. Thor died in Sicily, says the saga, but whether this happened before they reached Palestine or on the homeward journey is not stated, though the saga narrative seems to show that the expedition reached the Holy Land. When the sons of Magnus became kings, some men who had followed Skofte Agmundsson came from Jorsalaland, Jerusalem, and others from Mikkelgard, Constantinople. They were very renowned and brought many new tidings, and these accounts made many desirous of going thither. The news of the Crusades, which by this time had reached Norway through many channels, reawakened the old spirit of martial adventure among the Norsemen at home no less than among their kinsmen in Normandy and southern Italy. The transition from Viking expeditions to Crusades, already noticeable in Olav Tryggvason's career as crusading Christian king, was neither great nor sudden, and it was now finally accomplished through the general change of conditions as well as through the growth of Christian spirit. We cannot doubt that many were eagerly awaiting an opportunity to go to Palestine to fight against the Mohammedans, but we hear nothing of any great religious enthusiasm, as it appears that most of them were actuated less by Christian zeal than by love of war and adventure, and the prospects of gain and renown. They asked of the kings that one of them should be the leader of those who wished to join in this enterprise, says the saga. The kings agreed to this, and both of them together fitted out an expedition in which many leading men took part, both lendermænd and storbønder. When everything was ready, it was decided that Sigurd should lead the expedition, but Eystein should rule the kingdom in the name of both. This undertaking was a regularly planned and prepared crusade against the Turks in Palestine. The preparations lasted 4 years. A fleet of 60 ships was fully equipped and manned with 10,000 volunteer warriors from all parts of Norway. King Sigurd set sail from Hordaland, possibly from Bergen, in the fall of 1107, and went to England, where he was well received by King Henry I, who offered him his friendship and assistance, since he was engaged in so praiseworthy an undertaking. Sigurd spent the winter at the gay English court, and gave many rich presents to various English churches. In the spring, 1108, he continued his voyage, but he was much retarded by stormy weather, and did not reach Spain till late in the summer. He therefore decided to spend the winter there, and the governor of Galicia not only gave him permission to establish his winter quarters in that province, but promised also, on certain conditions, to supply him with the necessary provisions throughout the winter. But the governor took this promise rather lightly, and by Christmas time King Sigurd and his men were in want. With sword in hand they decided to pay the governor a visit in his own castle, but he very discreetly abandoned it in haste, and they provisioned the fleet with the abundant stores which they found. Early in the spring, 1109, as they sailed southward along the west coast of Spain, now Portugal, they met a fleet of Moorish freebooters. The two fleets joined in battle, and after a hard fight, in which a great number of Moors fell, King Sigurd captured 8 galleys, while the rest succeeded in making their escape. He thereupon landed at Kyrre in Portugal, which had been taken by the Moors, and aided Count Henry in capturing the city. He offered the Moorish garrison their lives if they would accept the Christian faith, but when they refused he had them all put to death in the true fashion of Crusaders. From Kyrre he marched to Lisbon, which was also in the hands of the Moors. The sagas state that he battered down the walls and took the city, but this seems to be erroneous, since the place is known to have remained in the possession of the Moors after King Sigurd left. The contemporary skald, Haldr, who seems to have accompanied Sigurd, simply states that King Sigurd won his 3rd victory by the Borg which is called Lisbon. It seems likely that he won a victory over the Moors outside of the city, but he did not capture the city itself. The sagas state, quite correctly, that Lisbon was the boundary between heathen and Christian Spain. The Moors had seized that part of Portugal which lies south of the river Tajo, while the rest was still in the hands of the Christians. In the so-called heathen Spain, Sigurd captured a castle which is called Alcasa in the sagas, but as this name is only a corruption of Alcazar, a Spanish loanword from Arabic, meaning castle, as shown by Professor P. A. Munch, it is impossible to determine where this fortress was situated. After leaving Spain, he fought another successful engagement with the Moorish freebooters, who at this time controlled the Mediterranean Sea. He then continued his voyage eastward until he reached the island of Formentera, in the Balearic Isles. Here the freebooters had established a stronghold in a cave in the side of a mountain. The steep ascent leading to the entrance of the cave was protected by a breastwork of stone, and the cave itself was divided into 2 parts, or chambers, of which the innermost seems to have served as a storehouse for the booty which they gathered from all the Mediterranean coasts. Sigurd tried to capture the cave, but his men were unable to ascend the steep incline against the showers of stones and missiles hurled upon them by the freebooters, who felt so secure in their inaccessible retreat that they jeered and ridiculed the Norsemen, and showed them costly articles to betoken their contempt. King Sigurd then took 2 boats, filled them with warriors, and lowered them by ropes from the top of the mountain before the entrance of the cave. The men in the boats shot with arrows and compelled the Moors to abandon the breastwork and retreat into the cave. The assailants were now able to break through the stone wall in front of the entrance and gain accession to the cave. The Moors fled to their inner chamber, but the Norsemen kindled a fire and smoked them out. They were all killed, and all their booty fell into the hands of the Norsemen. After visiting the islands of Ibiza, Minorca, and possibly also Majorca, where they also fought with the Moors, they sailed to Sicily and Apulia, where they met their kinsmen the Normans, who had gained control of those parts of southern Italy. The Normans in Italy still felt themselves akin to the Norsemen, and Duke Roger of Sicily was married to Edla, the widow of King Knut, the Saint of Denmark. King Sigurd and his army of Crusaders were therefore received with the greatest joy and hospitality. There was a splendid reception, and every day Duke Roger himself waited on King Sigurd at the table, says the saga. But on the 7th day of the feast, after the men had taken a bath, King Sigurd took the Duke by the hand and led him to the high seat and gave him the title of King of Sicily. Sigurd spent the winter in Sicily and arrived at Ascalon in Palestine in August 1110. Fulcher of Chartres gives the following account of his achievements in Palestine. In the meantime there had landed at Jaffa, a people called the Norsemen, whom God had stirred up to journey from the western ocean to Jerusalem. Their fleet consisted of 60 ships. Their leader was a young man of exceedingly fine appearance, a brother of the king of that country. As the king, Baldwin, had returned to Jerusalem, he rejoiced exceedingly over their arrival, spoke kindly to them, admonished them, and asked them out of love of God to stay a while in the land to which they had come, and help him to spread Christianity. They could then, after having served the cause of Christ in some way, give thanks to God when they returned to their own country. They assented gladly, and answered that they had come to the Holy Land with no other intention. They promised to follow him with their fleet wherever he would go with his army, if he would provide them with the necessary provisions. This was agreed to and fulfilled. They first decided to go to Ascalon, but later they decided the better plan of attacking and besieging the city of Sidon. The king led his army from Ptolemais, which is now generally called Akkon, while the Norsemen, well armed, sailed from the harbor of Jaffa. The fleet of the Emir of Babylonia lay at that time hidden in the harbor of Tyre. The Saracens annoyed the Christians, or pilgrims, on their buccaneering expeditions, and they provisioned by various routes the sea-coast towns which were still in the hands of the king of Babylonia. But when they heard about the Norsemen, they did not venture to leave the harbor of Tyre, for they did not dare to fight with them. When the king came to Sidon, he laid siege to the city, while the Norsemen attacked it from the sea. With war machines they so terrified the inhabitants that the garrison asked the king to be permitted to depart unharmed. He could then, if he wished, keep the people of the city and use them for tilling the soil. This was asked and granted. The garrison retired, but the landsfolk remained in peace according to the agreement. The sun had visited the Archer, the constellation, 19 times when the Sidonians, in the month of December, 19th of December, 1110, surrendered their city. This account, which is in full accord with the sagas, is substantiated also by a number of other sources. Sigurd claimed no reward for aiding in the capture of Sidon, but Baldwin distributed rich presents among his men, and gave him a chip of the Holy Cross, which Sigurd promised under oath to preserve at the shrine of St. Olav. He also made a vow to introduce the system of tithes in Norway, and to do everything in his power to secure the establishment of an archbishopric in Nidaros. King Sigurd left Palestine shortly after the capture of Sidon, and went to Constantinople, where he was magnificently entertained by Emperor Alexios Komnenos, called Kyriolix in the sagas. Sigurd and his men were escorted through the Golden Portal, Porta Aurea, through which the emperors alone entered the city when they returned in triumph from successful military campaigns. They were quartered in the Blockernea Palace, and were entertained with games in the Hippodrome at the emperor's expense. When Sigurd left, he gave Alexios all his ships, and many of his men remained in Constantinople, and entered the service of the emperor. Sigurd and his crusaders returned through Bulgaria, Hungary, Austria, and Germany. About midsummer they arrived in Schleswig, where the Danish Jarl Eyleif entertained them. King Nicholas, Nils, of Denmark, who was married to Sigurd's stepmother, Margareta Fredkula, received him with the greatest hospitality, accompanied him through Jæmtland, and gave him a fully equipped ship on which he returned to Norway in July 1111. He was received with great rejoicing, and his brother Eystein, who had ruled the kingdom during his 3.5 years' absence, cheerfully surrendered to him the share of the kingdom which he had held in trust. It was a common opinion, says the saga, that no one had made a more memorable expedition from Norway. He was called Sigurd Jorsalfarer, Jorsal equals Jerusalem, a name by which he is generally known in history. End of chapter 53. Chapter 54 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Eystein Magnusson's reign, the acquisition of Jæmtland. During Sigurd's absence, Eystein ruled the kingdom with great ability. He showed rare talent for administration, and furthered a peaceful development with such devoted interest that his reign is remembered as one of the most benign and prosperous in the history of the country. He is described as a man of medium size with blue eyes and light curly hair. He had acquired extensive legal knowledge, and he distinguished himself through equanimity and great wisdom in council. The people loved him highly for his friendly and cheerful disposition and his love of peace and justice. His brother Sigurd Jarl, Crusader, was not like him. He had auburn hair and was tall and well built, but not good looking. He was a great athlete and a very ambitious prince, but usually gloomy and reticent. At times he showed a violent temper, and he often punished offenders severely, but he was generous to a fault, frank, brave, and upright. The more untoward traits of his character can only be explained as an inception of insanity, which in his later years enveloped him in mental darkness. With the instinct of a statesman, King Eystein soon took steps to join the province of Jæmtland to the Norwegian kingdom. This independent border district had been settled in early days by colonists from Trøndelagen, and when Harald Hårfagre had won all Norway, many people who were dissatisfied with the new order of things emigrated into Jæmtland and the neighboring districts, Helsingland and Härjedalen. We have seen that in the time of Håkon the Good, the people of Jæmtland voluntarily placed themselves under the authority of the King of Norway, as they preferred his overlordship to that of the Swedish king. This step proves that they considered themselves as Norsemen. The province belonged to Norway till in the time of King Olav the Saint, when it was seized by the King of Sweden, and it remained a Swedish dependency until it was reunited with Norway in Eystein's reign. In ecclesiastical affairs, however, it always formed a part of the diocese of Uppsala. Härjedalen, which is often mentioned together with Jæmtland, belonged to the diocese of Trondheim, and seems always to have been a Norwegian province. King Eystein sent messengers to Jæmtland to the wisest and most powerful men, says the saga, and invited them to visit him. He received with great cordiality those who came, and gave them valuable gifts. He also sent presents to some who did not come, and in this way he gained the friendship of all those who ruled that country. He spoke to them and showed them that the people of Jæmtland had acted unwisely in withdrawing their allegiance and their taxes from the kings of Norway. He mentioned that the people of that province had given their allegiance to Håkon Adelstein's foster, Håkon the Good, and had long remained subject to the Norwegian kings. He pointed out how many necessary articles they could get from Norway, and how much trouble it would cause them to get what they needed from the King of Sweden. He succeeded so well with his arguments that the people of their own accord made an offer, and asked that they might be allowed to pledge their allegiance to King Eystein, which they termed their need and necessity. The union was brought about in the following manner. The leading men asked the people to take an oath of fealty, and afterwards they went to King Eystein and gave him the country. How the province of Jæmtland could be enticed away from Sweden and joined to Norway without causing an open rupture between the two countries it is not easy to explain, even if according to Eystein's view of the matter Norway still had a valid claim to this border district which Sweden had unrightfully seized. The inactivity of the Swedish king must have been due to circumstances which made it impossible for him to pay attention to this distant province, but what these circumstances were is left to conjecture. If King Inge Stenkilsson was still alive, which is not known, he was now an aged man, possibly too weak to take a very active part in the affairs of state. If he was dead, it is not improbable that jealousy between rival candidates for the throne had temporarily crippled the government, and that King Eystein used such a moment of weakness for his shrewd and well-planned move. Monasticism made its appearance in Norway at this time, and several monasteries of the Benedictine order were built during the 12th century. Sigurd Ulstring founded a monastery of this order, probably in 1104, and King Eystein began the erection of a St. Michael's church and monastery at Nordnes, near Bergen. The buildings were large stone structures, but it is not known whether they were finished in Eystein's time. It has been thought that the St. Albinus monastery at Selja and the three nunneries, Gimse at Skien, Nonneseter in Oslo, and Bakke in Trondheim, were also founded in Eystein's reign, but this is doubtful. The St. Albanus monastery is not heard of till in King Sverre Sigurdsson's reign, and the nunneries are not mentioned till in the second half of the 12th century. The rules of the order required the Benedictine monks to divide the time not spent in devotional exercises between physical labor, especially gardening and horticulture, and study, which consisted chiefly in the copying of books and manuscripts. They introduced many new varieties of plants and trees, and the fruit raising, which now flourishes in many districts of Norway, was developed mainly by their skillful and painstaking efforts. To their literary activity we are indebted, especially for some valuable works in the early history of Norway, the most noteworthy of which is the Historia de Antiquitate Regum Norwegiensum by Theodoricus Monachus. Owing to the interest of the kings in religious matters, Norway was fast swinging into line with regard to church organization and ecclesiastical affairs generally. The diocese of Bergen was divided, and a new bishopric was established at Stavanger. No city had yet been founded there, but wharves had been built on the fine harbour, which was visited by merchant ships in great numbers. When the bishop's residence was located there, a new development began, and Stavanger is spoken of as a city already in the latter half of the 12th century. Ragnvald, a Benedictine monk from Winchester, England, was made bishop, and his first thought seems to have been to erect a cathedral church, which of necessity had to adorn every bishop's seat in those times. It was a great undertaking, as the cathedrals were built by the church, not by the state, but the Catholic bishops were men of wealth and power. They had the rank of Jarls and enjoyed a princely income. Large tracts of land had been granted to the diocese, and when King Sigurd the Crusader introduced the system of tithes, the bishops also received 1/4 of this new revenue. They had also a considerable income from royal fiefs and from fines paid by those who transgressed against the ordinances of the church. For undertakings of special importance, the bishop could also call upon the people for a general contribution. A cathedral was erected, which is still the pride of the beautiful city of Stavanger. It was built in the Romanesque style after the pattern of the Winchester Cathedral in England, and seems to have been completed about 1150. It was dedicated to St. Swithun, Bishop of Winchester in England, 837 to 862, and a shrine containing some relics of the saint, which had been brought from England for the purpose, was deposited in the church. A new bishopric was also established at Holar in Iceland in 1106, and a cathedral was erected at Kyrre in the Faroe Islands, where a diocese was now permanently established. The attempt of Bishop Eirik Gnupsson of Greenland to Christianize the Skrælings in Vinland has already been mentioned elsewhere. He was evidently lost on the voyage, as he was never again heard of. King Eystein erected churches in Trondheim and at Trondenes in Nordland. In Bergen he built a royal residence, which was said to be the finest wooden structure in Norway. Close to this hall he built the Apostle Church, which was used as a royal chapel. Eystein's efforts were wholly directed towards the peaceful upbuilding of the kingdom through internal improvements and the encouragement of commerce. He constructed a new harbour at Agdenes, at the entrance to the Trondheimsfjord, and improved the harbour of Sundholm Sound near Bergen. On the mountain tops along the coast he caused beacons to be erected for the guidance of mariners. These improvements were of importance to commerce, which was developing rapidly at this time, especially through the increased export of herring and codfish. The numerous pilgrimages to St. Olav's shrine had increased travel across the Dovre Mountains, but as the journey through the wilds from eastern Norway to Trondheim was difficult and dangerous, Eystein erected 3 mountain stations where travelers could find shelter and refreshments. Though primarily intended for pilgrims, these stations proved to be such an aid to all travelers that the traffic across the mountains was greatly increased. The relation between the kings, though peaceful, was not cordial, and at times it was marred by more serious clashes provoked by Sigurd's jealous disposition and violent temper. Snorre has pictured an altercation between them in the Heimskringla, in the happiest vein of his inimitable style. The episode as he describes it must be regarded as drama rather than history, but it gives a most vivid picture of the temper and character of the two kings. One winter the kings Eystein and Sigurd were entertained in Oplandene, and each had his own residence. But as the estates where they were to dwell were not far apart, their followers agreed that the kings should stay together, and that they should visit one another in turn. At first they were all assembled at the home of King Eystein, but in the evening, when the drinking feast began, The ale was not to their liking, and the men were reticent. Eystein said, "The men are silent, but it is more in coming with custom to be merry over the drinking cup. Let us have some merriment, and there will still be good cheer among the men. It is proper, brother Sigurd, that we should begin some jocular conversation." But Sigurd replied curtly, "Be as talkative as you please, but allow me to be quiet." King Eystein said, "It has often been customary at the drinking feast that one compares himself with another, so let it be now." But Sigurd remained silent. "I see," said Eystein, "that I have to begin this diversion. I will compare myself with you, brother. I must mention that we are equal in honor and possessions, and there is no difference in our descent or education." King Sigurd answered, "Do you remember that I could throw you in a wrestling match whenever I pleased, though you are a year older?" Eystein said, "But I also remember that you did not win in the contests which require agility." Sigurd said, "Do you remember that when we were swimming I could duck you under whenever I pleased?" Eystein answered, "I swam as far as you did, and I could swim equally well underwater. I could also skate so well that I know of no one who could compete with me in that sport, but you could not skate better than an ox." Sigurd said, "It seems to me that it is a sport better fitted for chieftains to be able to shoot well with bow and arrow, but you cannot use my bow if you draw it with your feet." Eystein answered, "I am not so strong with the bow, but there is little difference in our ability to hit the mark. In skiing I am your superior, and that has hitherto been accounted a fine sport." Sigurd said, "It seems to me especially befitting a chieftain that he, who is to be the leader of others, should be tall and strong and better able to wield the weapon than other men, so that he can be easily recognized where many are assembled." King Eystein said, "It is no less important that a man is handsome, he is then easily recognized in a multitude. That too appears to me to be a quality of a chieftain, for fine clothes suit well a handsome man. I am also better versed in the laws than you are, and when we speak I am more eloquent." Sigurd said, "It may be that you know more tricks in law than I do, for I have had other things to contend with. No one denies that you have a smoother tongue, but many say that you do not always keep your word, but that you take your promises lightly, that you seemingly agree with everyone you talk with, and that is no kingly conduct." King Eystein said, "When people bring their suits before me, my first thought is to bring the cause of each party to a conclusion that will seem best to him, but then comes also the counterpart, and the quarrel is then often adjusted in a way satisfactory to both. It often happens that I promise to do what people ask of me, for I desire that all should go away well pleased. But I have the choice also, if I wish, to do like you, and threaten everybody with punishment, and I have heard no one complain that you do not keep your promise." King Sigurd said, "It has been generally recognized that the expedition which I made when I left our land was an achievement worthy of a chieftain, but you stayed at home like your father's daughter." King Eystein answered, "Now you touch the ulcer. I should not have started this conversation if I could make no reply on this point. It should almost seem as if I sent you from home like my sister when you were equipped for the expedition." King Sigurd said, "I suppose you have heard that I fought many battles in Turkey, which you have heard mentioned. I was victorious in all of them, and secured a great deal of valuable booty, such as never has been brought to this land. I was most honored where I met the best men, but I am afraid that you are still the homebred greenhorn." King Eystein said, "I have heard that you fought some battles abroad, but it was of more value to our country that I erected 5 churches from the very foundations. I also constructed a harbor at Agdenes where there was no harbor before, and where every sailor had to pass in going north or south along the coast. I also built the stone tower in Sundholm Sound, and the royal hall in Bergen, while you sent Saracens to the devil in Turkey, which I think was of little benefit to our kingdom." King Sigurd said, "On my expedition I went even as far as the river Jordan, and I swam across the river, but on the river bank are some small trees, and among these I tied a knot, and spoke over it that you, my brother, should untie it, or you should be spoken of accordingly." King Eystein said, "I will not untie the knot which you have tied for me, but I might have tied you a knot which you would have been far less able to untie, the time when you sailed with one ship into my fleet on your return." After this they remained silent, and both were angry. A more serious collision between the two kings occurred in connection with the suit brought by King Sigurd against his lendermand Sigurd Ranesson, whom he accused of defalcation and fraud. Ranesson had been a faithful friend and companion of King Magnus Barefoot, and he was married to Skjaldvar, King Magnus's sister. He had been appointed royal tax collector in Finnmarken, and had a monopoly on the trade with the Finns. King Sigurd accused him of having withheld 60 marks of silver yearly, which rightfully belonged to the royal treasury, and Ragnvald feared that, although he was innocent, the decision might go against him when the suit was brought before the thing. He therefore hastened to Viking, placed his case before King Eystein, and asked his assistance. Eystein investigated the matter carefully and advised Ragnvald as to what course to pursue. In the spring, King Eystein went to Trondheim for the purpose of bringing about a reconciliation between Ragnvald and King Sigurd. But Sigurd summoned a by-thing where he accused Ragnvald of having collected taxes and of having seized the trade with the Finns without authority. Eystein pointed out that the case was of such a character that it could not be tried at a by-thing, but would come under the jurisdiction of a regular thing, and Sigurd had to postpone the matter. He summoned a thing to meet within 2 weeks, and left the meeting with his men. At the appointed time, both kings appeared at the thing with a large number of armed followers, and Sigurd reiterated his accusations against Ragnvald, who maintained that he was innocent and that the king had been misinformed. Eystein spoke very eloquently in Ragnvald's behalf, and showed that if the case was to be settled according to law and justice, it would have to be brought before the Thrandarnes thing, as the thing which King Sigurd had mentioned had no jurisdiction over a vassal. After the lagmænd, those learned in the law, had carefully weighed the matter, they declared the point raised by King Eystein to be well taken. The thing had to be adjourned, and King Sigurd summoned Ragnvald to plead his cause at the Thrandarnes thing within a fortnight. Both kings gathered strong forces and met on the day appointed. When King Eystein approached the thing, he said to Ragnvald, "What offer doest thou intend to make, and how wilt thou defend thyself today at the thing?" Ragnvald answered, "From you I expect to get counsel and help." Eystein said, "Come now hither if thou wilt follow my advice, and give me thy hand as a token that thou wilt transfer thy cause to me. It is proper that we brothers should look each other in the eye and see who is best versed in the law." This was done, and Eystein went to the thing with his men. King Sigurd repeated his charges against Ragnvald, and Eystein again spoke in his defense, but when Sigurd declared that he was determined to have the case settled according to the law, King Eystein said, "I have indeed said, brother, that you should bring this case against Ragnvald before the Thrandarnes thing, but since a slight change has now taken place, so that the kings themselves are parties in the case, it cannot be decided at a focus thing, but must be brought before the log thing. The Frosta thing alone has now jurisdiction in this case, and there it must be decided, if it must absolutely be decided according to law. I have taken upon myself this case against Sigurd Ragnvald, so that we kings are now parties in it. This you cannot gainsay." King Sigurd declared that he would not yield, and he summoned Eystein to appear before the Frosta thing. But this thing had already been adjourned, and would not assemble again till the following summer. When the log thing convened, King Sigurd preferred his charges against Ragnvald in the most carefully prepared legal form, and Eystein undertook to conduct the defense. The lenderman Jan Mornev, a man very learned in the law, was leader and spokesman for the Lagrette. It is clear that lagmænd were also present at the thing. Ragnvald was able to prove that King Magnus Barefoot had granted him the trade with the Finns as a monopoly, and that he had made the provision that this grant should also continue throughout the reign of his sons. It was for the thing then to decide whether Magnus could make a grant for a period extending beyond his own reign. The lagmænd found that the king could make permanent grants, but in order to be valid such grants had to be published at all the lagthings, Frostathing, Gulathing, etc. But Ragnvald had no witnesses to prove that he had complied with the law on this point. King Sigurd declared that he would not recognize this to be the law, that a king could make a grant for a longer period than his own reign, and maintained that it had now been proven that Ragnvald had no right to the trade with the Finns. Eystein maintained that the king had the right to make such grants, but as it seemed impossible to wholly remove all doubt on this point, the chieftains proposed that the kings should cast lots as to whose view should prevail. To this they consented. Sigurd was successful, and he declared his view to be adopted. The point was now raised whether Ragnvald had gained possession of the wares which he had collected, without the consent of the owners. The lenderman Bergthor Bok testified against him on this point, and King Sigurd demanded that the defendant should be declared guilty and punished. But Eystein had not yet exhausted all his resources in this legal duel. He said that it seemed to him to be very unjust to find Ragnvald guilty when King Magnus had made the grant in behalf of his sons, and it had hitherto not been revoked. He requested the thing to pause a few moments before rendering a decision, and this was granted. He then called witnesses to prove that the case had already been dismissed at 3 previous things, and showed that when a case, because of irregular procedure, had been dismissed thrice, it could not again be brought before a thing. This law point was accepted by the Lagretta as applying to the case, and no decision could be given by the thing. We can scarcely blame King Sigurd for waxing wroth when he again found himself worsted in this way. He left the thing, and vowed that since Eystein had blocked justice by shrewd tricks, he would now seek it in some other way. The relations between the brothers were now strained to the breaking point, and civil war seemed imminent. In the evening after the thing adjourned, Eystein returned to his residence, and talked with his men about the trial just concluded. He asked Ragnvald what he thought of the outcome, and Ragnvald answered that he was very thankful to the king for what he had done for him. The Morkinskinna continues. Shortly afterwards, Sigurd Ragnvald found an opportunity to leave the house. It was late in the evening, and when he had assured himself that no one noticed him, he walked hastily away alone. He had no mantle, he wore a scarlet coat and blue trousers buttoned outside the coat and buckled about the waist. In his hand he carried a javelin with a handle so short that his hand touched the iron. He walked it down the street and did not stop until he came to the wharf which touched the stern of King Sigurd's ship. A man sat there keeping guard. Ragnvald asked permission to enter the ship, but the guard refused. "Choose then," said Ragnvald. "Leave the wharf now, or this spear will pierce you." The guard withdrew, and he entered the ship and walked forward towards the front. There the men were seated by the tables, and no one noticed him until he knelt before the king and said, "I do not wish, King Sigurd, that you brothers, as it now appears, should begin war against one another for my sake. I will rather give myself and my head into your power. Do with me as you please, for I will rather die than cause hostilities between you and your brother." Many of the men interceded for him, and begged Sigurd to show him mercy since he had surrendered himself to the king. King Sigurd said, "You are truly a noble man, Sigurd Ragnvald, and you have taken a course which is best for us all. It looked as if misfortune was about to happen, so great that God alone could know the outcome. I had decided to go up to Yulfold in the morning with my men and fight with King Eystein. I am now willing to bring about a reconciliation if you will leave the matter to my decision." This Ragnvald did. King Sigurd said, "I will not delay settlement, for this case has been long drawn out. You must pay a fine of 15 marks, which sum is to be paid in full tomorrow before the services are at an end in the Christ Church. My brothers intended to disgrace me, but I will guard their honor as carefully as my own. You must pay 5 marks to King Eystein and 5 marks to King Olav, and you must pay them before you pay me. This fine you are to pay in pure gold, for I have been told that you have grown rich in gold from taxes which you have collected. But if you do not pay this money exactly in the manner which I have stated, the reconciliation between us is at an end." Sigurd Ragnvald answered, "I thank you, my lord, for your willingness to become reconciled, howsoever it may be with my wealth." Sigurd Ragnvald had no gold, but he succeeded in borrowing 5 marks from his friends. This sum he first offered King Eystein, but he refused to accept it, and told Ragnvald that he would make him a present of it. When he brought the gold to King Olav, he said that he would do as his brother Eystein had done. Finally he offered Sigurd the 5 marks. The king said that he would give him the gold if he would be his friend in case hostilities should ever break out between him and Eystein. Ragnvald answered, "I hope that you will never again disagree, for I wish both you and your brothers well, but however much gold will be at stake, yes, even if it should cost me my life, I will esteem no one higher than King Eystein as long as I live." The king then gave him the gold without condition. Ragnvald thanked him, and invited the king to dine with him that same day with as many followers as he wished to bring, and King Sigurd accepted the invitation. After Mass he went to Ragnvald's house with 40 men. When they entered the hall, they found it beautifully decorated with tapestries and weapons. The walls were hung with shields, and everything was so elegantly arranged that the king and his men were quite surprised. The feast was very magnificent and lasted the whole day.
Ragnvald and his men waited on the guests, carried in beverages and everything which they wanted. When they were gone, so that the king was alone with his followers, he said to them, "Where have you ever seen a house of a vassal furnished like this? You will not find the like even in the halls of kings. It surpasses anything that is to be seen anywhere." Bergthor Bok answered, "Fine weapons these are indeed, and everything is beautifully arranged, but it would have been a greater honor for our host if he had owned some of these fine things himself and had not borrowed them all." King Sigurd became offended and replied, "We can see how many friends the man has when we notice that he can get from others everything which he wishes. But thou hast not spoken kindly." Ragnvald now stepped into the hall, and he had heard what had been said. When the bells tolled for the vespers, the king prepared to leave. Ragnvald gave him costly presents and invited him to return after the vespers to drink a toast to the memory of Christ. This invitation the king accepted. When King Sigurd and his men returned to the hall, all the shields had been removed except an old shield and a mantle which hung by the table where the drinks were served. "A sudden change has taken place while we were gone," said Sigurd. "It is but to be expected, my lord," said Ragnvald, "that each one wants his articles returned. I own no shield save this old one which hangs yonder, and whether or not I am to keep that you shall decide. The story of this shield is as follows. We accompanied your father, King Magnus, on his expedition to Ireland, and we landed for the last time on the Irish coast, which we should not have done. An invincible Irish army came against us. A battle began, as you know, and the great misfortune happened that King Magnus, your father, Stallara Oyvind Alboga, and many other brave heroes fell. Our army fled, and all hurried to the ships as fast as they could, but I was not among the first to flee. As they hurried to the ships, a deep swamp near the coast retarded their flight. They attempted to jump over it, and some succeeded, but others did not, and many of those who did not get across were stabbed with spears. When we approached the swamp, I saw a man in front of me. He had this shield on his back, and this mantle about him. When he noticed that it was difficult to cross the swamp, he first threw away the shield, then he tore off his mantle. He wore a silk cap, and the most honorable thing he did, it seemed to me, was that he did not also throw away the cap. It seemed to me that this man was Bergthor Bok, but Vidkun Jonsson knows, for he was present when I picked up the shield and the mantle. In the battle I had had no shield. Since then I have kept this shield, and now, my lord, you may decide whether I or Bergthor should own it." The king answered curtly, "Keep thou the shield." The king left, and Bergthor was very angry. Shortly afterward King Olav died, as has already been told. Sigurd and Eystein were both kings, but from this time on they were not real friends, though peace was maintained while they lived. King Eystein died in 1122, 33 years of age, at Hustad in Romsdal, and was interred in the Christ Church in Trondheim. At no man's byre had there been so many mourners since the death of King Magnus the Good, the son of Saint Olaf, says the Heimskringla. The report of the case against Sigurd Ragnvald is one of the most valuable documents in all saga literature dealing with Norse jurisprudence. It brings to view a highly developed legal system adapted to an intricate court procedure by astute lawyers, whose skillful pleadings remind us of the proceedings in modern common law courts. The laws had not been made by great lawgivers, but had been gradually evolved from the sense of justice of the whole people. The things, both local and superior, gave the people an opportunity to participate directly in the deliberations on all important public questions. All controversies were adjudicated there, and the decisions rendered expressed the best sentiment and most intelligent will of the community. This system developed in time an intimate knowledge of the law, the love for its details, the pride in its intricacies, but also the profound respect for its authority which was the virtue and strength of the Norse social organization. The Thing system developed in the people an ability for self-government, a sense for legal justice, a regard for the rights of the individual which made arbitrary decisions and tyrannical government impossible. The people in council at the Thing was the highest tribunal and authority in the land, before which even kings had to plead their cause. During the centuries in which the life and traits of the Norsemen were rapidly fashioned into a permanent national character, these institutions of popular self-government were developing in the Norwegian people the spirit of freedom which expresses itself in an intense love for individual autonomy and national independence in all subsequent Norwegian history. End of chapter 54. Chapter 55 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The reign of King Sigurd the Crusader. After Eystein's death, Sigurd ruled Norway for 7 years, pursuant to the policy of peace and cultural development inaugurated by his brother. He made a crusade against the Swedish province of Småland, and forced the yet heathen inhabitants of this district to accept the Christian faith. But the expedition seems to have been undertaken for the purpose of fulfilling a promise which he had made in Palestine, that he would do everything possible to further the cause of Christianity. Sigurd was imbued with a religious zeal of the crusading type characteristic of the age, and he sought earnestly to improve the organization of the church, and to give the clergy more power and greater independence of secular authorities. By these efforts he was clearly assisting the church in its efforts to establish itself as an independent power and supreme authority, though he was, possibly, unable to foresee that this new power, once securely established, would recoil most forcibly against the royal authority which had been instrumental in creating it. The statement of Ordericus Vitalis, that Sigurd first built monasteries in Norway and established permanent bishoprics there, is indeed erroneous, but he established a 4th bishopric at Stavanger, though the year when this happened cannot be determined. He continued the work on the Christ Church in Bergen and completed the St. Halvard's Church in Oslo. He had also promised while in Jerusalem to make his kingdom an archbishopric, but this promise he could not fulfill, as the Church of Norway was still too little developed to be organized into an independent ecclesiastical province. The most important step taken by Sigurd in church affairs was the introduction of the system of tithes. This was a tithe on incomes, and was to be substituted for the salaries which had hitherto been paid the priests and functionaries of the church. But the salaries were collected as before, and the clergy could now rejoice over a great increase in their income. King Sigurd established his permanent residence in the trading town of Konghelle in southeastern Norway, which through his efforts soon ranked with the most important cities in the kingdom. He erected a large castle there and surrounded it with walls and moats. Inside the walls he built a royal residence and erected the Church of the Holy Cross, to which he gave the chip of the Cross of Christ which he had received in Jerusalem. He had promised to deposit it in the Christ Church in Trondheim, but he donated it to this new church, as it seems, for the purpose of giving the growing town of Konghelle increased prestige. On the altar of the church he placed a costly chest which he had received from Prince Eirik Emune of Denmark, and also a plenarium written with gold letters, which the Patriarch of Jerusalem had given him. In speaking of the Norwegian cities at this time, Ordericus Vitalis says, "Along the coast of Norway by the sea are found the following 5 cities: Bergen, Konghelle, Kaupang, Nidaros, Borg, Sarpsborg, and Oslo. There is also a 6th city by the name of Tunsberg, which lies eastwards towards the Danes. Stavanger is not mentioned." King Sigurd had suffered at times from serious mental aberrations which plunged him into the deepest anguish and despondency. As years passed, his mental condition grew worse, until he was seized with violent fits of insanity. On Pentecost Sunday, as he sat in his hall with his queen Malmfrid, surrounded by many friends and guests, his men noticed to their horror that the king had suddenly become insane. He rolled his eyes wildly and stared around the hall and at his men. He grabbed a costly book written with golden letters, which he had brought from Constantinople, looked at the queen, and said, "How much can be changed in a person's lifetime? When I came to this land, I had 2 things which I considered more precious than all the others, this book and my queen. Now it seems to me that one is worse than the other. The queen does not know how horrid she looks. She has a goat horn in her forehead, and the more lovely she looked then, the more horrid she looks now. This book is worth nothing." With these words he threw the book into the fire and struck the queen in the face. She wept, but more because of the king's illness than because of his conduct towards her. Before the king stood a young Kurtisvein, page, Atterberting, small in stature but handsome and dark-haired. He snatched the book from the fire and said to the king, "It is different now, my lord, from the day when you returned with honor and glory to Norway, and all your friends hastened to meet you and greeted you with reverence as their king. Now days of sorrow have come. Many of your friends have assembled to celebrate this festival, but they cannot be glad because of your sad condition. Be good, my lord, and take my advice. Console with your kindness the queen, whom you have grievously wronged, and also your chieftains, your herd, your friends, and your servants." "What?" shouted the king. "Darest thou, ugly peasant boy of the humblest descent, to give me advice?" He jumped up and raised the sword with both hands over the boy's head. But Berting looked at him calm and fearless, and the king dropped the side of the sword on his shoulder, and sat down without saying a word. Everybody in the hall was silent. The king had now regained his composure and looked around with calmness. "But late one tries his own men, and learns how they really are," he said. "Here my best friends are assembled, Lendermænd, Stalarer, Skultilsveinar, and the foremost men in the land, but no one served me as well as this page, whom I suppose you consider very inferior to yourselves. This page is Ottar Birthing. He has shown me the greatest devotion. Here I, an insane man, was about to destroy my treasure, but he saved it so that it was not damaged. Neither did he fear death, but he spoke to me in such words that I felt honored. He did not mention anything that could arouse my anger, although he had good reason to. He spoke so well that no one present could have spoken better. I jumped up in a rage and was going to strike him with the sword, but he was so brave that he showed no fear. Therefore I did him no harm, for he ought not to die because of his virtue. But now, my friends, I will let you know how I intend to reward him. Hitherto he has been my Kurtisveinn, now he shall be my Lendermænd. And before that he shall from this moment be the foremost among the Lendermænd. Take therefore, Ottar, thy seat among the Lendermænd. Thou shalt serve no longer." Ottar became afterwards a prominent and highly honored man. It may have been largely due to his diseased state of mind that Sigurd finally put away Queen Malmfrid and married a young lady, Cecilia, with whom he had fallen in love. Bishop Magni of Bergen refused to allow this marriage to be performed, but Sigurd finally induced Bishop Reinald of Stavanger to grant permission, by offering to contribute liberally to the Stavanger cathedral which the bishop was building. King Sigurd died in Oslo in the spring of the year 1130, and was interred in the church of St. Halvard. End of chapter 55. Chapter 56 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 56. The Period of Civil Wars. Magnus the Blind, Harald Gille, and Sigurd Slembediakn. King Sigurd the Crusader had his faults, but he was an able ruler, and he was loved and respected by his subjects. His expeditions abroad had won him honor and distinction. At home he continued with ability and upright purpose the policy of peaceful development inaugurated by Eystein, which made the reign of the sons of Magnus Barefoot one of the most benign and prosperous in the early centuries of Norwegian history. The darkness of the long period of civil strife, bloodshed, and confusion which followed upon the death of Sigurd becomes still deeper when we view it against the background of the prosperous and peaceful era which preceded it. Instead of great national kings, the period of civil wars ushers past with kaleidoscopic rapidity arrogant and incompetent heirs to the throne, contemptible pretenders, daring fortune-seekers, and worthless puppet kings who hold the throne for a day to be swept from the political chessboard by plots and assassinations. Progress is retarded, and the energies of the nation wasted by the endless strife between rival candidates for the throne. The old writers look upon the period as if the wrath of heaven had suddenly fallen upon the country. Saxo Grammaticus compares the coming of Harald Gille to Norway with a destructive thunderstorm which suddenly swept over the country, and the Morkinskine lets King Sigurd prophesy that evil days would come after his death. Unfortunate are you, Norsemen, that you have an insane king to rule over you, but the time will come when you would give red gold to have me for a king rather than Harald Gille or Magnus, the one cruel, the other foolish. But we need not explain the evils of this period either as the wrath of an offended deity, or as a result of the wickedness or incompetence of a single man. The civil wars were only a revival of old evils in an aggravated form, and they were due in the main to the same causes which had produced civil wars in earlier days. The circumstance that there was no regulated succession to the throne, but that all the sons of the king or kings had an equal claim to the kingship, whether they were born in lawful wedlock or not, was itself sufficient cause for civil strife, as it became possible for any bold adventurer to put forward a claim to the throne based on the assertion that he was of royal blood. During this period the various aspirants to the throne were weak and worthless men, children or ill-starred adventurers. In such hands royal power could become nothing but a name and a shadow. The aristocracy gained control, and willingly aided the worthless kings in weakening and destroying one another. The chieftains fought, indeed, under various standards with seeming zeal for the claims and rights of the candidates whose cause they espoused, but in reality they sought their own advantage and strengthened their own influence at the expense of the crown, which gradually lost its luster. The clergy too were eagerly reaching out for more prestige and power, and would gladly despoil the king of the authority and supervision which he had hitherto exercised in the church. This tendency became especially marked after the creation of the Norwegian archbishopric of Nidaros in 1152. In their efforts to despoil royalty of its power, we soon find the clergy firmly leagued with the aristocracy, and in time these two allied forces ruthlessly swept away the last vestige of real significance of the crown. With a young woman of a good family, Borghild of Dal, King Sigurd had the illegitimate son Magnus, whom he caused to be proclaimed successor to the throne. King Eystein had only one child, a daughter, Maria, and as Magnus was Sigurd's only son, it was expected that he would become sole king without opposition. But 2 years before the death of Sigurd, a young man of Irish birth, Harald Gille, or Gilchrist, came to Norway, and claimed to be an illegitimate son of King Magnus Barefoot. Harald was tall and slender, with dark hair, and looked in all respects like an Irishman. He spoke the Norwegian language imperfectly, and never learned to speak it well. His whole career showed him to be a man of weak character and small ability. He asked King Sigurd to grant him permission to prove his royal extraction by ordeal, and after some deliberation Sigurd, strangely enough, granted this request, as he seems to have felt convinced that Harald was really his half-brother. Harald passed successfully through the ordeal of walking over red-hot plowshares, and Sigurd made him a member of his hird, and became quite attached to him, though he made him swear a solemn oath that he would never attempt to become king of Norway as long as Magnus lived. Magnus seems to have regarded Harald Gille as a rival, and felt intense hatred for him from the start. This was in itself natural enough, but Magnus's own vicious character aggravated the situation and foreboded serious trouble. Though yet very young, he was avaricious, proud, quarrelsome, violent, and intemperate. This must have made it easy for the profligate but cheerful Harald Gille to secure a large number of friends and followers. When Sigurd died, Magnus succeeded to the throne, but Harald, who was in Tunsberg at the time, assembled a thing there, and when it became apparent that he had as many adherents as Magnus, he was also proclaimed king in spite of the oath he had taken. Magnus was forced to give his consent, and the two became joint kings, each with his own hird. The first few years passed quietly, but it was evident from the start that peace could not long be maintained. In 1134 hostilities commenced. Magnus collected a large army, and Harald Gille crossed the Dovre Mountains into Viken and Bohuslän, where he hoped to get support from his friend King Eirik of Denmark. But he was completely defeated by Magnus and fled to Denmark, where he received the province of Halland as a fief from the Danish king. The short-sighted and arrogant Magnus would listen to no advice, and he took no precaution to guard his kingdom against attack. Harald Gille gathered a new army, and received substantial aid from King Eirik. He came to Norway the same year, and quickly gained control of the southeastern districts, where he had many friends. When he reached Bergen, Magnus was still busy trying to gather an army, but he had no force to put in the field against his rival. Harald took him prisoner, caused him to be maimed and blinded, and imprisoned him in a monastery at Nidarholm, near Trondheim. He was afterwards known as Magnus the Blind. The vicious Harald Gille pursued with innate cruelty the adherents of Magnus, killed, maimed, and blinded many of them to get possession of the royal treasures. He seized Bishop Reinald of Stavanger and hanged him, because he could not pay the sum of 12 marks of gold which Harald Gille demanded when the bishop could not reveal the place where King Magnus had hidden his treasures. To hang a bishop like a common thief was regarded as the vilest of crimes, but we hear of no bull of excommunication issued against Harald, though a provincial church council was assembled shortly afterwards. Harald Gille had indeed become king, but during his short reign he was a tool in the hands of his followers. He spent his treasures with lavish hands, and let his men do as they pleased. This gave him a certain popularity among the leaders, who felt that he was weak and pliant enough to leave them in actual control. During his inglorious reign, the foundation was gradually laid for a rule of the aristocracy through their most powerful representatives, the lendermænd. Very little is known of Harald Gille's reign. In 1135, the Wends appeared on the coast of Norway with a large fleet. They attacked the city of Konghelle, but it is nowhere recorded that King Harald made an attempt to aid the city. The castle was besieged and taken, the church and king's residence were burned, the city was pillaged, and a large number of the inhabitants were carried into captivity. The prosperity of the town was destroyed, and it never regained its prestige. It became henceforth an ordinary trading place, as it probably had been before the days of Sigurd the Crusader. An event of some importance was the successful attempt of Kalle Kolsson, or Ragnvald Jarl, to get possession of the Orkneys. King Sigurd had granted Kalle one half of the Orkneys, and he gave him the name and title of Ragnvald Jarl, after Ragnvald Bruseson, one of the most renowned of the Orkney Jarls. The grant seems to have been made for the purpose of uniting the islands more closely with Norway, since Jarl Paul, who ruled them at this time, sought to gain the friendship of the King of England, for the purpose no doubt of becoming able to throw off all allegiance to King Sigurd. When Magnus became king, he deprived Ragnvald both of his title and his possessions, but Harald Gille renewed the grant, and Ragnvald captured Jarl Paul, and made himself ruler over both the Shetland and Orkney groups. As he owed full allegiance to the King of Norway, the danger of a separation of these colonies from the mother country was averted. Harald Gille had not been king very long when a new pretender appeared and claimed the right to share the throne with him. This was Sigurd Slembediakn, who had also claimed to be a son of Magnus Barefoot. His mother, Thora, daughter of Saxa of Vik, was married to the priest Adalbrecht, and it does not appear with what show of right he called himself the son of King Magnus. He had been considered the son of Adalbrecht, and had been brought up for the church, but he began a life of adventure, visited the Holy Land, and engaged in trading expeditions to Ireland, Scotland, and the Orkneys. In Denmark he proved his paternity by ordeal, as Harald Gille himself had done in Norway, but when he presented himself before the king in Bergen and asked him to recognize him as his brother, Harald refused. The leading men also refused to believe the story, though they were probably not troubled so much by the doubt of his veracity as by the fear that this gifted and resolute man might be able to exercise authority over them if he were allowed to ascend the throne. Sigurd was imprisoned and placed on trial for killing Thorkel Fostre, the son of Somerlide, in the Orkneys, and it seems that Harald sought to rid himself of the inconvenient rival by having him secretly carried away at night and drowned. But Sigurd, who suspected the design, pushed two of the guards into the sea, jumped from the boat, and escaped to the mountains. For some time nothing was heard of him, but on the night of the 13th of December, 1136, he gained access with a few followers to the house where Harald Gille was sleeping after a drinking feast, and killed him in his bed. From the deck of a vessel in the harbor Sigurd addressed the people of Bergen as soon as day dawned, and asked them to accept him as their king, but they refused. They gathered in large numbers on the shore and proclaimed him an outlaw. Sigurd then left Bergen and went to Hordaland in southwestern Norway, where he was well received by the people. But Harald Gille's queen, Ingrid, hastened to Viken and assembled the Borgarthing, where her 1-year-old son Inge was proclaimed king. In Trøndelagen the Ørathing assembled as soon as the people heard of Harald Gille's death, and his illegitimate son Sigurd, 3 years of age, was placed on the throne. He was later known as Sigurd Mund. When Sigurd Slembediakn saw that he had no chance to gain the throne for himself, he resolved to take Magnus the Blind from the monastery and place him as a candidate. On a dark night, shortly after Christmas, in 1137, he landed at Nidarholm, took Magnus from the monastery, and sailed southward along the coast to the mouth of the Romsdalsfjord, where they parted. Magnus proceeded up the Romsdal Valley into Upplandene, where he spent the winter, and Sigurd set sail westward across the sea, hoping that he would be able to rally a strong party around the blind king. In this expectation he was not disappointed. The return of Magnus awakened once more the loyalty to the son of Sigurd the Crusader, and many of the chieftains joined him. But in Viken, Thjostolv Aalesson and other leaders, who were guarding King Inge, gathered an army, marched against King Magnus, and defeated him in a battle at Minne. Thjostolv Aalesson carried the child king, Inge, with him in the battle, and he was hurt so that he grew up to be a lame and crippled hunchback. In history he is usually called Inge Krokrig, hunchback. Magnus fled to Jarl Karl Sunneson in Vestergotland, and persuaded him to espouse his cause. The Jarl invaded Norway, but Thjostolv Aalesson and Knut GJERSET met him at Krokaskog and defeated him. Magnus now fled to Eirik of Denmark, and employed all his power of persuasion to stir this tyrannical and ambitious king to lead his forces against the Norwegian chieftains. He told him that the country was now ruled by children, and that if he came with his whole army, no one would venture to raise a sword against him. King Eirik found the moment favorable and the outlook tempting. He gathered a large fleet of 250 ships and sailed for Oslo, where Thjostolv Aalesson was stationed with a small garrison. Aalesson retreated, bringing with him the shrine of St. Halvard. The St. Halvard church was destroyed by fire, and the city was sacked and burned, but the lendermænd soon met King Eirik with large forces, and he was unable to make further progress. All his attempts were unsuccessful, and he lost a number of men. Finally, he returned to Denmark, deeply chagrined at his failure. The people's ill will against him had increased, and he was assassinated at the Ørnehoved in Schleswig shortly after his return. Eirik Håkonsson, generally known as Eirik Lam, was chosen his successor. Sigurd Slembediakn, who had been in the Orkneys, returned too late to aid Magnus in his campaigns. When he reached Norway and heard of Magnus's defeat, he turned southward to Denmark, where King Eirik Lam allowed him to gather ships and warriors. His operations henceforth can scarcely be characterized as anything but piratic expeditions, carried on with great cleverness and daring, but leading to no definite results. He attempted to get a footing at Konghelle, but was driven away by Thjostolv Aalesson. In another attempt at Porter, in Viken, he was equally unsuccessful. With 7 ships he then made a descent on Lister in southern Norway, and killed the lendermænd Bentin Kolbinson, but the people soon drove him away, and he sailed northward to Bjarki, in Hålogaland, where he was well received by Vidkun Jonsson, Magnus the Blind's foster father. In the spring of 1139 he again joined Magnus in Denmark, and the two gathered what forces they could find for a new attack on Norway. They had in all 30 ships, of which 12 were Norwegian, while 18 were auxiliary Danish forces. The kings Inge and Sigurd sent 20 ships against them, and at Holmengrå, near Bohuslän, the battle was fought on November 12, 1139. The Danes sailed away before the battle began, and Sigurd and Magnus were soon overpowered. Magnus fell, and Sigurd Slembediakn was captured and put to death in a most cruel manner. This terminated the first period of the civil wars, and the country enjoyed peace for a few years. The aristocracy, now secure in their power, had nothing to fear so long as the kings were young, but when they grew to manhood they might become more difficult to manage. Inge Krokrig proved to be weak and tractable, but Sigurd Mund was a dissolute and violent youth. His first act when he became of age was to cause the assassination of Ottar Berting, the leading man in Tryndelagen. In order to further weaken the power and influence of the crown, the lendermænd sought to create as many kings as possible. 6 years after Sigurd and Inge had been placed on the throne, Eystein, an older brother of Harald Gille, came from Scotland with his mother, Beathach. Harald had told his men of this son, and no other evidence of his royal descent was demanded. He was speedily proclaimed king at the Ørathing in Tryndelagen. Harald Gille had a 4th son, Magnus, who was reared by the old chieftain Kripping Orm of Stødle, and he was also proclaimed king, though he was a sickly cripple and did not live long. Norway had now 4 kings at the same time, and if this system of succession was to be followed, the kingdom might be blessed with 4 times 4 kings before another generation had passed. When we observe such a canker of weakness and decay eating at the very vitals of the state, we can understand the feelings of the old historian, Theodoricus Monachus, when he cuts short his Historiae de Antiquitate Regum Norwegiensium at the close of the reign of Sigurd the Crusader, and says that he will not record for posterity all the dastardly and lawless acts committed in the period which followed that reign. These struggles between rival candidates for the throne do not seem, however, to have disturbed the peace and contentment of the rank and file of the people. The armed conflicts were carried on by the kings, the pretenders, the greater chieftains, and their personal followers. That there was no general war can be seen from the small number of ships and men engaged even in the more serious encounters, as in the Battle of Holmengrå, where Sigurd and Magnus had only 12 small vessels, and the united forces of King Inge Krokryg and Sigurd Mund numbered only 20 ships. There is evidence that general prosperity and contentment prevailed, and that commerce was rapidly developing. The commercial towns of Veey in Romsdal, Skien (Skidan) in southern Norway, and Kaupang in Sogn sprang into existence, and the cities of Stavanger and Hamar also began their first real growth at this time. The Cistercian monastic order was introduced in Norway during this period, not from France, but from England. 2 monasteries of this order were founded, the Lyse monastery at Bergen, and the Høvedyr monastery at Oslo, Christiania. Also a cloister for nuns of the same order, the Nonneseter cloister in Bergen. Lyse monastery, which was founded by Bishop Sigurd of Bergen, July 10, 1146, was the first monastery of this order in Norway. The Høvedyr monastery was founded May 18, 1147. The Nonneseter cloister seems also to have been founded by Bishop Sigurd about the same time as the Lyse monastery. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The inner organization and growth of the Church of Norway. Among pagan nations, religion has always been regarded as an affair properly belonging within the domain of state administration. In pagan Norway, public worship was a state affair to such an extent that there was not even a distinct priesthood. The kings and chieftains performed the priestly functions in the temples, and as they were the leaders of the people in war and at the thing, they were also the custodians of the sanctuaries, and the wardens of the old faith. The feeling that the king was the highest authority in religious matters as well as in affairs of government grew out of the oldest traditions of the nation, and it was only intensified through the introduction of Christianity. The new faith was established by the kings themselves, who exercised full authority in all matters pertaining to the church and made laws governing its organization and future work. Christianity had become their special cause, in the opinion both of friends and opponents, a part of the new system which they sought to establish. When the aristocracy suffered defeat and the old political and religious opposition disappeared, the king became the head of the church as well as of the state, not only because of the power which he exercised and the organization which he had created, but also because the tradition and sentiment of the nation freely accorded him that position. Even after the Church of Norway was placed under the supervision of the Archbishop of Bremen, and later under the Archbishopric of Lund in Skåne, which was created in 1104, the king continued to be its real head. King Harald Haardraade's answer to Archbishop Adalbert of Bremen, "I know of no archbishop in Norway except myself, King Harald," is characteristic, and illustrates well the situation. The archbishop, who was far away and wholly unknown to the people, could exercise but a nominal authority. All real power was in the hands of the king. This gave the Church of Norway a somewhat unique position. The character of its organization was determined by the laws issued by the king, and its complete dependence on royal authority stood in sharp contrast to the supremacy of the Roman Catholic Church in other countries of Europe. The bishops were at first missionaries without fixed dioceses. They were chosen by the king and were called herd bishops, as they were regarded as belonging to the king's herd. They were his advisors in ecclesiastical affairs, but owed him the same obedience as other herdmen. The Heimskringla says of St. Olav, "The church laws he made according to the advice of Bishop Grimkel and other teachers, and he devoted all his energy to the eradication of paganism and old customs, which he considered contrary to the Christian spirit." The necessity of obtaining the consent of the people to the laws thus made constituted, however, an effective check on the royal authority. Even after permanent dioceses had been established, the choice of bishops was still controlled by the king. They were still dependent on him for their maintenance as well as for their office, and when they traveled through the country superintending the church work, they came as the king's representatives. The churches erected during the early Christian period were of three kinds. Each fylke had one or more principal churches, fylkeschurches. These received grants of land from the king, and the people were also required to contribute to their support. In course of time, churches were also built in the hereds, or local districts, and many of the leading men erected chapels, høgendes churches, on their own estates. The priests of the fylkeschurches were chosen by the king and received an income partly from the church lands and partly in form of contributions and fees from their parishioners. The herod priests were chosen by the people, and were wholly dependent on the parishioners for their salary. The priests in the høgendes churches were appointed and paid by the owner of the church, or by the fylkes or herod's priests whom they served as assistants. This very democratic church organization differed widely in character from the hierarchic system of the Church of Rome. The bishops exercised authority, each in his own diocese, but they were not leagued together in any higher unity. They were dependent on the king, as the priests were dependent on their parishioners, both for their office and their subsistence. The clergy were amenable to the state laws, like other citizens, as the church laws were only a part of the civil code. The church had no laws of its own, and exercised no separate jurisdiction. In social life, the priests and bishops were still bound closely to the rest of the people through intermarriage, as celibacy was not enforced in Norway till in the latter part of the 13th century. But in time, the influence of the Roman hierarchy, which dominated all intellectual and spiritual life of the age, made itself more strongly felt also in Norway. The religious enthusiasm aroused by the Crusaders inspired kings like Olav, Kyrre, and Sigurd the Crusader with ardent devotion to the cause of the church, and they were easily persuaded to enlarge its privileges even at the expense of their own power. The spirit of the times, the zeal and ability of the popes, together with the conditions at home, gave the Church of Norway a hierarchic character, and made it an organization independent of the state, able to exert a controlling influence over state affairs. The religious fervor of the kings originated this new development. The introduction of the system of tithes in the reign of Sigurd the Crusader made the clergy independent economically, and the period of the civil wars hastened the growth of the power and independence of the church. The weak and worthless kings who occupied the throne in that period were as unfit as they were unable to exercise supreme control over religious affairs. In struggles with their rivals, they willingly bartered away powers and principles for temporary advantages. The royal power was weakened, and the government demoralized. In such a period of anarchy and commotion, the church would naturally assume control of its own affairs, not only because of opportunity, but as a matter of necessity. The chief step towards a hierarchic organization of the Church of Norway was the establishing of the Archdiocese of Nidaros in 1152, and the new regulations then made for the Norwegian Church. Cardinal Niklaus Breakspear of England was sent by Pope Eugenius III as papal legate with instructions to establish archbishoprics in Norway and Sweden, and he also brought with him the pall for the new archbishoprics. The Archdiocese of Nidaros should include the 5 bishoprics of Norway, and also the 6 bishoprics in the Norwegian colonies: Skalholt and Hålar in Iceland, Kirkwall, Old Norse Kirkjuvalgur, in the Orkneys, Gardar in Greenland, Kirkebø, Old Norse Kirkjubøur, in the Faroe Islands, and the bishopric of the Hebrides, Sudreyjar, and Man, Sodor and Man. New regulations were also made for the election of bishops in the 5 bishoprics of Norway proper. A chapter, or college of priests, was organized in each diocese. The members of this chapter, canonici, should constitute the bishop's council. They were also to perform the duties of his office in case of vacancy, and should elect his successor without interference from secular authorities. The archbishop was chosen by the chapter of the diocese of Nidaros, but he was consecrated by the pope and received the pall from him. The colonial dioceses had no chapters, and their bishops were chosen by the chapter of the diocese of Nidaros. The tax called Peter's pence was introduced, and each grown person should pay a penning to the church. Regulations were also made for disposing of property by testament, which had not hitherto been customary, and it must be inferred that the church hoped to profit by this arrangement. A person should have the right to give away by testament 1/10 of his inherited property and up to 1/4 of property which he himself had acquired. A woman might grant by will 1/10 of her dowry, and up to 1/4 of her 1/3 share of the property, which she held in joint ownership with her husband. Celibacy of the clergy was also established, but it was not yet enforced. The priests were to be appointed by the bishops, but it is not clear to what extent the bishops exercised this right. The Roman Church asserted everywhere its spiritual supremacy over the state, and claimed certain privileges and powers as its own indisputable right. The chief of these were the right of the Church to legislate in all ecclesiastical matters, the Church law consisting of the canonical code, supplemented by the decrees which the Pope and the Church councils might issue from time to time, should be independent of the civil law, and should govern all affairs pertaining to the Church and the clergy. Separate ecclesiastical courts were to be established, and the Church should exercise full jurisdiction in all cases involving religion, the Church, and the clergy. The Church was to enjoy freedom from any but voluntary contributions to the state. By the new regulations of 1152, these rights were established in theory, at least, and the bishops henceforth claimed them in the name of the Church. But neither the kings nor the people were at first willing to grant the clergy such privileges. The claims remained for a while only the abstract principles of the spiritual supremacy of the Church, and its independence of all secular authority. But the time came when the Church arrayed itself against the state in an effort to enforce its claims, and we find the bishops themselves fanning the flames of civil strife. This new power, which had been nursed under the king's special care, allied itself, after 1152, with the reactionary aristocracy in opposition to the crown. The energies of the clergy were largely devoted to the perfecting of its outward organization, and to the incessant combats waged for new privileges and increased influence. The priests were often poorly qualified for their calling, worldliness grew, and more emphasis was laid on the outer form than on the inner spirit of Christian life and faith. As Christianity had been introduced by royal decree, as the knowledge even of the fundamentals of the Christian faith was more than imperfect, and the bishops and priests were often more intensely interested in politics and other temporal affairs than in the religious instruction of the people, Christianity was generally regarded as a new law which the king had proclaimed. The new faith became a sort of witches' cauldron in which the remnants of paganism, superstitions, and fragments of Christian belief were hopelessly mixed. In too many cases it could scarcely be called Christianity. The hierarchic organization of the Church probably increased at first its efficiency as a moral agent. It could now act with great authority, and could display a power and splendor which made a strong impression on the popular mind. But its missionary spirit gradually gave way to love of wealth and power, and the attention was gradually directed to the outward forms of the church service which could work no regeneration of spirit. The work of conversion was begun, but the Roman hierarchy showed itself unable to lead the people forward to full spiritual daylight. The religious and moral growth, so slow in Norway, was if possible even more behindhand in the colonies. Christianity was accepted as the state religion in Iceland in the year 1000, but the legislative act of the Althing which abolished the old worship produced no perceptible change in the moral life or the religious views of the people. The Christian church in Iceland was too poorly organized to become even a fair substitute for the old temples which were torn down. The churches were all built by influential chieftains, who often took holy orders and served as priests in their own churches, when no priests could be had. In this way they could combine the priestly functions with their political and social leadership as in pagan times. If they found this arrangement inconvenient, they took boys into their homes and instructed them sufficiently so that they could read the church service and made them priests in their churches. These boys had no social standing, but were classed with the servants of the household. It is quite evident that under such circumstances Christianity could be but a thin varnish over a completely pagan life. The The loss of the old faith and the lack of instruction in the new produced not immediately, but in due course of time, a religious indifference and general moral laxity which comes so prominently into the foreground in the bloody Sturlung period (1160 to 1262), a complete counterpart to the period of civil wars in Norway. In speaking of this period, Professor J.E. Sars says: "In the so-called Sturlung period the country was more and more torn by the wildest party strife, the final result of which was that the Icelandic people, exhausted, torn, and despairing, gave up their independence and threw themselves into the arms of the kingdom of Norway. The accounts of these feuds reveal a bloodthirstiness, hard-heartedness, and violent desire for wealth and power, which is not surpassed in pagan times, and furthermore a faithlessness and treachery, a lack of respect for law and justice, a licentiousness and a dissolution of domestic life, to which the saga period prior to 1030 furnishes no parallel." Konrad Maurer says of the Sturlung period: "The fearful disorders are ascribable in part to the political situation, but in part, and perhaps for the greater part, they are due to another circumstance, namely the change to the new faith, as paradoxical as this may sound. The more completely paganism as a thoroughly national religion had grown together with the whole life of the Norsemen, the more definitely and comprehensively it had embraced and shaped the people's moral and legal conceptions, the more grievous was the loss caused by abandoning it. On the other hand, the more outward the motives had been which had led the masses of the people to change their faith, the less the new faith, we must admit, was able to compensate for the loss. During the first decades after the introduction of Christianity, this misfortune would be less keenly felt, since on the one hand paganism still continued for a time to dominate the minds of the people, while on the other hand the glowing fervor and truly Christian conduct of the few who from a deep inner conviction professed the new faith won for Christianity, as far as their influence went, a powerful influence also over external life. But after the generation which had been brought up under paganism had passed away, and also their nearest descendants, who through lack of priests had been reared to a large extent in the pagan spirit, after Christianity, on the other hand, had become a custom, represented not by zealous neophytes, but by priests who were poorly trained, and who generally were so occupied with the outward forms of the new religion that they could pay but little attention to its inner contents, while their great political importance and their unfortunate social position turned their thoughts from their religious calling, the gap produced in the people's minds by the change of faith, outwardly accomplished but inwardly far from completed, showed itself in all its fearful significance. It is easily understood that the unrest caused by this sudden rupture of all existing conditions brought to the surface the worst elements of the people and the most objectionable traits of their natural character. It would be erroneous, however, to think that the blight thrown upon Christianity by these conditions was altogether general. Long before the introduction of the Christian faith, many of the most earnest and intelligent had ceased to believe in the old gods and were searching for new light. To many of them Christianity must have come as glad tidings, and though their Christian knowledge was very imperfect, it must have chastened their spirit, and inspired them with new love for the goodness which is heaven-born. The new moral standards established by the Christian teaching could not long remain a secret to those who had dreamed of virtues which paganism did not know, and the force of their example, and their words of admonition and counsel, would not be lost on those who suffered from all the evils of a dark and lawless age. Through the tumult of the civil wars we hear nothing of these, but we are nevertheless sure that they were found, yes, that they were numerous, and that they were gradually bringing about a great change in the social, religious, and moral life of the nation. The effect of this new spiritual and moral leaven is shown among other things by the disappearance of slavery. It happened even in pagan times that a man would grant a slave his liberty on certain conditions, especially if the slave had done him some great service, or the slave might buy his freedom. But new ones were constantly bought in the numerous slave markets. But with the advent of Christianity the slave markets were gradually closed. In the old laws, usually called the laws of St. Olav, it was enacted that at the meeting of every lagthing a slave should be given his freedom, to the honor of God, and the remuneration given the owner should be paid by the whole lagdømme. In Olav Kyrre's time this law was so amended that each fylkesthing should liberate a slave every year. This had a great influence on public opinion, and in the 12th century, before the civil wars were ended, slavery had ceased to exist in Norway. Although religious life made slow progress during the period of storm and stress caused to some degree by the change of faith, a new cultural life, born in part of the new spirit, was growing, budding, and giving promise of the great intellectual awakening, the luxuriant unfolding of literature, art, and national greatness in the period that followed. An age of almost unparalleled productivity which in 100 years gave Norway and Iceland the great Old Norse literature, which saw great cathedrals erected, science and learning cultivated, and Norway, politically strong and economically prosperous, highly honored among the states of Europe. Such conditions could not be produced suddenly, as if by accident, but followed as a result of a development which, though obscured and retarded, was not interrupted by the tumultuous feuds of the civil wars, and which gives even that period a tinge of hopefulness and a touch of wayward charm. The period which was marred by so much domestic turmoil showed marked signs of an awakening of literary activity. The books were usually written in Latin, which was the literary language elsewhere in Europe. The Mass, which was the most important part of the church service, was also conducted in that language, but the custom of preaching to the people in their own tongue had been introduced from England by the first missionaries in the time of Olav Tryggvason and Olav the Saint, and homilies were written in Old Norse to be read in the churches. The legends about the Norwegian saints were also embodied in writing. The oldest St. Olaf legend was written in Latin about 1140. It seems to have been composed by a priest in Trondheim to be read to pilgrims and visitors on St. Olav's Day, and it was soon followed by a whole literature of similar character. Einar Skuleson's poem Geisli, a drapa written about St. Olaf, which the poet recited in the Christ Church in Trondheim in 1153, was also based on this legend. The most important literary work of the period was the embodiment in writing of the old laws of Norway in the great codes, the Frostathingslov, Gulathingslov, Eidsivathingslov, and Borgarthingslov. These codes, together with the Bjarkeyjarretter, or municipal laws, the Hirdskrá, and other old laws, were all written in the Old Norse language. The time when they were written can be determined only approximately from internal evidence from the codes themselves, as the sources contain no direct statement with regard to it. The old writers regarded it as certain that the old laws were first written by St. Olaf himself. Theodricus Monachus says of Olaf, leges patria lingua conscribi fecit, and the Legenda de Sto Olavo says, leges divinas et humanas scripsit et promulgavit. Saxo Grammaticus holds the same opinion, but Conrad Maurer has shown that this opinion has nothing to support it except St. Olaf's great reputation as lawgiver, while the wording of the codes themselves proves that they could not have been written by him or under his direction. Ebbe Hertzberg finds that the church laws, Kristenret, which form a supplement to all these codes, were written before the system of tithes was introduced by Sigurd the Crusader, 1111 to 1120. And as the other laws must have been written as soon as possible after the task was once begun, the whole work was probably finished in Olav Kyrre's reign, prior to 1111. End of chapter 57. Chapter 58 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ragnvald Jarl's Crusade. In 1150, the young lendermand Eindride Unga returned from Constantinople, where he had served in the Varangian Guard of the Emperor, and he could tell much about the exploits of the Varangians, and also about the Second Crusade led by King Louis VII of France and Emperor Conrad III of Germany, 1147 to 1148. Eindride met Ragnvald Jarl of the Orkneys, who was then in Norway, and encouraged him to lead a crusade to the Holy Land. Erling Ormsson Skaka and others also spoke in favor of the undertaking, and agreed to join in it. Ragnvald agreed to go, and when it became known that he and Erling were organizing a crusade, many prominent men joined them. Ragnvald should be the leader, and Eindride Unga, who had already been in the Orient, should act as guide for the expedition. 2 years were to be devoted to preparations, and Ragnvald returned to the Orkneys in the fall. In 1152 he came again to Norway, and the ships were made ready for the voyage. They set sail from Bergen, but when they reached the Orkneys they decided to remain there that winter, as it was already late in the season. The arrogant Eindride Unge, who, contrary to agreement, had fitted out more splendid ships than the others, was shipwrecked on the coast of Shetland and had to get a new ship from Norway. In the summer of 1153 all preparations were completed, and Ragnvald and his followers set sail from the Orkneys with 15 large ships. As each ship must have had a crew of 120 men or more, they were in all probably about 2,000 men. They then sailed till they were south of England and thence to Valland, west coast of France. There is no account of their voyage until they came to a seaport called Verbon. There they learned that the earl who had governed the city, and whose name was Gerbjorn, had lately died, but he had a young and beautiful daughter by name of Ermingerd, and she had charge of her patrimony under the guardianship of her noblest kinsman. They advised the queen, i.e. the earl's daughter, to invite Jarl Ragnvald to a splendid banquet, saying that her fame would spread far if she gave a fitting reception to noblemen arrived from such distance. The queen left it to them, and when this had been resolved upon, men were sent to the Jarl to tell him that the queen invited him to a banquet, with as many men as he himself wished to accompany him. The Jarl received her invitation gratefully, and selected the best of his men to go with him. And when they came to the banquet there was good cheer, and nothing was spared by which the Jarl might consider himself specially honored. One day, while the Jarl sat at the feast, the queen entered the hall attended by many ladies. She had in her hand a golden cup, and was arrayed in the finest robes. She wore her hair loose, according to the custom of maidens, and she had a golden diadem round her forehead. She poured out for the Jarl, and the maidens played for them. The Jarl took her hand along with the cup and placed her beside him, and they conversed during the day. The Jarl sang, "Lady fair, thy form surpasses all the loveliness of maidens. Though arrayed in costly garments and adorned with costly jewels, silken curls in radiant splendor fall upon the beauteous shoulders of the goddess of the gold rings. The greedy eagle's claws I reddened." The Jarl stayed there a long time and was well entertained. The inhabitants of the city solicited him to take up his residence there, saying that they were in favor of giving him the queen in marriage. The Jarl said that he wished to complete his intended journey, but that he would come there on his return, and then they might do what they thought fit. Then the Jarl left with his retinue, and sailed round Thrasness. They had a fair wind, and sat and drank and made themselves merry. The Jarl sang this song. Long in the prince's memory Ermingerd's soft words shall linger. It is her desire that we shall ride the waters out to Jordan, but the riders of the sea horses, from the southern climes churning, soon shall plough their way to Verbon, over the whale pond in the autumn. They went on till they came west to Galicialand, 5 nights before Yuletide, and they intended to spend Christmas there. They asked the inhabitants whether they were willing to sell them provisions, but food was scarce in that country, and they thought it a great hardship to have to feed such a numerous host. It so happened that the country was under the rule of a foreigner, who resided in the castle and oppressed the inhabitants greatly. He made war on them if they did not do everything he wished, and menaced them with violence and oppression. When the Jarl asked the inhabitants to sell him victuals, they consented to do so until Lent, but made certain proposals on their part, to wit, that Jarl Vagan should attack their enemies, and should have all the money which he might obtain from them. The Jarl communicated this to his men, and asked them what they would be inclined to do. Most of them were willing to attack the castle, thinking that it was a very likely place to obtain booty. Therefore Jarl Ragnvald and his men agreed to the terms of the inhabitants. The castle was taken, but the chief, Gudefrey, or Godfred, escaped. They plundered far and wide in heathen Spainland, that is in the part of Spain occupied by the Saracens, and they sailed then through the Strait of Gibraltar into the Mediterranean Sea. Here the wrong-headed Eindride Unge left the expedition with 6 ships, and went to Marseille in France. With the remaining 9 ships, Ragnvald continued the voyage. Over against Sardinia they met 2 very large Saracen ships of the type called dromones. One of these ships escaped, but the other one was attacked by the Norsemen and captured after a hard fight. After this battle, Ragnvald landed on the coast of Africa, where he concluded a 7-day peace with the inhabitants, and sold the booty which he had gathered. He then sailed to Crete, where he was detained for some time by bad weather. As soon as they got favorable wind, they continued their voyage to Palestine, and landed at Acre in 1154. But soon after their arrival they were smitten with a contagious fever, and many died. They were now so far reduced in numbers that they do not even seem to have attempted military operations. After visiting the holy places, they left Palestine for Constantinople, where they were well received by Emperor Emmanuel I. On their homeward journey they visited Apulia and Rome, whence they returned by the customary overland route through Germany and Denmark. The visit to Verbon and the fair Ermengerd seems to have been abandoned. End of chapter 58. Chapter 59 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The second stage of civil wars. The rule of Erling Skake and Magnus Erlingsson. The difference in character between the kings Inge Krokryg, Sigurd Mund, and Eystein became very marked when they grew to manhood. Sigurd was tall and well built. He was of a jovial disposition and carried himself well among his men. But he was of a violent temper, perverse, capricious, imprudent, and hard to please. Eystein was also a well-built and athletic young man, but he was of an imperious disposition, had a violent temper, and was very covetous. The crippled Inge, on the other hand, was very meek and mild-tempered. He had also the advantage of being born in lawful wedlock. His very weakness and his gentle disposition attached to him a great number of powerful nobles who virtually ruled in his name. The most influential of his adherents was the powerful Gregorius Dagson, who reminds us of Erling Skjalgsson and Einar Tambarskjælver in earlier days. But while Erling and Einar had been the leaders of the old aristocracy in opposition to the king, Gregorius was the leader of a faction and acted as the king's representative. Inge's weakness proved to be his strength, and he became the most powerful and influential of the three kings. Sigurd and Eystein formed a secret alliance against him, and agreed to dethrone him because he was a cripple. But the alert Gregorius Dagson frustrated their plans. With King Inge he hastened to Bergen, and shortly after King Sigurd also arrived. A thing was assembled, and Gregorius appeared in gilt helmet with a great number of armed men. Inge told the people of the plot, and asked their help, which was cheerfully promised. Sigurd also addressed the thing, and said that the report of the plot was wholly unfounded, and that it had been circulated by Gregorius Dagson to hurt him and Eystein. But he hoped that he would soon meet Gregorius in such a way that his gilt helmet should roll in the dust. No hostilities seem, however, to have been seriously contemplated, but bloody encounters which took place a few days afterwards between the followers of the two kings precipitated a general fight, in which King Sigurd was killed. Some days later King Eystein arrived in Bergen with 30 ships, but no further hostilities occurred at this time. Inge went to Trondheim, and Eystein sailed southward to Viking. Shortly after this meeting in Bergen, Eystein made an unsuccessful attempt to surprise and capture Gregorius Dagson, and as a result the relations between the two kings grew constantly more strained. Inge succeeded in winning over many of Eystein's most influential adherents, and Eystein, who was less popular, revenged himself by committing many dastardly acts. Finally, in 1156, open hostilities commenced, and both kings gathered forces for a decisive struggle. Inge collected 80 ships, while Eystein had only 45, and when the two fleets met, most of Eystein's ships deserted, and he was compelled to flee without fighting a battle. The following year he was captured and put to death. No reasonable objection could now be made to Inge Krokryg as sole king of Norway. According to the rule of succession, the reign of the joint kings should be a single reign, which should continue so long as any one of them lived. The sons of the deceased kings could, therefore, not rightfully succeed to the throne as long as King Inge lived. He had, moreover, been very popular, and had won the support of the greater part of the people and the aristocracy because of his mild rule and gentle disposition. But some of the followers of King Eystein refused to submit to him, and chose Håkon Haardraade, the illegitimate 10-year-old son of Sigurd Mund, as their candidate for the throne. The struggle was no longer waged for any principle. It was not even a contest between rival candidates for the throne, but a feud between hostile and rival factions of the aristocracy. The leaders of King Inge's party were Gregorius Dagson and Erling Skakke. Among the leaders of the comparatively small faction which still remained in opposition were Sigurd of Reyr, a personal enemy of Gregorius Dagson, and Eindride Unge, who had partaken in Ragnvald Jarl's crusade together with Erling Skakke, but the two had parted as bitter enemies. The struggle was kept up by such rivalries and animosities between ambitious nobles, and new pretenders were put forward in the interest of the contending factions. Professor Sars says, "In earlier days the kings had created the parties, at least in an external way, but now the king was created by the party. The king had ceased to be anything but a name. The aristocracy had gained full control, and the only issue was which faction should wield the greater power. King Inge Krokryg sought to strengthen his position as far as possible. He stationed Gregorius Dagson in Viken to defend the southern districts against Håkon Herdebreid and his party. He carried on negotiations with the king of Denmark, and succeeded in having his chaplain, Eystein Erlendsson, elected Archbishop of Trondheim. The new archbishop was a man of extraordinary ability, and could wield great influence in his behalf in that part of the kingdom. Håkon Herdebreid's party, which to begin with was quite small, had sought refuge across the Swedish border, and when they made an attempt to capture Konghelle, they were defeated by Gregorius Dagson. But they soon advanced into Trøndelagen, where they received reinforcements, and Håkon Herdebreid was proclaimed king over 1/3 of Norway, to which he was regarded as being entitled as the heir of his father, King Sigurd Mund. His chance of success now rapidly improved. In 1161 Gregorius Dagson fell in a skirmish against Håkon's followers at Bevja (Bevera) in Bohuslän, a severe blow to Inge's party. The saga states that when Inge heard of Gregorius's death he shed tears and said, "The man has fallen who has been my best friend, and who has done the most to preserve my kingdom for me, but I have always thought that we should not long be parted." This foreboding proved prophetic. In February of the same year, while Inge was in Oslo celebrating the marriage of his brother Orm Kongsbroder to Ragna Nicolasdotter, the widow of King Eystein, Håkon suddenly marched against the city. A battle was fought on the ice of the fjord near Oslo, in which King Inge fell at the age of 26. The able and ambitious Erling Skakke now became leader of Inge's party. He belonged to one of the most powerful families, and was married to Christina, the daughter of Sigurd the Crusader and his queen Malmfrid. He had won renown as a crusader, and was at this moment the most sagacious and powerful noble in the kingdom. When he had heard of King Inge's death, he called a meeting of the party leaders in Bergen to lay plans for the future. They were not willing to submit to Håkon Herdebreid, who counted among his followers many of their bitterest enemies. They agreed, therefore, to keep the party together, and promised under oath faithfully to support each other. The most difficult task was to find a suitable candidate for the throne around whom the party could rally. In casting about among several not very available candidates, they finally selected the 5-year-old Magnus Erlingsson, the son of Erling Skakke and his wife Christina, daughter of Sigurd the Crusader. But by this choice they set aside all rules of succession. Magnus, the son of Erling Skakke, was not a king's son, and had no right whatever to the throne. This choice, in flagrant violation of the law, was dictated by Erling's own ambition and by party interests. In order to gain additional support, Erling hastened to Denmark to negotiate with King Valdemar, who promised to aid him on condition that the province of Viken should be ceded to Denmark, and Erling, in his eager desire for power, committed the treasonable act of subscribing to this condition. While Erling was absent, Håkon Herdebreid was proclaimed king of Norway at the Øyething in Trøndelagen, and Sigurd of Reyr, one of his chief supporters, was made Jarl. Håkon stationed himself at Tunsberg, and sent Jarl Sigurd to Konghelle to guard the southern districts of Norway against Erling, but on his return from Denmark Erling seized Tunsberg without difficulty. Håkon retreated in haste to Trøndelagen, and Jarl Sigurd joined him there soon afterward. In the spring of 1162, Håkon equipped both fleet and army, and prepared to meet Erling Skakke. he advanced southward along the coast, gathering men and ships in the adjoining districts, but at Veey, in Romsdal, he quite unexpectedly encountered Erling's whole fleet. A battle was fought near the island of Sekken in the Romsdalsfjord, where Haakon fell and his forces suffered a complete defeat. Haakon was only 15 years of age, and the saga describes him as playful and boyish, tall, broad-shouldered, and good-looking. After the battle, Erling Skakke sailed to Nidaros and summoned the Thing, where his son Magnus was proclaimed king of Norway. Haakon's party was defeated, but it was not crushed, and as the old royal line was not extinct, they were able to find a new candidate for the throne who had some legitimate claim to it. This was Sigurd Sigurdsson, another illegitimate son of Sigurd Mund, who seems to have been a mere child. He was staying in Upplandene with his foster father, Marcus of Skog, and is generally well known as Sigurd Marcusfostre. But now, as before, they were unable to cope with the redoubtable Erling Skakke. In 1163 he defeated and slew Sigurd Jarl in a battle at Rie, northwest of Tunsberg, and shortly after he captured Marcus of Skog and the young King Sigurd, and caused them both to be executed. But Erling saw that his son Magnus would find it difficult to maintain himself on the throne as a mere usurper. It was necessary to create the impression that he was a lawful king, and he hoped to secure for him an appearance of legitimacy by having him anointed and crowned. This would give him the support of the church, which would thereby officially approve his elevation to the throne. For this purpose he entered into negotiations with Archbishop Eystein Erlendsson, but the sagacious and powerful prelate drove a hard bargain, and granted his request only after Erling had subscribed to conditions which destroyed both the power and the dignity of the crown. In the summer of 1164, a council of magnates was assembled at Bergen consisting of the archbishop, the bishops, and a certain number of representative and influential men from each lagdømme. The newly elected bishop, Brand Simonsson of Holar, and the great chieftain Jon Lofteson of Odda in Iceland were also present. Before this assembly, the 7-year-old Magnus Erlingsson was crowned king of Norway, and all questions regarding the succession to the throne were now discussed and settled. King Magnus had to subscribe to the following conditions. He surrendered himself and his kingdom for all times to Saint Olav, i.e. to the church, and promised to rule as his vicar and vassal. As a sign of submission, his crown, and those of his successors, should be placed as an offering on the altar of the cathedral in Nidaros at their death. By this agreement the king virtually became a feudal tenant under the church. But his influence and independence would be still further limited by enforcing the new rules of succession which were now adopted. These almost shattered the old principles of an hereditary monarchy, since the king in many instances was to be elected, and the church was given full control of the election. When the king died, a council of magnates should be summoned to meet in Trondheim to determine whether the heir to the throne possessed the required qualifications. This assembly should consist of the archbishop, his suffragan bishops, the abbots, the hirdstjarar and the hird, and 12 men from each bishopric, to be appointed by the bishops. The king's eldest legitimate son should succeed to the throne as sole king, but if the assembly found him to be unworthy, or otherwise disqualified, that legitimate son which the assembly considered best qualified should become king. If the king had no legitimate son, they might choose the nearest heir, or anyone else whom they considered well qualified. The choice should be decided by a majority vote, provided the archbishop and the bishops consented. The arrangement that the king's oldest legitimate son should inherit the throne was a good feature, as it did away with the most flagrant fault of the old system, that any illegitimate son or any bold adventurer might aspire to the crown. But this single good feature was vitiated by giving the assembly, or in fact the clergy, the power of deciding who was worthy or qualified to become king. This enabled them to exclude at will any legitimate heir to the throne, while the election of a new candidate was delegated to them. The king of Norway, the successor of Harald Hårfagre and Saint Olaf, could scarcely be reduced to a more impotent shadow. The aristocracy and the clergy, who had now joined hands in their effort to divest the crown of all real power, could rejoice in a complete triumph. Archbishop Eystein Erlendsson sprang from a noble family in Trøndelagen. He was related to the powerful Arnunga family, and through them also with the royal family itself. According to the standards of those times, he was well educated, and there can be no doubt that he had studied in foreign lands for many years, though no record is found of it. He was in every way a chieftain, a gifted and ambitious man who set his mind on the accomplishing of great things. When he was chosen archbishop in 1157, he went to Italy, as it seems, to get the pall from the pope, but he must have encountered some difficulty, as he was not consecrated till 1161. The delay may have been caused by the struggle between Alexander III and Victor IV, who were rival candidates for the papal throne. Pope Adrian IV died in 1159, and Alexander III was elected by a majority of the cardinals, but Emperor Frederick Barbarossa would not sanction his election, and caused Victor IV to be chosen. A bitter fight was waged by the two popes, but Alexander III was quite generally regarded as the true pope. Even the new anti-popes chosen after the death of Victor IV were finally forced to withdraw. In Italy and elsewhere in Europe, Eystein had seen the Roman Church in all its outward splendor, and he returned to Norway with a firm resolve that the cathedral church of his own archdiocese of Nidaros should betoken by its outward appearance the dignity and power of the Church of Norway. The Christ Church which Olav Kyrre had built was too plain and small, and he immediately commenced to reconstruct it. He began the work by rebuilding the transepts in the Anglo-Norman style in vogue at the time. A great architectural work was thus begun, which led to the erection of the magnificent Trondheim Cathedral, the grandest structure ever built in the Scandinavian north. In order to get the necessary means for so ambitious an undertaking, he increased in many unusual ways the revenues of his diocese. His income grew with the building, and the taxes were constantly increased. He made the regulation that the taxes paid to the church should henceforth be paid in pure silver, not in coin, which had been debased. This nearly doubled his income. He shipped grain to Iceland without paying export duty, and infringed in other ways on the royal prerogative. Erling Skakke was much displeased, but he had to acquiesce in these arbitrary innovations. This was, no doubt, one of the conditions on which the archbishop finally agreed to crown Magnus Erlingsson at the assembly of magnates in Bergen in 1164. Erling, who controlled the crown lands and the royal estates, found a compensation by driving his opponents into exile and confiscating their estates. When Magnus Erlingsson was crowned, King Valdemar of Denmark sent messengers to Norway to demand the district of Viken, which Erling Skakke had promised in return for the aid which he had given him. But Erling gave an evasive answer. The people of the district would have to speak for themselves, he said. When the Borgarthing was assembled, the people declared loudly that they would never consent to being transferred to Denmark. Valdemar was very wroth when he discovered Erling Skakke's deceitfulness, and as Erling's personal enemies encouraged Valdemar to attack him, he sent spies to Norway to learn what the popular sentiment was. They came as pilgrims to Nidaros, and many of Erling's opponents promised to aid Valdemar. When Erling found this out, he seized those who had implicated themselves and punished them most severely. Valdemar made an expedition to Norway in 1165 and visited Sarpsborg and Tunsberg. But when he found that the people were almost unanimously opposed to Danish overlordship, he returned home without attempting to forcibly occupy the district. Håkon Herdebreid's party in the southern districts put a new pretender in the field against Erling and his son Magnus. This was Olaf Ugeva, the son of King Eystein's daughter Maria. He gathered formidable bands of followers called Hetusveinar, who avoided pitched battles but levied tribute on the people for their maintenance, and exercised great power in the southeastern districts and in Viken. At one time Erling himself barely escaped falling into their hands. These bands were the forerunners of the Birkebeiner, birch-legs, who were to play such an important part in future events. Olaf Ugeva and his followers sought support in Denmark, and Erling, who feared the powerful King Valdemar, was evidently alarmed and eagerly grasped what seemed to him an opportunity to avert the danger. While Valdemar was absent on an expedition against the Wends, Burris, one of his vassals, a descendant of King Svein Estridsson, formed a treasonable plot to overthrow him. he negotiated with Erling, who promised to attack Denmark with the Norwegian fleet. The plot was revealed in time, and Valdemar called Burris before him and accused him of treason. Burris denied the charge, but the king kept him in custody until the Norwegian fleet arrived on the coast of Denmark. This proved his guilt, and he was imprisoned as a traitor. Erling captured some Danish ships at Dyrsa in Jutland, plundered Grindhøg, Grenaa, and arrived before Copenhagen. But the vigilant Bishop Absalon met him with a strong force, and Erling did not attack the town. A peace was concluded between him and the bishop, and after an unsuccessful attack on Holland, Erling returned home. King Valdemar decided to punish the Norsemen for this attack on his kingdom. The following spring he sailed with a large fleet to Viking, where, according to Saxo Grammaticus, he was well received by the people, no doubt by the adherents of Olav Ugeva. At Tunsberg the townsmen even marched in procession to meet him. But Erling arrived with a fleet, and Valdemar was forced to take to sea. His men became mutinous and wished to return home, but the voyage was continued along the coast until they came so far north that at the summer solstice the nights were as light as the day, and one can read at midnight the finest writings without difficulty, sagely remarks the learned Saxo. It may be supposed that they were somewhere on the southwestern coast of Norway. As he was short of provisions, and as the resistance and ill will on the part of his men continued to trouble him, he sailed back to Denmark, but for the future he laid an embargo on all trade between Denmark and Norway. Although hostilities had ceased, a state of war still existed between the two countries. But worse than the war was the interruption of the trade with Denmark, on which the southern districts of Norway were especially dependent. The people in Viken demanded that peace should be concluded with King Valdemar, and Erling sent his wife Christina, a cousin of Valdemar, to Denmark, ostensibly on a visit, but really for the purpose of quietly gaining information as to the prevailing sentiment. She was well received by the king, and Erling sent Bishop Helge of Oslo to negotiate peace. Bishop Stephanus of Uppsala also became his representative. Erling was summoned to Denmark, and the peace was concluded at Ringsted in 1170. According to the Heimskringla, the district of Viken was given to Valdemar, who in return made Erling a jarl, and gave him the district as a fief under the Danish crown. Through his selfish and unpatriotic policy, Erling Skake had alienated a part of the kingdom of Norway, something which had not happened since the days of his prototypes, Håkon Jarl and his sons. The authority exercised over the district by King Valdemar was purely nominal, it is true, but Erling's system of statesmanship was of the most pernicious sort, and might have led to very serious consequences if he and his party had remained in power. After he had made peace with Denmark, he guarded eagerly against all pretenders, and with the eye and spirit of a tyrant he sought to exterminate the family of Harald Gille. This aroused the hostility of the Swedish Jarl Birger Brosa, who was married to Harald Gille's daughter Birgitte, and henceforth his opponents found encouragement and support in Sweden. No one wielded a mightier sword than Erling Skake. He combined craft and resourcefulness with great energy and courage, but he had the tyrant's fear, and as his heart grew harder and his methods bloodier, his real power decreased, and an opponent mightier than he arose to overthrow him. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The English Conquest of Ireland. Events in the Colonies. After the Battle of Clontarf, the Norsemen ceased to rule in Ireland. Their military power was broken, and they submitted to the Irish kings. They continued, however, to hold their fortified cities, and as the Irish, because of incessant feuds, were unable to exercise but a nominal overlordship, they continued their commerce, governed themselves according to their own laws, and remained a distinct nationality as before. By old Irish and English writers they are generally called Ostmen, i.e. men from the east. A name still preserved in Oxman Town = Ostman Town in Dublin. Giraldus Cambrensis speaks of them as a distinct people given to seafaring and commerce. gens igitur hace, quae nunc ostmanica gens vogatur. About the middle of the 12th century, the Irish feuds raged with their accustomed fury, and led finally to the conquest of Ireland by the Anglo-Normans in 1169 to 1171. The principal resistance to the invaders was offered by the fortified Norse towns, but as there was no national government and no general leadership, each town fell in turn, and the conquest was easily accomplished. In 1166, Rhodri O'Connor became High King of Ireland. He went to Dublin, where he was hailed as king by the Ostmen, but this was scarcely more than a ceremony, since the men of Dublin were still ruled by their own king, Hasculf Ragnvaldsson. With O'Connor's aid, Dermot MacMurchada, king of Leinster, a very restless and troublesome chief, was driven away from Ireland. He hastened to King Henry II of England for aid, found him in Aquitaine, and promised to do homage to him for his kingdom, if he would help him to regain it. This gave Henry a welcome opportunity to undertake the conquest of Ireland, which he seems to have planned for some time. He had already obtained a bull from Pope Adrian IV, the former Cardinal Nicolaus Breakspear, in which the Pope permitted him to take possession of the country, and blessed the undertaking as one prompted by ardor of faith and love of religion. King Henry promised the Pope to subject the people to laws, to extirpate vicious customs, to respect the rights of the native churches, and to enforce the payment of Peter's pence. He could not leave for Ireland at once, but he gave Dermot a letter granting his vassals permission to aid him. With this letter Dermot returned to England, and Richard Clare, Earl of Pembroke, also called Strongbow, and many other Anglo-Norman barons promised to assist him. Strongbow bargained for the hand of Dermot's daughter, and was to become heir to the throne of Leinster. In 1169, the half-brothers Robert Fitzstephen and Maurice Fitzgerald went to Ireland with a small force and captured Wexford. Strongbow followed the next year with 1,000 men and 200 mounted knights. Waterford was stormed, and a large number of the inhabitants were put to death. After celebrating his wedding with Dermot's daughter, Aoife, Strongbow made haste to attack Dublin. The city was taken by a stroke of perfidy executed during an armistice arranged for the purpose of negotiating about the terms for capitulation. Hasculf, and some of the Ostmen who succeeded in escaping to the ships, sought refuge in the Orkneys and the Hebrides, but the city was sacked and a great number of people were slain. The victors made Dublin their headquarters, and it was clearly their plan to subdue the whole country. But King Henry's jealousy of Strongbow's success, and the resolute resistance offered by both Norsemen and Irish, threw new obstacles into their path. Henry ordered the barons to return to England, and when Dermot died, the people of Leinster chose his nephew as their king, and turned their backs on Strongbow, who was, thereby, placed in a most difficult situation, as he could get no further reinforcements. In the meantime, Askel, who had gone to the Orkneys, had gathered a fleet of 60 ships and a large number of warriors, who according to Giraldus Cambrensis wore shirts of mail and carried round red shields. The leaders of this army were Askel Ragnvaldsson and Jan Ode, a chieftain from the Orkneys. They made a vigorous assault on Dublin, but were finally defeated. Jan Ode fell, and Askel, the last Norse king of Dublin, was captured and put to death. Archbishop Laurentius, who still hoped to rid Ireland of the enemy, sent messengers to King Gudrud of Man and to the chieftains of the Hebrides and asked for help. King Gudrud came with a fleet of 30 ships and invested Dublin from the seaside, while the High King besieged it with an army of 30,000 men. Strongbow, who was in command of the garrison, was brought to desperate straits, and he even began negotiations for surrender. But the siege was not pushed with vigor, and by a sudden sally from the city he defeated and drove away the Irish army, and returned with rich booty. The High King had to yield, and Strongbow took possession of Leinster as Dermot's heir. But the garrison at Wexford had been overwhelmed, and Strongbow, who saw that he could not succeed without reinforcements, hastened to England to offer his submission to King Henry II. While he was away, the Irish made another unsuccessful attempt to capture Dublin. We hear also about this time of the last Viking expedition led by the last Viking, Svein of the Orkneys, who undertook to capture Dublin. It is possible that the expedition was undertaken to avenge the death of Askell Ragnvaldsson, and that it was made while Strongbow was in England. The Orkneying saga gives the following account of it. They went all the way south to Dyflin, Dublin, and took the inhabitants by surprise, so that they did not know till they were in town. They took a great deal of plunder and took captive the rulers of the city, and their negotiations ended in the surrender of the city to Svein, and they promised to pay as much money as he might levy on them. He was to quarter his men in the town and have the command of it, and the Dyflin men confirmed this arrangement with oaths. Svein and his men went down to their ships in the evening, but in the morning they were to come into the town and receive hostages from the inhabitants. Now it is to be told what was going on in the town during the night. The rulers of the town had a meeting, and considered the difficulties in which they were placed. They thought it was a grievous hardship that they should have to surrender their town to the Orkneymen, especially to him whom they knew to be the most exacting man in the whole West. And they came to the determination to play him false if they could. They resolved to dig a large pit inside of the city gates, and in many other places between the houses, where it was intended that Svein's men should come in, and armed men were hidden in the houses close by. They placed such coverings over the pits as were sure to fall in when the weight of the men came upon them. Then they covered all over with straw so that the pits could not be seen, and waited till morning. Next morning Svein and his men arose and armed themselves, and went to the town. And when they came near the gates, the Dyflin men ranged themselves on both sides from the gates along by the pits. Svein and his men, not being on their guard, fell into them. Some of the townsmen ran immediately to the gates, and others to the pits, and attacked Svein's men with weapons. It was difficult for them to defend themselves, and Svein perished there in the pit, with all those who had entered the town. When Strongbow arrived in England, King Henry was already preparing an expedition to Ireland. The earl obtained the king's pardon by surrendering to him the Irish seaports. He did homage to him for Leinster, and accompanied him to Ireland. Henry placed English garrisons in Dublin, Wexford, and Waterford, received the homage of the Irish chieftains, and returned home. But although the Norsemen were conquered, they were not driven from Ireland. They are mentioned in the Annals of the Four Masters, 1174, and also by Geraldus Cambrensis, who states that the same year the English asked the Ostmen for help against the Irish, and in a battle near the city 400 Ostmen from Dublin fell. GJERSET says, over a century later many Ostmen were yet found in the larger towns of Ireland, where they, as it appears, still preserved their Norse characteristics which distinguished them from the Irish and the English. In the year 1201 a decision was rendered at Limerick by 12 Irishmen, 12 Englishmen, and 12 Ostmen regarding Limerick church lands, churches, and other belongings, which show that the Ostmen were still so numerous that they were accounted equal to the Irish and English. Even from the year 1283 there is found preserved in the Tower of London a document issued by King Edward I, ordaining that the Ostmen of Waterford, in conformity with the regulations made by King Henry II, should be amenable to the same laws as the English who were living in Ireland. This shows that the Ostmen were still a distinct people. In 1292, the wine trade of the Ostmen is still spoken of in old documents, which shows that this once flourishing commerce was not yet dead, though over 100 years had passed since the Norse towns in Ireland had fallen into the hands of the English. After the Norsemen lost their independence, they gradually mixed with the Irish and English inhabitants. The Irish Annals, says GJERSET, mention several clans which were of Norse descent, or strongly mixed with Norse blood. In the annals and genealogical tables from the Middle Ages, we find many, both among the clergy and outside, with Norse names. In the 14th and 15th centuries we find among the canons and monks of the Christ Church in Dublin, which was erected by the Norsemen, such names as Harald, Olav, Sigurd, Reginald, Ragnvald, Iwer, etc. The old chronicler Duald MacFirbis, who wrote in the middle of the 17th century, says, "And as for the greater part of the merchants in the city of Athclath up to the present day, they are of the family of Amlaib Curan, Olav Kvaran, and of the family of Saiv, daughter of Brian Boruma, who was his wife when the Battle of Clontarf was fought. And he adds, thus the race of the Samlab Curan, in the town of Athclaith, Dublin, is opposing the Gaelhels, Irish, of Erin. Mr. Worsaae points out that traces of the Norsemen are still found in Ireland, especially in personal names of Norse origin still in use, as Mechitteric, or Shidric, son of Sigtrig, Obruader, son of Broder, McRagnall, son of Ragnvald, Rolb, Rolv, Oliv, Olav, Manus, Magnus, Harald, Harold, Ivar, Ivar, Cotter or Macotter, Ottar, and others. The civil wars had a tendency to weaken the ties which still bound the colonies to the mother country. The Orkney Jarls continued to do homage to the kings of Norway for their possessions, but during such a period of weakness and confusion they could exercise sovereign authority without much interference or restraint. King Gudrid of Man and the Hebrides had long been waging war with his rival Sumerlida. In 1154 or 1155 he made an expedition to Ireland, where he defeated King Muirchertach's brother, and was hailed as King of Dublin. He returned to Man, but became so tyrannical that many people in the Sudreys turned away from him, and chose Sumerlida's son Dugald as king. This brought about a permanent partition of the kingdom of Man in the Hebrides, 1158. Gudrid was finally defeated by Sumerlida, and went to King Inge Krokryg of Norway, who confirmed his title to his kingdom. But Gudrid deserted his suzerain in the Battle of Oslo, and joined his opponent Håkon Herdebreid. He remained in Norway till Sumerlida fell in 1164, when he returned with a large military force, and seized Man and a part of the Hebrides, which possessions he ruled till 1187, while the other part of the island kingdom was ruled by Sumerlida's son Dugald. End of chapter 60. Chapter 61 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sverre Sigurdsson and the Birkebeiner. Erling Skakke's harsh regime and his attempt to exterminate all descendants of Harald Gille created a most determined opposition to his rule and brought new forces into the field against him. Many had no choice but to resort to armed resistance in their own self-defense, for although they were convicted for no wrongdoing, they knew that Erling was plotting their destruction, and with their band of followers they sought refuge in mountains and forest, where they led a life almost like brigands in constant want and danger. They were called Birkebeiner, birch legs, because they were sometimes forced to wrap their feet in birch bark for want of shoes. In their fight against the tyrannical Erling and the puppet king Magnus, the Birkebeiner stood forth as persecuted patriots, who under the guidance of an extraordinary leader brought about a revolution, and revived the lost ideal of a united and independent Norway. The Birkebeiner first rallied around Eystein, a grandson of Harald Gille. He was small and fair-faced, and was nicknamed Mela, i.e. maiden. Jarl Birger Brosa, who was married to Brigida, a sister of Eystein's father, promised to aid him and furnished him with both men and money. Eystein and his men spent 2 years in Viken and neighboring districts, and in 1176 he sailed to Nidaros, captured the city, and was proclaimed king. He had assembled an army of 2,400 men, and with this force he crossed the mountains into southern Norway, but in January 1177 King Magnus Erlingsson met him at Ree, where Eystein was defeated and slain. His followers were scattered, and many of them sought refuge across the Swedish border. A more formidable leader now appeared on the scene to champion the lost cause of the Birkebeiner. This was Sverre Sigurdsson, who claimed to be an illegitimate son of King Sigurd Mund. The Sverre saga, which gives a full, though not impartial, account of King Sverre's life and deeds, states that Unas Kambari, a brother of Bishop Hroi, in the Faroe Islands, married a Norse wife named Gunhild in the reign of the sons of Harald Gille. She bore a son who was called Sverre, and he was thought to be the son of Unas. When he was 5 years old, he was sent to the Faroe Islands, where he was reared by Bishop Hroi, who educated him for the priesthood and ordained him as a priest. Sverre did not know who was his real father until he was 24 years of age. At that time his mother Gunhild went to Rome, where she made the confession that Sverre was not the son of Unas, but of King Sigurd Mund. This confession was laid before the Pope, and she was commanded to inform her son of his real parentage. She returned to Norway and sailed thence to the Faroe Islands, where she told Sverre that he was King Sigurd's son. The next year he went to Norway to see what he could do, spoke with the king's bodyguard, and learned to know the general sentiment, but he did not disclose his plans or his identity. At last he made his way through Gautland to Jarl Birger Brosa, where he arrived 3 days before Christmas, weary and exhausted. The Jarl's wife Brigida was a sister of Sigurd Mund, and he confided his troubles to her and Jarl Brosa, but they would not help him, because they had promised to support Eystein, his cousin, and because they had heard that Erling Skake had sent this young man to them in mockery. But Sverre stayed with them during Christmas, and spoke to them constantly about his plans. After Christmas he went to Värmland to visit Sigurd Mund's daughter Cecilia, the wife of Folkvid Lagmand, and she received him with great joy. Rumors had already reached him of Eystein Mæle's defeat and death, and the Birkebeiner, who had learned that Sverre, a son of Sigurd Mund, was staying in Värmland, sent messengers to him and asked him to be their leader. At first he refused, because the Birkebeiner were small, disorganized bands in want of everything, but when they threatened to kill him to gain King Magnus's goodwill if he did not join them, he consented. With a band of 70 men he started for Viking in southern Norway, and the number increased on the march till he had 420 men. A thing was called, and the Birkebeiner hailed Sverre as king, though he was opposed to assuming the royal title under so unfavorable circumstances. He soon resumed his march, following the Swedish side of the border to Trøndelagen. He kept strict discipline, and forbade his men to plunder. On these weary marches he was deserted by all but his most resolute followers, so that his little force again dwindled to 70 men. With this small band he suddenly appeared before Trondheim, but the city was well garrisoned, and the commanders marched against him with a force of 1,450 men. Sverre retreated, but bewildered them with circuitous marches until he had secured some reinforcements. He then attacked them in a position well suited to his tactics, and won a decisive victory. He seized the ships in the harbor, and defeated several small squadrons which were coming to join the fleet in defending Trondheim. King Magnus's lendermænd fled, the city surrendered, and Sverre was received by the people in festive procession to the chiming of bells. He assembled the Ørething, 12 representatives from each of the 8 fylker, and was proclaimed king of Norway according to St. Olav's law, that is, according to the old law of succession which did not exclude a king's illegitimate son from the throne. The law of 1164 was not recognized, and King Magnus would be treated as an usurper. Archbishop Eystein Erlendsson, who is not mentioned in connection with these events, must have been absent from Norway at this time, a circumstance which probably enabled Sverre to seize Trondheim. The rumors of the events in Trøndelagen had reached Magnus and Erling, who hastened with their fleet northward along the coast. Sverre did not await their arrival, but marched across the mountains into Gudbrandsdal, and advanced to Lake Mjøsen, where he found Magnus's lendermænd stationed with 1,400 men and 18 ships. He did not venture to attack them, but sent a detachment to the Randsfjord. The vessels on that lake were seized, and the local forces defeated. But Orm Kongsbroder, Magnus's chief lieutenant in southern Norway, was advancing from Viken with a strong force. With great difficulty Sverre succeeded in transporting some of the small vessels overland from Randsfjord to Mjøsen. With these he attacked the lendermænd, surprised and defeated them, and captured all the vessels on the lake. All the districts of Oplandene now submitted to him, but as his force was so small that he could leave no garrisons, he was unable to hold permanently any of the territory which he had won. For some time this indecisive guerrilla warfare continued with forced marches and daring exploits, in which Sverre proved himself a peerless leader, but his forces were too small to risk a decisive engagement, and his daring ventures represented no substantial progress. King Magnus and Orm Kongsbroder, who had united their armies in Viken, soon compelled Sverre to withdraw from Oplandene. In the winter of 1177 he crossed the mountains in an effort to capture Bergen, but the city had been warned. A fleet was patrolling the coast, and at Voss an army confronted him which he could not hope to cope with. He had no choice but to retrace his steps across the snow-covered mountains. For weeks they struggled through the pathless wilds without fire or shelter. Horses and military stores were lost, and many of his men perished from cold or exhaustion before they finally reached the settlements in Valdres. But even here he could not dare to tarry, as all avenues of escape might be cut off. He continued his retreat to Østerdalen, where he camped during Christmas, but when he learned that Erling Skakke was approaching, he withdrew across the Swedish border. Sverre began the campaign of 1178 in Jæmtland, where he forced the Jæms to swear allegiance to him. It seems to have been his plan to secure a base of operations from which he might attack Trondheim, which again had fallen into the hands of King Magnus and Archbishop Eystein, but he entertained no great hope of success. When he reached Namdalen, a district north of Trondheim, he assembled his men and discussed the situation with them. 3 courses he thought now remained open. 1, to make a voyage north to Hålogaland, obtain friends and ships, and then sail south to Bergen to see if he could win a victory over his foes. The second course, to leave the land and sail to the Western Isles, where there were good prospects, he considered, of obtaining support. The third course, to go on a plundering expedition to Ireland or other western lands, for he was of the opinion that the popularity of King Magnus and Erling Jarl would grow less the longer they ruled over the country. But at present, he said, their power is great, and to contend with them will be a hard matter. The Birkebeiner would not listen to Sverre's advice, but thought that they could capture Trondheim now as easily as they had done before. But Archbishop Eystein was at home, and urged the Trønders to resist the Birkebeiner to the utmost. "I have been told," he said, "that their numbers are few and their ships small. The men, moreover, are in an exhausted and wretched condition. It befits not yeomen and merchants to give up their clothes or goods to such thieves and evildoers as Sverre has scraped together." King Sverre risked the attack, but he suffered a crushing defeat and narrowly escaped losing his life. After this mishap he again sought refuge in the mountains, but marched slowly southward towards Viken. When King Magnus heard of the approach of the Birkebeiner, he hastened to meet them with a strong force. Sverre, who saw that he could gain no further support until he gained a victory over his opponents, told his men that he would rather die now in an honorable battle with King Magnus than to be constantly driven from pillar to post. At Herta Bridge he resolutely attacked King Magnus's forces. Both the king and Orm Kongsbroder were wounded, many of their men fell, and they retreated from the field. Shortly afterwards he also succeeded in destroying a part of King Magnus's fleet at Konghelle. These successes inspired his men with new confidence, and he stationed himself in Viken, where he could obtain both provisions and reinforcements. From this time on his fortunes began to mend. In the fall of 1179 he returned to Trondheim, where he defeated the forces of King Magnus, captured the city, and took 10 ships. But this victory was in no way decisive. The great leaders, King Magnus, Erling Skakke, Orm Kongsbroder, and Archbishop Eystein, were staying in Bergen, and when they heard of Sverre's success, they collected a large fleet with which they intended to attack him as soon as the new campaign should open in the spring. When winter was past, Sverre sailed southward with the fleet which he had collected, but off Stad he met Magnus, Erling, Orm, and Eystein with so overwhelming a force that the only question became how to avoid falling into their hands with the whole fleet. To save himself, Sverre steered for the open sea. In a fog his pursuers lost sight of him, and as they were unable to determine what course he had taken, Orm Kongsbroder and Eystein were sent with a part of the fleet to protect Bergen, while King Magnus and Erling proceeded to Trondheim. Sverre was already in the city when they arrived, but they landed without opposition, and took up a position in the Kalveskind, a peninsula formed by the river Nid and the sea, while Sverre held the opposite bank of the river. After some fruitless parleying, Sverre marched away, and the rumor spread that he had retreated into the mountains. So confident was Erling Skakke that he would not return, that he allowed his men to feast and drink in the town, and did not heed the warning of his lieutenants that he should keep good watch. Sverre, who well knew the significance of the combat now imminent, had hastened into Guldal to collect reinforcements. On the night of the 18th of June he returned to Trondheim. He reached the city at daybreak, halted a few moments, and addressed his men, telling them how much depended on the battle which was to be fought, and what they might gain if they were victorious. "I will now make known to you what is to be gained," he said. "Whoever slays a lendermand, and can bring forward evidence of his deed, shall himself be a lendermand. And whatever title a man shall cause to be vacant, that title shall be his. He shall be king's man who slays a king's man, and he shall receive good honor beside." King Magnus' sentinels had noticed the approaching Birkebeiner, and the war trumpets called the men to the standards. The first onset was so fierce that Erling's men were forced backward. His standard was cut down, and he received a halberd thrust into his abdomen, and fell mortally wounded. King Magnus' forces broke into disorderly flight. In rushing past, Magnus noticed his father. He bent down and kissed him and said, "We shall meet again on the day of joy, my father." Erling's lips moved, but he could not speak. Magnus had to flee for his life, and Erling soon breathed his last among his enemies. Magnus boarded a ship and sailed away from Trondheim. His defeat was overwhelming. 10 lendermænd had fallen, and half of his herd. The decisive battle between the two parties had been fought. Erling Skake was buried near the south wall of the Christ Church, but his burial now lies inside the much larger Trondheim Cathedral, which was erected later. After the Battle of Nidaros, Magnus fled to Bergen, which was held by Archbishop Eystein and Orm Kongsbroder. Sverre fortified Trondheim with palisades, and took special care to strengthen his fleet, knowing that this branch of the military service would be of the greatest importance in the future. Magnus and Eystein spent the winter in Viken, and the following spring they assembled again a large fleet and sailed to Trondheim to try conclusions with the victorious Sverre. He proposed that they should make peace, that he and Magnus should rule as joint kings, but the offer was rejected. On the 27th of May, 1180, another battle was fought at Heveldene in Trondheim, in which Magnus was again defeated. His army was torn up, 6 lendermænd fell, and Magnus retreated to Bergen with the remnants of his forces. But his victorious pursuers followed close on his heels, and as he was unable to offer any effectual resistance, he abandoned the struggle and fled to Denmark. Archbishop Eystein also left Norway and sought refuge in England. King Henry II was no special friend of prelates, but he nevertheless treated the archbishop with due respect and assigned him the monastery of Edmundsbury for a residence. But he granted him but a small allowance, probably because he did not want to make it appear that he was supporting King Sverre's enemies. The great defeats had weakened the aristocracy, but had not destroyed their power of resistance. Not only could the chieftains still raise forces in nearly every district in the kingdom, but they did not hesitate to seek the support of the King of Denmark, who was willing enough to aid them as long as they were opposing the representative of a strong national government and an independent Norway. Sverre had indeed gained control of the whole kingdom, but his task was only rendered more difficult, as he had to defend it against the combined attacks of domestic and foreign enemies. In the spring of 1181, while sailing from Bergen to Viken, he suddenly encountered King Magnus and Orm Kongsbroder, who came from Denmark with a fleet of 32 large ships. His own fleet was much smaller, and he fell back to Bergen, where a bloody naval engagement was fought. By superior generalship he won the victory, but the battle was not decisive, as both sides suffered heavy losses. To know where the next attack would be made was impossible. Sverre hastened to Trondheim, garrisoned the city, and marched overland to Oslo for the purpose of defending Viken. But Magnus attacked Trondheim, overwhelmed the garrison, and captured Sverre's whole fleet of 35 ships. When Sverre returned to aid the city, Magnus sailed away to Bergen, and Sverre could not pursue him for want of ships. The situation had once more become critical, as everything which Sverre had gained in many hard-fought campaigns was lost by one fell swoop. But he wasted no time in mourning his losses. With characteristic energy he set about repairing them as far as possible. The necessity of strengthening the defenses of the city so that it could be held by a garrison of reasonable size had become apparent. He greatly strengthened the fortifications and erected a castle which he called Zion, generally known as the Sverreborg, where he stationed a part of the garrison. In the spring he caused palisades to be set up, so that a complete line stretched from the castle along the sea-coast, then inland along the guildhalls, and over the Eyra, Øyren, across to the river, and along the river to the quays. A catapult was fixed on Bratteren by the sea, and a blockhouse was erected close to the sea. In the meantime, Sverre had collected 20 small vessels, and with a strong north wind he set sail for Bergen. Magnus's ships were riding at anchor in the harbor. He entered quite unexpectedly, cut the anchor ropes, and towed the fleet out into the fjord, while a vigorous assault was made on the city. King Magnus fled after a short resistance, and again sought refuge in Denmark. Archbishop Eystein, who had returned to Norway after a 3 years' exile, was in Bergen at this time. He tendered his submission, and was allowed to return to his archdiocese in Trondheim. The terms imposed by Sverre are not known, but it is quite certain that the constitution of 1164 was annulled, and that Eystein acknowledged him to be the rightful king of Norway. Archbishop Eystein's political career was now ended. For 18 years he had helped to keep Magnus Erlingsson on the throne. He had suffered defeat, he had languished in exile, and the great work which he had dreamed of accomplishing in his new archdiocese had been interrupted. He longed to return to his beloved Nidaros, and the last few years of his life were devoted to the erection of the great Trondheim cathedral. Before his exile he had rebuilt and greatly increased in height the transepts of the Christ Church which Olav Kyrre had erected. But during his sojourn in England and Normandy he was greatly impressed by the beauty of the Gothic architecture of the magnificent cathedrals which were built during this period. When he returned to Trondheim he raised the choir of the Christ Church, and built a new magnificent choir in the Gothic style. To this was joined the octagonal ladies' chapel, a minor choir, retrochorus. The main altar was placed in the choir proper over the grave of Saint Olav. The ladies' chapel contained a minor altar for the Virgin Mary in her image, richly ornamented with precious stones. Underneath the walls of the ladies' chapel is the holy Saint Olav's well, which according to the legend welled up on the spot where St. Olav's body was buried. It is 44 feet deep and walled with stone from the bottom. The reconstructed transepts, the new choir, and the ladies' chapel were probably finished when Eystein died in January 1188. The work of erecting a new nave in harmony with the other parts of the cathedral was not begun until 1248. After receiving aid from King Knut Valdemarsson of Denmark, Magnus returned to Norway in the spring of 1184 with 24 ships and a force which must have numbered about 3,000 men. At Fimreite in Norefjord, a narrow arm of the Sognefjord, he met King Sverre, who at that moment had only 14 ships and a force not exceeding 2,000 men. The fierce battle which began in the afternoon of the 15th of June lasted till midnight. 2,160 men are said to have fallen, but Sverre was finally victorious. King Magnus perished together with the flower of the aristocracy, and Bergen and the districts of southwestern Norway, which had given him the most loyal support, hastened to tender their submission to King Sverre. After the battle, Magnus's body was brought to Bergen and buried in the Christ Church. Fair speeches were made over the grave. Nicholas Sultan spoke, a brother of King Sverre's mother, and one of the most eloquent of men. The king himself made a long speech in which he said, "We stand here now at the grave of one who was kind and loving to his friends and kinsmen, though he and I, kinsmen, had not the good fortune to agree. He was hard to me and my men, may God forgive him now all his transgressions. Yet he was an honorable chief in many respects and adorned by kingly descent." The king spoke with many fine words, for he did not lack them on whatever course he was bent. The burial of King Magnus was put in careful order by King Sverre, coverlets were spread over the tombstone, and a railing was set up around it. End of chapter 61. Chapter 62 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Sverre's reign. While the struggle between Sverre and Magnus had the appearance of a personal contest for the possession of the throne, even a casual observer would soon discern that a revolution had been set on foot in which the Birkebeiner, or common people, under the leadership of Sverre had undertaken to wrest the people from the aristocracy and the clergy. Sverre could assert his right to the throne only according to the old rule of succession as the illegitimate son of Sigurd Mund, while Magnus Erlingsson wore the crown by the special arrangement of 1164, which virtually transferred the sovereign power to the church and the nobility. With Sverre on the throne, the era of puppet kings and the rule of the nobility would be at an end. The constitution of 1164 would be overthrown, and a regime would be inaugurated to which Sverre himself gave the keynote in his speech at the funeral of Erling Skakke. Times are greatly changed, as you may see, and have taken a marvelous turn, when one man stands in the place of three, of king, of jarl, of archbishop, and I am that one. Sverre would rule in the spirit of Harald Hårfagre and St. Olav, as the sovereign of a national and independent kingdom exercising the highest authority in ecclesiastical and state affairs within the realm. But although he had gained the power and was fully resolved to use it, he did not exercise it in a harsh or arbitrary way. With the instinct of a true statesman, he took care to gradually lessen the influence of the nobility, to put more power into the hands of the common people, and to organize the administration and the judicial procedure in such a way as to lodge the power more firmly with the central government, and leave less to the whim of the individual or the caprice of fortune. We have seen that the local administration was originally controlled by the Hersir, or hereditary chieftains. The lendermænd who succeeded them were appointed by the king, but exercised to a large extent the same power. They controlled the local military organization, and exercised extensive police power. They attended the thing in the capacity of police officers to maintain peace and order, and they were still regarded by the people as their chieftains. They usually belonged to the old aristocracy, and although they exercised their power in the name of the king, they were quite independent of royal authority because of their rank and influence. The Aarmænd were the king's real representatives in local administration. They were overseers of the royal estates, collectors of taxes, and procured the necessities for the entertainment of the king and his hird when he stayed in their district. They had to meet at the thing to maintain the king's cause. They should see to it that the thing was assembled at the right time, and should arrange for the election of nefndarmenn, or members of the lagthing. It was their duty, also, to keep in custody persons under arrest, and to inflict on them the punishments imposed by the thing. But they were of low birth, often they were freed slaves, and they were neither loved nor respected by the people. When determined resistance was offered, they were often unable to execute efficiently the duties of their office. In such a case the lendermænd might from sheer kind-heartedness condescend to aid them, but as the Aarmænd stood under the supervision of the king, not of the lendermænd, we may be sure that such assistance was both rarely and grudgingly given. In cases of special lack of efficiency in the local administration, or for special purposes, the king would appoint one of his trusted men as his sysselmænd, or personal representative, clothed with an authority superior even to that of the lendermænd. But such appointment was not permanent except in faraway districts like Hålogaland and Jæmtland. The sysselmænd were royal officials, men of standing and ability. They had all the duties and powers of the Aarmænd, except that of acting as overseers over the royal estates, which was considered menial service. They also performed many of the duties of the lendermænd. They had police power, collected fines and taxes, and assembled the thing, where they proclaimed new laws in the king's name. They acted as prosecutors and defended the people in their rights over against the clergy. As royal deputies, they had numerous duties and possessed great power. The appointment of sysselmænd grew more common in the 12th century, but during the period of the civil wars, while the king exercised only a nominal authority, this institution could not be of very great importance. Not till in King Sverre's time can it be said to have developed into a general and permanent system of local administration. After the Battle of Nidaros he appointed sysselmænd in the whole of Trøndelagen. The office does not seem to have been established everywhere in the kingdom in his reign, but it was rapidly extended under his successors. The Aarmænd continued for a time to act as subordinate officials under the sysselmænd, but as the more important functions of their office were delegated to him, they became superfluous and gradually disappeared. The lendermænd institution was left intact. Sverre pursued a conciliatory policy, and left the lendermænd in undisturbed possession of their lands and powers. He even appointed many of them as his sysselmænd. But in the civil wars their ranks had been greatly thinned, and Sverre rewarded many of his own men by elevating them to this rank even if they were men of humble birth. Many of his followers he married to the widows and daughters of those who had fallen in the wars. He thereby attached the lendermænd class more closely to himself, and by appointing them sysselmænd they became royal officials dependent on the king, while the office of lenderman, stripped of its old significance, gradually became an empty title. Of no less significance was the change made by King Sverre in the hitherto obscure office of lagmand, Old Norse lagmaður. Much difference of opinion has prevailed regarding the origin of this institution in Norway. R. Kaiser, P.A. Munch, and Frederick Brandt held that the office of lagman was created by Sverre, that before his time the word lagman signified a man well versed in the law, who exercised no prescribed function in the judicial system. Conrad Maurer held that the lagmænd were a separate class, distinct from the lendermænd and the people. He points to the very closely related institution of logsøgumaður, the leader of the thing in Iceland, and the lagmand in Greenland, the Faroe Islands, and Jæmtland, and finds that the existence of this institution in the Norwegian colonies can only be explained by supposing that it also existed in the mother country. Ebbe Hertzberg does not fully agree with either view, but holds that the office of lagman dates from an earlier period than Sverre's reign, which is shown especially by Sigurd Ranesson's noted case, where the lagmænd are mentioned several times. Then King Eystein asked the lagmænd if it was law in Norway that bønder should judge kings. The lagmænd answered that suits between kings would have to be tried at the Øreting. When the laws, in course of time, became more numerous and complicated, few knew them well, and those who were to render decisions at the thing would naturally ask the opinion of those who were well versed in the law. In course of time, says Hertzberg, the word lagmand came to designate one who was well versed in the law, who at the thing was requested to give his opinion as to the law, and thus for the occasion acted as lagmand. This view must be regarded as the one which is best supported by the evidence of the old writers. Several such lagmænd were present both at the fylkesthing and the lagthing, but they were not officially appointed. Archbishop Eystein attempted also to give the clergy control over the courts of law by making a regulation that at the thing the law book should be read by a priest, who would thereby get the office of principal lagmænd. King Sverre's attention had probably been directed to this important office by Eystein's attempt. He reduced the number of lagmænd, and made them royal officials appointed by the king. The duty of the lagman should be to give his årskard, i.e. to state the law according to which the lagrette should decide the case. It became customary also to bring cases before the lagmænd outside of the thing, and to settle them according to his årskard, or legal opinion. This relieved people of the burden of expensive litigation at the thing. At first, the contesting parties would not necessarily have to abide by the årskard of the lagman, but by a law of 1244 a fine of 3 marks was imposed on anyone who disregarded the årskard. The lagman had become a high judicial functionary appointed by the king. He exercised great influence over the judiciary, and tended to strengthen greatly the monarchic principles. Over against the hierarchy, King Sverre asserted the principle of the sovereign power of the king in all affairs within the realm with more uncompromising vigor. He not only annulled the agreement of 1164, but also all the laws inspired by Archbishop Eystein, by which this prelate had sought to enhance the privileges of the clergy at the expense of royal power. The struggle of the church soon waxed very bitter, since Eystein's successor, Archbishop Ærik, who had been elected in spite of Sverre's protest, was an avowed opponent of the king and a most determined advocate of church supremacy. The archbishop based his claim on the new code of church laws called Gulfjolder, a revision of the older laws, completed under the supervision of Archbishop Eystein, in which many privileges were granted the church. Sverre refused to acknowledge these laws, and appealed to the laws of St. Olav as they were found in the old code Graugos, from the time of Magnus the Good. He declared that Erling Skake ought not to have broken the laws of Olav the Saint to have his son appointed king. For Magnus was not rightly chosen, inasmuch as never before since Norway became Christian has one been king who was not a king's son, nor yet in heathen times. King Sverre regarded as unlawful usurpation every innovation introduced by Erling Skake and King Magnus, and would force the church to surrender its illegally obtained privileges. One subject of dispute between them was the old law and practice by which the king and the yeomen should build churches, if they wished, on their own homesteads and at their own cost, and should themselves have control of the churches and appoint priests thereto. But the archbishop claimed rule and authority in each church as soon as it was consecrated, and over all those whom he permitted to officiate in them. The king requested that the law should hold, but the archbishop refused. Sverre also demanded that the taxes which the archbishop levied in his diocese should be reduced to what they had been before the time of Magnus, and that he should not keep more than 30 armed followers, the number prescribed by law. The archbishop, he said, has no need of a bodyguard, or of warriors, or of a ship all bedecked with shields, and he so far exceeds what the law says that he sails in a smack having 20 benches manned by 90 men or more, and bedecked with shields from stem to stern. We Birkebeiner will call to mind the ship sent by the archbishop to attack us under the Hattarhammer, and that we thought the same too hardily manned by his huscarls. So too in Bergen when we attacked the fleet, the archbishop's ship and his company were much readier with their weapons to fight against us than were the king's company. I should think it more righteous before God if the archbishop had no guardsmen beyond what is lawful, for no one will plunder him or the church property, and if he used the cost to set men to the quarries, to transport stone, to do mason's work, so as to advance the building of the minster for which preparations have already been made. The archbishop made an arrogant reply, and Sverre declared that within 5 days he would outlaw the men which he might have in excess of the prescribed number. The archbishop thereupon fled to Denmark. Another controversy arose over the election of bishops. Sverre claimed the right to control their election, and maintained that in early Christian times the bishops were chosen by the king. This practice had been adhered to in the time of St. Olav, and even in the days of Eystein, Sigurd, and Inge, the sons of Harald Gille. The concessions made by King Magnus he wholly disregarded, and the right of the clergy to elect the bishops, which had been conceded in principle even in the reign of the sons of Harald Gille, he interpreted to mean that in case 2 or more kings ruled jointly, and could not agree on a candidate, the clergy might elect. He says about the right of election in his speech against the clergy, "We have heard these people, the clergy, state that the king has surrendered this right and has given it to them. But anyone will perceive, whom God has given understanding in the bosom, that even if the king would relinquish this power he could not do so, inasmuch as he must account for it to God himself. For God will call the king to account for everything which he has given the kingdom, and in like manner we will hold the bishop responsible for everything he has given the bishopric. One cannot alter it for the other by giving or receiving, as this is contrary to God's own disposition and command." When a new bishop was to be elected for the diocese of Stavanger, the choice fell on Nicholas Arnason, a half-brother of King Inge and Orm Kongsbroder. Nicholas was a staunch adherent of King Magnus and had fought against Sverre in the Battle of Illevoldene. The king, who feared that he would use his influence to support the archbishop and to strengthen the hierarchic party, refused to sanction the election, but the cunning Nicholas wrote a letter to the queen, and she interceded for him. Sverre yielded to her pleadings and sanctioned the choice. The bishop-elect was transferred to the diocese of Oslo, and in later events he comes into the foreground as the most sinister figure in Norwegian history. His misfortune has been that little is known about him save what is told in the Sverres saga. Which was written by his enemies, and all posterity has learned to regard him as the treacherous arch-conspirator, the very incarnation of evil. This view is no doubt both erroneous and unjust, but it finds its explanation in the fact that he became the real organizer and leader of the hierarchic aristocratic opposition party known as the Bagler, and fanned into flame the passions of party spirit and civil strife. Nicholas exhibited talent mixed with cunning and selfishness. He must have been educated, but he had probably no specific religious training. His martial spirit indicates that he lacked true religious feeling, and he seems to have been partisan and narrow. His career shows him to have been a chieftain of the old type rather than a bishop. The Sverres saga relates that it happened one day while Sverre lay in the Seimsfjord that his men rowed him in a cutter close under the land. Bishop Nicholas explained to him, "Why don't you come on land, Sverre? Are you not willing to fight now, you renegade? You think no life equal to that of robbing and harrying. Now I will wait for you here. Behold my sleeve," and with that he held up his shield. "The mitre and staff which by the Pope's command I bear against you are this helmet and sword. I will carry these weapons until you are slain or driven from your realm." However we may regard the words quoted by the saga writer, they probably give a correct picture of the warlike prelate in martial array, hostile and bitter in his opposition to King Sverre. That the position taken by Sverre would produce a renewed conflict with both the hierarchy and the aristocracy might be expected. Archbishop Eirik was well received in Denmark by the powerful Archbishop Absalon, who gave him all possible aid. He instructed Abbot William of Ebelholt to write a letter to the Pope in Eirik's behalf, and describe the king's action against the archbishop and the church. The letter emphasized especially that Sverre had requested the archbishop to crown him, but he had refused to do so except with the consent of the Pope. This had made Sverre and his whole army angry, as he claimed that in such an affair he was not dependent on the favor of the Pope, since kings might let themselves be anointed wherever and by whomsoever they pleased. The letter received no immediate answer. Pope Clement III died in April 1191, and the new pope, Celestine III, was too much occupied with affairs in Germany and Italy to devote much attention to the faraway province of Norway. In 1193 the two archbishops sent men to Rome with a new letter, and now the pope issued a bull in which he placed Archbishop Eirik and his successors under his apostolic protection, confirmed all rights and privileges of the Norwegian clergy, and made new regulations. The bull concludes with the threat that whoever resists it shall lose his authority, his title of honor, and shall be excommunicated. Sverre did not long enjoy peace even after the overthrow of the Heklungs and the death of Magnus Erlingsson. New armed hosts were constantly placed in the field against him by the nobles. These strong bands, which were usually recruited from the most lawless elements, did much harm, and Sverre's ability as a general was often taxed to the utmost to defend the various sections of the kingdom against them. But their operations were planless raids, which the saga gives undue prominence, and pictures with unnecessary minuteness of detail. After the Battle of Fimreite, the followers of Magnus took from the Hovedur monastery at Oslo a monk known as Jon Kuvlung, whom they hailed as king, claiming that he was a son of Inge Krokryg. The clergy and aristocracy supported him, and as all adventurers and lawless elements joined his standards, Sverre found it difficult enough to cope with the Kuvlungs, as these bands of rebels were called. They captured Bergen and took the Sverreborg, which the king had built in the city. Another time they seized Trondheim and destroyed the Sverreborg of that city, but they were finally taken unawares by Sverre in Bergen. Jon Kuvlung fell, and he was proven to be a simple impostor, the son of a man by the name of Peter and his wife Astrid. Even before the Kuvlungs had been scattered, a new band of rebels and marauders, the Varbelgs, made their appearance in Marker, a border district of southeastern Norway. Their leader, Sigurd, an Icelander of low birth, claimed to be a son of King Inge Krokryg. He was defeated and slain by the angry farmers, but after the fall of the Kuvlungs the chieftains put forward another pretender, Vikar, a mere child, who had been brought from Denmark and was said to be a son of Magnus Erlingsson. The Varbelgs were finally defeated at Bristein by the men from Tunsberg, and Vikar was slain. During the next 2 years, 1190 to 1192, no band of rebels disturbed the kingdom, and a joint crusade to the Holy Land was organized in Denmark and Norway. After Jerusalem had been captured by the Turks in 1187, Pope Gregory VIII preached a new crusade against the infidels, and the three most powerful sovereigns in Europe at that time, Frederick Barbarossa of Germany, Philip Augustus II of France, and Richard Coeur de Lion of England became the leaders of the Third Crusade. The papal legates also came to Denmark with letters from the Pope, and met King Knut Valdemarsson at a diet assembled in Odense. The great noble Esbern Snara arose and urged the Danes to forget their domestic quarrels, and to use their strength and resources to rescue the Holy Sepulchre. Many Danish nobles took the cross and sailed to Konghelle in Norway, where Ulv af Lavnes, one of King Sverre's ablest Birkebein chieftains, lay ready to join him. Warriors from all the 3 Scandinavian countries joined in this crusade. Bernardus Thesaurarius says, Norsemen, Gurtar, and the other inhabitants of the islands which lie between the north and the west, tall and warlike people, despising death, came armed with battle axes, and sailing on round ships called snekjar. Ulv af Lavnes became the leader, and he was the most experienced seaman. They first sailed to Bergen, where the Danish chieftains visited King Sverre and asked his forgiveness for having aided the rebel bands which had risen against him. Sverre readily granted them his pardon, embraced them as his friends, and wished them a safe journey. On their voyage across the North Sea they suffered much from stormy weather, and when they reached Friesland, they decided to leave their damaged ships and journey overland. They marched along the Rhine and finally reached Venice, where they chartered a ship to transport them to the Holy Land. They reached Palestine in September 1192, just as Richard Coeur de Lion had made a truce with Saladin, and was about to depart for home. They could, therefore, take no part in military operations, and after visiting the Holy City and the River Jordan, some returned to Constantinople, where they were well received by the Greek Emperor Isaac Angelus and his Varangian guards, while others returned by way of Rome. Ulv Haflafnus is not mentioned in later events in Norway, and it is possible that he lost his life on the expedition. The brief period of peace which followed the overthrow of the Kuvlungs and Varbelgs was but a lull before the storm. In the spring of 1193 a new band of rebels had been organized. They were called Oystjegr because they had assembled in the Orkney Islands. Hallkel Jonsson, who was married to Ragnhild, a sister of Magnus Erlingsson, Sigurd Erlingsson, a son of Erling Skaka, Olav Jarlsmog, a brother-in-law of Jarl Harald Madsson of the Orkneys, and Bishop Nicholas Arneson were the leaders of this new uprising, and the boy Sigurd, a son of Magnus Erlingsson, was their candidate for the throne. After successful operations in Viken, they sailed to Bergen and tried to capture the city, but they were unable to take this Fetterborg, and on Palm Sunday the following spring, King Sverre defeated them in the Battle of Floravåg, west of Bergen. Hallkel Jonsson, Sigurd Erlingsson, Olaf Jarlsmog, and the pretender Sigurd Magnusson lost their lives. King Sverre went to Viken and summoned before him Bishop Nicholas, who had to admit that he was implicated in the rebellion. To appease the irate king, he agreed to crown him. Sverre summoned the bishops of Hamar and Stavanger to meet in Bergen, where he was crowned by Bishop Nicholas, June 29, 1194. He also caused an English clerk, Martin, to be chosen Bishop of Bergen to succeed Bishop Paul, who died before the Battle of Floravåg. In the summer of the same year the Pope excommunicated Sverre, and on the 18th of November he also published a bull of excommunication against the Norwegian bishops, which should take effect if they continued to show obedience to the king. Sverre summoned the bishops to meet at a council of magnates assembled in Bergen to confer with him about the situation. They all promised to remain faithful to him, and it was decided to send messengers to the Pope to place the situation in Norway in its right light. Bishop Nicholas Arneson seems to have protested his faithfulness to the king, like the other bishops, but as soon as he had returned to Oslo he went to Denmark, joined Sverre's enemies, and received absolution from Archbishop Eirik for having crowned him. Jarl Harald Madsson of the Orkneys was also present in Bergen to obtain King Sverre's pardon for having tolerated the Oystjegr in his dominions. The king granted him pardon, but did not let him escape unpunished. He confiscated the estates of those who had taken part in the uprising, and separated the Shetland Islands permanently from the Jarldom of the Orkneys, and joined them to the Kingdom of Norway. These islands were henceforth governed by a royal sysselmand. End of chapter 62. Chapter 63 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Birkebeiner and Bagler. King Sverre and Pope Innocent III. Sverre had shown that he could cope successfully with rebellious bands of the kind which had hitherto opposed him. His enemies saw that no hope could be pinned on future efforts of that sort, and Archbishop Eirik and Bishop Nicholas Arneson, who were in Denmark at this time, undertook in 1196 to unite the supporters of the aristocratic hierarchic principle into a strong party called the Bagler, from Bigal, Bakulas, equals Krosjor, in a final effort to overthrow the king. Archbishop Eirik had become blind, and Bishop Nicholas became the sole and real leader of the new party. No bloodier civil war had ever been fought in Norway than the struggle which now began between the Bagler and the king's party, the Birkebeiner. King Sverre was placed in a most trying position. He had gained the throne by the aid of the common people, the Birkebeiner, but he now found himself opposed by the most opulent and powerful aristocracy as well as by the Pope and the clergy. The people were, moreover, divided geographically. The Bagler gained the support of the southern and western districts, while the Birkebeiner controlled only Tr0ndelagen and the northern districts. The struggle between the Birkebeiner and Bagler is a parallel to the contest between Welfs and Ghibellines in Germany, the only difference being that Sverre was opposed by nearly the whole nobility. The Bagler appeared in Norway in 1196, and reinforcements were ready to join them. They took Viken and assembled the Borgarthing, where the pretender Inge Magnusson, whom they claimed to be a son of Magnus Erlingsson, was proclaimed king. The lendermand Halvard of Saastad, in Upplandene, joined them, and when Bishop Thore of Hamar died in February 1196, they chose Ivar Skjalge, one of their own party, to succeed him. By his remarkable skill as a strategist, Sverre was able to defeat the Bagler at Oslo, but the victory was of no avail, for they soon captured Trondheim, destroyed the Sverreborg, and seized his fleet. Bergen was burned, and one district after another fell into their hands until they controlled the whole coast. Only the fylker of Tr0ndelagen proper still remained in Sverre's possession. He seemed to be hopelessly defeated, and Bishop Nicholas could say with a boast, "Priest Sverre now holds no more of Norway than a single Ness. It would be a very fit lot for him to govern the parts of Eira outside the palisades, and be hanged there on the gallows. We Bagler care very little, I should suppose, where he goes with his sea rams that he has got together in the town. Before the Trønders receive any good from them, I expect all their buildings will be charcoal. We will roam over the fjord as we please, in spite of them, quite free from fear, for they have no force to bring against us." To make a desperate situation seem still more hopeless, Sverre was at this time attacked also by the powerful Pope Innocent III. This great pontiff, who succeeded Celestine III on January 8, 1198, made all the monarchs of Europe tremble, and in course of time the kings of Aragon, Portugal, Poland, and England had to bow in submission, and acknowledge themselves his vassals. In the quarrel between Philip of Swabia and Otto IV of Germany, he claimed the right to "examine, approve, anoint, consecrate, and crown the emperor-elect, if he be worthy, to reject him if unworthy." Nothing could escape his attentive eagle eye, and he was determined to humble the refractory King Sverre, as he did humble every prince who resisted him. In the fall of 1198 the storm broke loose in earnest. Innocent placed Norway under interdict, declared Sverre to be excommunicated and deposed, and hurled the most violent anathemas against him. He also sent letters to the kings of Denmark and Sweden, and to Jarl Birger Brosa, in which he recounted Sverre's crimes, and asked them to arm themselves in defense of the churches and the clergy, and to overthrow this monster, and thereby earn God's reward and the gratitude of the Pope. None of the bishops dared any longer remain loyal, and an opportunity was given, not only those who were at heart disloyal, but all the indifferent and faint-hearted, to sever their allegiance. But Sverre could yet count on his war-scarred Birkebeiner. They placed him on the throne, and had followed him in all his campaigns. They feared no one, not even the Pope in distant Romaborg, and their religion was not of a kind to make them over-scrupulous in doctrinal matters. They trusted in their swords, and clung to their leader with a faithfulness which had been their forefathers' prime virtue of old. King Sverre's courage rose with the danger, and his clear intellect sought out the loftiest and most effective means to neutralize the effect of the Pope's attack. He would fight the hierarchy with their own weapons. In answer to the Pope's anathema he published his speech against the bishops, a remarkable document written in the Norse language, in which he appeals with great eloquence and consummate skill of argument to the Norwegian people, places before them the principles involved in the controversy, shows them the fallacies of the clergy and the arrogance of their claims, and asks them to judge. He compares the church to the human body whose members have their special functions. Christ himself is the head, the church is the trunk of this body. The eyes should be our bishops, who should point us to the right way and the safe road, free from all erring paths, and should moreover have a careful oversight of all the members. The nostrils should be the archdeacons, who should perceive the scent of all the perfume of righteousness and sacred truth. The ears should be the deans and provosts, who should hear and decide causes and difficult suits in holy Christianity. The tongue and lips should be our priests, who should preach to us sound doctrine, and themselves afford good example by their conduct. The heart and breast should be the king's, whose duty lies in solicitude, in deliberating and in acting, in emboldening and defending all other members. But, he continues, now exists the evil that all the members suffer change in their nature, and each forsakes the office and service which it should perform. The eyes look sideways and see dimly. The same scales have fallen upon the eyes of our bishops that fell on the eyes of the apostles the night when God was taken. The same drowsiness and heaviness is come upon them, and they see all things as in a dream, where they distinguish neither clear light nor true appearance. The nostrils perceive only a stench, and not a perfume or sweet smell. The ears are now dull of hearing, and can hear neither truth nor good sense. Indeed, truth is neither heard nor seen. Our bishops and other rulers, who should watch over Christianity, are blinded by covetousness, excess, ambition, arrogance, and injustice. There have now arisen bishops such as those whom God himself slew aforetime, Hophni and Phinehas, sons of Eli, high priests in Shiloh, who did violence to the holy sacrifices which the people would offer to God, and seized with wrong and robbery all his offerings and holy sacrifices from God's holy people. And it has now come to pass that in the same manner our tithes and charitable offerings are demanded with threats and ban and excommunication. We are urged to build churches, and when they are built we are driven from them like heathens. We are urged to undertake the cost, but we are given no rule over them. Sins and offences into which men fall are used as rent-producing farms. Sinners are not chastised with right punishments, as everyone is at liberty to compound for his sins if he wishes, for silence is at once kept when money is offered. We are deprived of some of our property with the sanction of the law, but where the law fails to apply, it is taken unjustly and by laying charge against us. And the wealth that is obtained and amassed is removed out of the country on an evil errand, for it is transmitted to Rome to purchase excommunication and anathemas, which are sent to our land as recompense for our Christianity and the consecration of churches. These are the gifts and presents brought to us in return for our tithes and other property. We are given gall to drink instead of wine, and poison instead of God's blood. After having indicted the hierarchy in this strain, he says that he does not blame the Pope, who knows no more about what happens in Norway than in other distant lands, but he blames the bishops and the clergy, who have misrepresented things to him. He quotes from the decretals of the popes to prove that an unjust decree issued by the church cannot hurt the innocent person against whom it is directed, but recoils on those who issued it. To the same effect, Pope Gelasius bears witness in the same cause when he speaks. An innocent man subjected to ban and anathemas shall pay the less heed to it, because a misplaced ban injures no one before God and Holy Church, nor weighs upon him. He shall not seek absolution to be released from the ban, for he knows himself guiltless and not subject to it, inasmuch as it was unjustly pronounced. These examples, and many others, bear witness that wrong judgments cannot injure us, though the deceitful wickedness of our clergy has had the power to put us to shame, for they flee from us and from this land as if we were heathens. Either the wise rulers of the Holy Church and Christendom have pronounced no excommunication though they have been urged, or else excommunication has been pronounced, and it has certainly fallen upon those who by injustice and wickedness requested it, and has not fallen upon us, who certainly deem ourselves innocent, and certainly believe ourselves free from all excommunication. He urges those who are not guilty of treason or of spreading false reports to remain loyal, and asks those who may be implicated in wrongdoing against the king and the nation to depart from those evil ways. All should know, clerical and lay, that the clerical leaders are not sent over God's people to tread scornfully upon their necks, to cast shame in their teeth, to regard them as good to be pillaged and wrongfully plundered of their goods. Still less are they sent over God's people to turn them away from God, to hell, as into the mouth of the ravenous wolf, either by wrongful ban and anathema or by false persuasion. In discussing the power of the king, he shows by quotations from Holy Scriptures and the decretals that royal power is divinely instituted, and that he exercises the highest authority in church and state by God's appointment. So great a mass of examples show clearly that the salvation of man's soul is at stake when he does not observe complete loyalty, kingly worship, and a right obedience. For kingly rule is created by God's command, and not after a man's ordinance, and no man obtains kingly rule except by divine dispensation. A king would not be more powerful or mightier than others if God had not set him higher than others in his service, for in his kingly rule he serves God and not himself. Now, inasmuch as duty binds him to answer to God himself, and to render an account of his protection and care of Holy Church, according to the cause just quoted, and as duty binds a minister of Holy Church to be obedient to the king, to afford him hearty worship and a guileless loyalty, therefore we cannot understand with what reason our clergy wish to remove the king from the oversight which he should have in Holy Church, and for which God requires him to answer, when we certainly know that men of inferior rank to the king have to exercise power in Holy Church. For knights and guardsmen and even yeomen have oversight in Holy Church if they are patrons of churches. There are 3 cases in which a man comes to have such oversight in Holy Church. The first, if he inherits an estate after his father or mother or other kinsmen, and the upholding of the church goes with the inheritance. The second is when a man buys an estate, and the upholding of the church goes with the lands which he buys. The third is when a man builds a church at his own pains and costs, and endows it with the lands for its future upholding. It must now be made clear, so that all may fully understand, what oversight it is which those whom we have just mentioned lawfully exercise in Holy Church, according as it is said in 16 Causa et Ultima Questione Ejusdem Causae, and found in other places in the writings of the apostles, popes themselves. This oversight in Holy Church has to be exercised by the sons, grandsons, and other fit heirs of the man who built the church or has been its upholder. Those who are rightful heirs shall have a care that no one through deceit or transference remove anything which the upholder of the church gave it at the outset. That which was set apart for the maintenance of the priest at the beginning shall so remain, and that which was set apart at the beginning for tar, for lights, and for vestments in the church shall so remain. And if the priest makes any change in what was thus set apart at the beginning, so that the church is injured thereby, then shall the patrons whom I have just named make the matters known to the bishop, and ask him to devise a remedy, if they themselves are unable to devise one. And if the bishop will not devise a remedy, or if he himself does such things as those I have mentioned, then shall the patrons of the church make the matter known to the archbishop, and ask him to devise a remedy. If the archbishop will not devise a remedy, or if he himself does such things, then shall the patrons lay the matter before the king, and cause him to rectify it by the authority which God has placed in his hands. Now, this bears witness that the king is set above all other dignitaries, for the king has here to direct the bishop or archbishop to do justice, if they themselves will pay no heed to it. This, be it said, relates to direction and guardianship of Holy Church, and not to those other violations of the law which might occur in secular matters. How great is the king's power in secular matters may thus be seen, since he sits even in the highest seat of judgment in matters relating to Holy Church, which would have been thought, if men had not heard this quotation, to lie under the direction of the bishop. He shows that it is usually the bishops, and not the kings, who lead the people into errors in religious matters. It may now be seen whether the king is to blame, and claims their rights to rob them of their dignity, or they quarrel with the king's honor and wish to deprive him of it and render him honorless. And if this unrest turns into heresy, as seems too likely, heresy and the profanation of Christianity will be seen to proceed from a source whence they have aforetime proceeded. We know few instances where kings have originated heresies, but we know many where kings have overthrown them when bishops have originated them. You may now hear the names of those who in various ways have been heretics. Then follows an exposition of the fallacies of many ecclesiastics who have been regarded as heretics. Among them Arius, bishop of Alexandria, Macarius, bishop of Antioch, Donatus, bishop of Numidia, Tertullian, and Pelagius. But the very worst, the cause of most harm, was called Nicholas Advena, a disciple of the Lord himself. He was afterwards bishop in Cirkland, Saracen land, and is now known as Mahomet. Professor P. A. Munch thinks that Sverre especially emphasizes the name of this reputed founder of Mohammedanism, because he bears the same name as Bishop Nicholas Arnason. Not many kings will be found who have originated heresy, for kings ever talk of their realm, of their kingly rule and the defense of their lands. Bishops are appointed to proclaim truth and Christianity, and whether they preach in church or at the assemblies, things, they declare before the people that all they preach must be followed. To fail in carrying out all they command is wrong, they say, and opposed to Christianity. Let these encroachments now cease which for a time have found place among men, and be just to one another. When both parties observe what stands in the holy writings, there is freedom for both, but when they wish to transgress what is written, they practice unrighteousness and will be rejected by God, by good men, and by equity. The document sets forth clearly the doctrine of the divine right of kings in opposition to the claim of Pope Innocent III, that the rule of the whole world had been given to the Pope, and that no king could reign rightly unless he devoutly served Christ's vicar. It was clearly the intention that this document should be read in the churches and at the things wherever this could be done, as many copies of it are known to have been distributed. In this speech, King Sverre not only exhorts his people to remain loyal, but he instructs them as to the legitimate power and the proper sphere of activity of king and clergy. His logic seems to have disconcerted his opponents, and the people listened as to a man inspired. Many of the Birkebeiner who had left the king returned to their old allegiance. Bishop Nicholas was henceforth called the heretic, and his party the excommunicated Bagler. The king had been able to awaken the people's patriotism, and to turn public sentiment against his opponents, a more signal victory than could be gained by arms. Sverre succeeded in maintaining friendly relations with the neighboring kingdoms in spite of the letters sent by the Pope. King Knut Valdemarsson of Denmark did not attempt to attack Norway, though he had lost his supremacy over Viking, and King Sverker of Sweden remained friendly. His son Karl married Sverre's daughter Ingebjorg, and Sverre himself was married to the Swedish princess Margaret, daughter of King Eirik the Saint. Jarl Birger Brosa remained friendly, and Sverre made his son Philip Jarl of Upplandene and Viken, and kept him at his court. Even with regard to the relation of the neighboring powers to the kingdom of Norway, the mandate of the Pope had produced no startling effect. In the winter of 1199 Sverre stayed in Trondheim, where he was busily engaged in building a new fleet. Each of the 8 fylker of Trøndelagen had promised to build one large war vessel, and he remodeled many merchant vessels into warships. In the spring he left Trondheim with the new fleet, and met the Bagler in the Stundenfjord near Frosta. A fierce battle was fought, in which pardon was neither asked nor granted. The Bagler were defeated, all their larger ships were taken, and many of their chieftains fell. But Bishop Nicholas escaped to Denmark, and did not return to Norway while Sverre lived. Some of the Birkebeiner pursued the fleeing Bagler northward, and recovered Hålogaland, while the king himself with the main fleet proceeded southward to Viken, where he spent the summer. He had now regained control of the whole kingdom, but the Bagler were not yet annihilated. In the winter of 1200, while Sverre was staying in Oslo, great forces from Upplandene, Viken, Telemarken, and Tunsberg joined in an attack on the city. The campaign was well planned, and the enemy was approaching the town from different sides when Sverre became aware of the movement. Now, as many a time before, he went in disguise to the enemy's lines to learn their plans, and he set his men to cut a passage through the ice-bound harbor, so that the fleet might be extricated in case of defeat. He found that 3 armies were converging on the city, each one larger than his own. One had already gained the mountain heights east of the town, another was marching up the fjord on the ice, and a third was approaching from the west. Sverre's strategic skill and the superior discipline of his veterans enabled him to keep the armies apart and to defeat each in turn, but the struggle was long and desperate, and the victory could not have been decisive, as Sverre left Oslo and sailed to Bergen. The Bagler also attacked Bergen and Trondheim, but they met with small success. Before the winter was over, the king began a new campaign against them in Ranrike and the southeastern districts of Norway. He forced them to retreat and placed strong garrisons in Viken. They made their last stand in Tunsberg, where one of their ablest leaders, Reidar Sendemand, entrenched himself in the citadel of the town, which was erected on a steep mountain height. Sverre could not take this strong citadel by storm, and in September 1201 he laid siege to the place with 1,000 men. After 5 months Reidar had to surrender, and Sverre, who was always ready to show clemency to his defeated enemies, pardoned the whole garrison and cared well for the half-starved men. Reidar was ill for a long time, and Sverre kept him at his court, and gave him the best care and medical attendance. Thus, says Munch, this prince, who was excommunicated and decried by a political party among the clergy as an infidel, showed a conciliatory Christian spirit, and a humaneness which his opponents would scarcely have shown under like circumstances, and which in that age was extremely rare. But he showed that herein, as in so many other respects, he was far in advance of his times. With the surrender of Reidar Sendemand at Tunsberg, the war with the Bagler may be said to have ended, and Sverre returned victorious to Bergen. He had freed all parts of the kingdom from foreign overlordship, he had successfully resisted the encroachments of the hierarchy, and the attacks of the Pope. He had wrested the power from the aristocracy, and had re-established the sovereignty of the crown in harmony with the monarchic principles of Harald Hårfagre, Olav Tryggvason, and Olaf the Saint. But he was not to enjoy the fruits of his victory. He fell sick at the siege of Tunsberg, and returned to Bergen only to die. There is a tone of sadness in the words which he spoke on his deathbed. The kingdom has brought me labor and unrest and trouble rather than peace and a quiet life. But so it is that many have envied me my rank, and have let their envy grow to full enmity. May God forgive them all, and let my Lord now judge between me and them, and decide all my cause. He passed away on the 9th of March 1202, and was laid to rest with elaborate ceremonies in the cathedral at Bergen. King Sverre was one of Norway's greatest sons. His character was of the highest type, combining courage with prudence and perseverance. He was witty and eloquent, wise, just, and humane, great as statesman and general, noble and amiable as a man. His saga, which was written by a contemporary, characterizes him as follows. King Sverre was most polished in manner. He was low of stature, stout and strong, broad of face and well-featured. His beard was usually trimmed, and his eyes were hazel in color, set deeply and handsomely. He was calm and thoughtful. He was most eloquent in speech, and when he spoke the ring of his voice was so clear that though he did not appear to speak loud, all understood him, though they were far off. He was a seemly chief as he sat in his high seat grandly dressed, for though his legs were short he sat high in the seat. He never drank strong drink to excess, and always ate but one meal a day. He was valiant and bold, very capable of enduring fatigue and loss of sleep. In comparing him with his supposed father, King Sigurd Mund, the saga writer further says of him, Sverre was steadfast and calm, careful in the choice of his friends, staunch and even-tempered. He was true to his word, reserved, sagacious, and conscientious. End of chapter 63. Chapter 64 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Sverre's immediate successors. When Sverre died, his only living son, Håkon Sverresson, ascended the throne. Sigurd, Håkon's older brother, who died some time previous, left a young son, Guttorm, but no attempt was made to secure for him any share in the kingdom. The principle that the realm should be ruled by a single king was thus tacitly accepted by all. On his deathbed Sverre had written a letter to his son, in which he advised him to bring about a reconciliation with the church, and Håkon invited the bishops, who were still staying in Denmark, to meet him for the purpose of arranging a satisfactory settlement. The bishops gladly accepted the offer, as they were tired of living in exile, and the archbishop even revoked the interdict without awaiting the permission of the pope. An agreement was reached, the terms of which were embodied in a proclamation issued by the king, but this document was couched in a language so vague that it is impossible to determine definitely what concessions were made by either side. It is quite clear, however, that the king did not recede from the position taken by Sverre, except on minor points, while the bishops were required to swear allegiance to him as their lawful sovereign. The clergy seem to have been anxious to bring about a reconciliation on almost any terms. The Bagler party had been so weakened by defeats that they could have little hope of success if the struggle were renewed, and they learned to their sorrow that the dreaded weapons of the Pope, excommunication and interdict, had been of little real aid. The clergy ceased to oppose the king, and kept aloof from future struggles for the throne. The Bagler, who were still led by the doughty Bishop Nicholas, became a political faction, and their conflict with the Birkebeiner lost all real significance. While Haakon Sverresson lived, the Bagler did not attempt any new uprising, as his right to the throne could not be questioned, but his peaceful reign was cut short by his sudden death on New Year's Day 1204. Haakon Sverresson was thought to have died childless, and his brother Sigurd's 4-year-old son Guttorm was chosen king. Haakon Galin, son of King Sverre's sister Cecilia, a brave warrior and dashing noble, was made regent during his minority. The Bagler party now thought that the opportunity had come for them to regain their lost power. Bishop Nicholas sought to persuade them to place his nephew, Philip Simonsson, on the throne, but he was merely a noble, and they chose instead the pretender Erling Steinvag, who claimed to be an illegitimate son of Magnus Erlingsson, and Philip Simonsson was elevated to the rank of Jarl. Thereby the Bagler also repudiated the constitution of 1164, which excluded illegitimate sons from the throne. King Valdemar the Victorious of Denmark promised to aid Erling on condition that he should acknowledge him as suzerain. He came to Tunsberg with a fleet of 360 ships in 1204, and Erling Steinvag, Philip Simonsson, and the rest of the Bagler chieftains, true to their unpatriotic policy of former years, did homage to him as their overlord. Valdemar gave him 35 war vessels and returned to Denmark. This might have seriously endangered Norwegian independence, but Valdemar's wars with the Wends, and his campaigns in northern Germany, so completely absorbed his attention that he took no steps to maintain his supremacy over any part of Norway. Guttorm Sigurdsson died in August, and as the Birkebeiner would not recognize Erling Steinvag, a new king had to be chosen. A posthumous son, Haakon, had in the meantime been born to Haakon Sverresson by Inge of Varteig, probably in the month of June, but this was not yet known, and the choice fell on Inge Baardsson, a son of King Sverre's sister Cecilia. His half-brother, Haakon Galin, was made jarl and commander of the army, and one half of the royal income should fall to him. The struggle between the Birkebeiner and the Bagler was renewed. The Birkebeiner, who had Sverre's fleet, were the stronger party, but they nevertheless suffered heavy losses. In 1206 the Bagler surprised and took Trondheim, and captured their whole fleet. Many of the leading Birkebeiner fell, and King Inge Baardsson barely escaped being taken prisoner. When Erling Steinvag died at Christmas time, 1206 to 1207, Philip Simonsson was proclaimed king by the Bagler. They captured Bergen twice and destroyed the Sverreborg, but their campaigns were mere raids, undertaken at favorable moments when the Birkebeiner were stationed in other parts of the country. After years of bloodshed and destruction of property, neither side had any signal advantage to its credit. Both parties finally tired of this bloody feud, in which both were losers, and a peace was concluded in the summer of 1208 at Fittingsee. Philip received Viken as a fief, for which he did homage to Inge Baardsson as his overlord, and Ranrike was placed directly under King Inge. Thereby the independence and integrity of Norway was assured. Nothing seems to have been said about what title Philip was to bear, but he retained his royal seal and continued to call himself King Philippus. He received Sverre's daughter Christina in marriage, and their wedding was celebrated in Oslo in 1209. When the civil wars had been terminated by the peace of 1208, friendly relations were established with Denmark, and both parties united in an expedition to the Orkneys, where Jarl Harald Madadsson had made himself independent and had re-established his authority over the Shetland Islands. His sons, David and Jon, who were now jarls, submitted without resistance, and they were allowed to retain the Orkneys on the condition that a great part of their income was granted to the king of Norway. King Ragnvald Gudrundsson of Man and the Hebrides, who had thrown off all allegiance, was also forced to submit. He went to Norway, swore fealty to King Inge, and promised to pay tribute. Such military expeditions furnished a welcome employment for the hosts of idle warriors who would have been a source of disturbance and danger in a period of peace. After the expedition returned from the Orkneys, many went on a crusade to Palestine under the leadership of the Bagler chieftain Reidar Sendemand, and Peter Stapr, a nephew of King Sverre. Stapr died on the way, but Reidar reached the Holy Land. Later he entered the service of the emperor at Constantinople, where he died in 1214. During the last years of his pontificate, Pope Innocent III preached another general crusade in all the countries of Western Europe. Many leading men in Norway took the cross, and King Inge, who was too ill to leave home, promised to send ships and warriors to aid the Crusaders, but he died in Trondheim, April 23, 1217, before the Fifth Crusade had commenced. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Håkon Håkonsson and Skule Jarl. King Håkon Håkonsson came from the unknown, like his great predecessors Olav Tryggvason, Olaf the Saint, and Sverre Sigurdsson. He was an illegitimate child, born in obscurity by Inge of Varteig after King Håkon Sverresson's death. Had he fallen into the hands of King Sverre's old enemies, his history would probably have been short, but the faithful Birkebeiner guarded the child against the plotting Bagler chieftains. The Håkon Håkonsson saga gives the following account of Håkon's early years. Thrond priest knew that Håkon Sverresson was the child's father. He baptized it and kept this so secret that he did not dare to let anyone bring it to the baptism, save his 2 sons and his wife. He reared the child in secrecy. There was a man called Erlend of Husabo, a relative of King Sverre, of Guttorm Gralbarda's family. Thrond priest sought Erlend and spoke to him about the child, and they agreed that it had to be kept hidden as well as possible. The first year the child stayed with Thrond priest, but the next winter before Christmas Thrond and Erlend made ready to go northward from Borgarsyssel, and they took the prince and his mother with them. They went with the greatest possible secrecy to Oplandene. On Christmas Eve they came to the city of Hamar in Hedmarken, where there were 2 Birkebein sysselmænd, Fredrik Slaffa and Gjavald Gauta. They had a large number of men, and were much afraid because the Bagler were round about in Oplandene. Bishop Ivar was in Hamar at the time, and he was then, as always, a bitter enemy of Sverre's family and of all the Birkebeiner. However secretly they went with the child, the bishop soon learned that a king's son had come to the city. The bishop then invited the prince and his mother to stay with him during Christmas, saying, as in sooth was the case, that the prince was his relative. But the Birkebeiner did not trust him, and answered, saying that the king's son should come to him after Christmas, that both he and his mother were now too tired from the journey to stay where so many people were assembled. But as soon as Christmas Day was over, the sysselmænd took 3 horses and brought the prince and his mother away from the city. They did not stop until they came to Lillehammer, where they remained on a little farm in the greatest secrecy till after Christmas. During Christmas the Birkebeiner sent word to Toten and all neighboring districts, and summoned all the Birkebeiner to meet them. After Christmas they left Hamar and came to Lillehammer, and took the prince and his mother with them, and went to Østerdalen, whence they would go to Trondheim. On this journey they suffered much from cold, snow, and bad weather. At times they had to spend the night in forests and in uninhabited wilds. One evening the weather became so bad that they did not know where they were. They then sent Thorsten Skevla and Skervald Skrokke, 2 of the best ski runners, in advance with the prince. They got 2 men who were well acquainted with the locality to act as guides. They traveled as fast as they could, but did not find the way to the settlements. They came then to some out-farm sheds, made fire, and prepared a bed there for the child. Later the guides returned to find the others, and they came back to the sheds about midnight. It was uncomfortable to stay there, for it was dripping everywhere when the snow was melted by the fire, and most of them thought they might as well stay outside as inside. They had no other food for the child than snow, which they melted and poured into its mouth. The place where they stayed was called Navardal. Afterwards, walking became so difficult that they could not break a path through the snow otherwise than by pounding it down with their spear handles. In Ysterdal the people helped them in every way. Wherever they came they lent them horses and guided them on the road. Thoughtful men have said that the troubles and difficulties which the Birkebeiner encountered on this journey, and the fear they also had for their enemies until they came to Trondhjem with the prince, could best be compared with the dangers to which Olav Tryggvason and his mother Astrid were exposed when they fled from Norway to Svitjod from Gunhild and her sons. The Birkebeiner brought Haakon to Trondhjem to King Ingebordsson, who reared him and acknowledged him to be the son of Haakon Sverresson and rightful heir to the throne. Among Sverre's old veterans the boy was a great favorite. He was very lively, though small and young in years. He was very mature in his speech, so that the Jarl and all who knew him had great fun over his comical sayings. Often two of the Birkebeiner took him, one by the head and the other by the feet, and stretched him in fun, saying that this would make him grow, for it seemed to them that he was growing too slowly. When King Inge died, the ambitious Skule Bjørnsson, his brother, openly aspired to the throne, although he supported for a time King Inge's 11-year-old son Guttorm. But the Birkebeiner, led by Vegard af Veradal, a prominent man within the herd, rallied around Sverre's young grandson Haakon Haakonsson, who proved to be a more popular candidate. Skule pretended to doubt Haakon's royal descent. He sought the support of the clergy, reaffirmed the constitution of 1164, which excluded illegitimate sons from the throne, and sought to prevent the choice of a king as long as possible. Haakon's supporters grew impatient. The herd assembled under Vegard's leadership, and demanded that Haakon should be proclaimed king without further delay. A letter was also brought from the Gulathingslag by the Birkebein chieftain Dagfinn Bonde, stating that if the Trunders hesitated to proclaim Haakon king, who was the rightful heir to the throne, they would immediately hail him as king at the Gulathing. The Urathing was then assembled, and Haakon was proclaimed king of Norway 1217 at the age of 13. Accompanied by Skule Jarl, Haakon then went to Bergen, where he was also hailed as king. It was decided that Skule should receive 1/3 of all the royal revenues, but he was jealous and dissatisfied. He plotted with the Bagler, persuaded King Philippus in Viken to demand 1/2 of the revenues of the kingdom, and without Haakon's knowledge and consent he used the royal seal, which was still in his possession. Archbishop Guttorm and the bishops would not acknowledge Haakon before he had given better proof of his royal birth, and the matter was referred to a council of magnates which assembled at Bergen in 1218, where the archbishop, bishops, and lendermand were present. Inge of Varteig had to submit to trial by ordeal to prove that Haakon was the son of Haakon Sverresson. She passed the ordeal successfully, and Haakon's elevation to the throne was sanctioned by the council. The archbishop and the clergy acknowledged him the lawful king of Norway, and Skule Jarl could no longer resist with any show of right. The king granted favors without partiality to the leaders of all groups, and the Bagler now disappeared as a distinct party. In 1218 a new rebel band, the Slittungs, had assembled in the border district of Marker, and had chosen as their leader a pretender by the name of Bene, or Benedict. They caused great disturbance in many districts, but were finally dispersed by the united forces of the Bagler and Birkebeiner. The Ribbungs, who appeared later, were more powerful, and their leader Sigurd Ribbung, who claimed to be a grandson of Magnus Erlingsson, carried on a guerrilla warfare in the southeastern districts for many years. They did not disappear until 1227, after Sigurd Ribbung's death. In order to establish a more permanent friendship between the king and Skule Jarl, Haakon was betrothed to Skule's daughter Margaret in 1219, but she was at that time only 9 or 10 years of age, and their marriage was not solemnized until 1225. The new distinction of being the king's father-in-law flattered the ambitious Jarl, and for a time he seems to have been well disposed towards King Haakon. It may have been evident even to Skule Jarl that it would be impossible at that moment to organize a successful revolt against the popular grandson of King Sverre. The whole nation was weary of the endless feuds between rival pretenders, and longed to bind up their many wounds. With intuitive foresight, born of secret but earnest longing, they were soon able to prognosticate that Haakon Haakonsson would inaugurate a new era of peace, towards which many looked as to a promised land after many generations of bloody civil strife. The martial notes died away in song and saga, and the writers tell us with rejoicing how Haakon's peaceful and benign reign made the land blossom, and nature grow suddenly fruitful as if awakened by a new impulse. When Haakon was made king, it was such a good year in the land that it was general that fruit trees blossomed 2 times, and that the birds laid eggs twice, says the saga. The skald Sturla Thordsson says in a song about King Haakon, "It is certain that twice blossomed the fruit trees in one summer, and that from the beginning of the year wild birds laid eggs twice without suffering from cold, when the ruler, desirous of glory, had taken the name of king, and his good fortune, destined to reach the highest fame, began to grow. Saw then all that the elements on the wide ocean-encircled earth would welcome the noble king." All might now have been well, but ambition gave Skule Jarl no rest. It stole the contentment from his heart, and filled his mind with treasonable thoughts. In 1223 he went to Denmark to visit King Valdemar the Victorious, who was at that time the most powerful monarch in the north. It seems to have been his plan to make himself king of southern Norway by Valdemar's aid, and to acknowledge him as his overlord. But Valdemar had been taken prisoner by one of his own vassals, Henry of Schwerin, and Skule had to resort to his old method of intriguing against Haakon. In 1223 the king would be of age, 18 years old. Skule could no longer act as his guardian, and the last remnant of royal power would slip from his hands. He had not abandoned his claim to the throne, and his attitude grew more hostile as the time approached when Haakon would hold the reins of power. But even under these circumstances, Haakon showed the wise moderation which distinguished him throughout his whole reign. No one could justly question his title to the throne, but he nevertheless summoned a council to meet at Bergen on Olavmas, July 29, 1223, where all pretenders should meet and have their claims carefully examined. A greater meeting of notables had never been assembled in Norway. Beside the king sat the lendermænd, sysselmænd, and lagmænd from the whole kingdom, the archbishop, the bishops, and many other ecclesiastics. The Orkneys were represented by Jarl Jon and Bishop Bjarne, the Faroe Islands by Bishop Sirkva, and the Shetland Islands by Archdeacon Nicholas, and the royal sysselmand Gregorius Kik, who was married to King Sverre's daughter Cecilia. The pretenders present were Skule Jarl, Guttorm, son of Inge Bårdsson, Sigurd Ribbung, and Junker Knut, son of Haakon Galin, and a nephew of King Sverre. After all claims had been carefully examined, the lagmænd declared that Haakon Haakonsson was the rightful heir to the throne, and the archbishop solemnly proclaimed him the lawful king of Norway. Skule was to rule over 1/3 of the kingdom, but had to swear fealty to the king. He received Trøndelagen, Hålogaland, Nordmør, Romsdal, and Sundmør. In these northern districts, where the people were very loyal to King Sverre's family, he would find small opportunity to secure aid from Denmark if he should venture to attempt an uprising against the king. In the opinion of posterity, as well as in the eyes of his own times, Haakon Haakonsson was a truly great king, who ruled with wisdom and carried himself with dignity. In his day, Norway reached the zenith of her power. The great activity in literature and architecture, the splendor of his court, and the high honor which he enjoyed among the crowned heads of Europe, made his reign the Augustan age in Norwegian history. King Haakon was rather short of stature, says the saga, but he was well built and broad-shouldered. In appearance he resembled King Sverre. He had a broad face and fair complexion, fine hair and large, beautiful eyes. He was cheerful, quick, and lively, always kind to those who were poor and in distress. Wise men who were sent to him from other rulers said that they had seen no prince who seemed to be more truly both companion, king, and lord. We notice in King Haakon a quiet dignity and calm judgment coupled with magnanimity and rare mental equipoise. He adhered firmly to the policy inaugurated by Sverre, but his statesmanship was broad-minded and clear-sighted. Though firm in principles, he was generous and conciliatory in minor matters. He reconciled and united all factions, built, legislated, and improved, and rounded into completion the work of his great predecessors Harald Hårfagre, Olav Tryggvason, Saint Olav, and King Sverre. Even his family life was an ideal one. In 1225 he married Skule Jarl's daughter, Margaret, who was then about 17. She was a most affectionate wife, and clung to her husband with the greatest tenderness even when her father turned traitor and became Haakon's implacable enemy. The feeling that he held the throne by unclouded title, and ruled a prosperous and united people by their full consent and undivided support, gave Haakon a confidence, and threw about his life and reign a halo of harmony and dignified repose, to which Skule's ill-starred career, torn by unsatiated ambition and treasonable plots, forms a most tragic contrast. Unable to remain satisfied within his proper sphere, though the magnanimous king granted him the greatest honors, knowing that he could not openly gain the throne to which he had no title, Skule's heart was torn by doubt. He hatched plots, used underhand means, tried finally open revolt, and paid for it all by yielding his life to his pursuers in a last obscure retreat. In the fight between the Ghibellines and the Welfs, the kings of Denmark supported the latter, as they feared the German emperor who attempted to make their kingdom a vassal state under the imperial crown. But the Danes in turn sought to establish an overlordship over Norway, or its southern provinces, and as Skule Jarl solicited King Valdemar's aid in his ill-concealed efforts to obtain the crown, King Haakon endeavored to counteract this move by entering into closer relations with the Ghibelline Emperor Frederick II of Germany, the most powerful monarch in Europe at that time. Frederick sent ambassadors to Norway. Haakon called the emperor his friend, and it is quite apparent that he counted on his support if Valdemar and Skule Jarl should venture to attack him. He also entered into friendly relations with Henry III of England, and an agreement was made by which restrictions on trade between the two kingdoms were removed. After Haakon had taken the reins of government into his own hands, he had to devote much time and energy for several years to put down the Ribbung uprising. When Sigurd Ribbung died in 1226, Junker Knut became the leader of these rebels. They had always received aid from the border provinces in Sweden, and Knut's mother, Christina, who was married to Lagmand Eskil in Vestergotland, aided her son liberally. But Haakon pushed the campaigns against him with such vigor that Knut submitted and disbanded the Ribbungs in 1227. Haakon now returned from Oslo to Bergen. Near Lindesnes he met Skule Jarl, who was on his way to Denmark with many large ships to aid Valdemar the Victorious. The Danish king had regained his liberty, and was endeavoring to punish his rebellious vassals and regain the territory which he had lost. Haakon did not upbraid Skule, though he met him on so suspicious an errand, but he could inform him that Valdemar had just suffered a crushing defeat at Bornhöved. Skule, who understood that he could accomplish nothing in Denmark under these circumstances, returned with Haakon to Bergen. For some time the relations between the two were seemingly friendly, but Skule built a fleet of his own, and conducted himself in a way which awakened grave suspicion as to his loyalty. In 1233 he was summoned before a council at Bergen to answer to charges preferred against him, but he boldly denied every accusation, and no further action was taken in the matter. King Haakon still treated Skule with considerate regard, but the jarl's conduct became more and more openly disloyal, especially after an illegitimate son, Peter, was born to him. In 1235 he took a step which might have plunged the country into civil war. For a second time he was summoned before a council of Magnus at Bergen to explain his conduct. He left Trondheim with 20 warships, but spent the whole summer in Steinavåg in Sunnmøre, and did not go to Bergen, though repeatedly requested to appear. The king finally sailed northward with a fleet of 40 ships to meet him. Skule hesitated for a while. Some advised him to come to an understanding with the king, others appealed to his pride and whetted his jealousy. He followed the advice to which his nature inclined him, left his ships on Haakon's approach, and crossed the mountains into Oplandene and the southern provinces. In order to avoid an open conflict, the king made him the offer that he could collect the royal revenues of the southern one-third of the kingdom, if he would not begin hostilities until a peaceful settlement could be negotiated. This offer was accepted by Skule, who used the respite thus granted to organize a new band of rebels called Farbelgs. After repeated efforts, a reconciliation was again brought about between Haakon and Skule Jarl. A new division of territory was made by which Skule should have one-third of all the sysler, or administrative districts, in the kingdom, and at the Thing in 1237 he was given the title of duke, hertug = dux. He received no additional power, but the new title must have been granted him as the greatest honor which could be bestowed upon a subject, as it had never before been used in Norway. But even this new honor could not long satisfy the ambitious jarl. The following year he took the decisive step. After collecting a large military force in Tr0ndelagen and levying heavy taxes for its support, he assembled the Thing, where he was proclaimed king of Norway. He took the oath on the shrine of St. Olav, which his son Peter and a few others had forcibly removed from the Christ Church. In the opinion of many this desecration of the sanctuary was a rather inauspicious omen for the rebellion thus set on foot. Skule sought to prevent word from being sent to the king of the step which he had taken, but the news was brought King Haakon in Bergen on the night of the 15th of November by Grim Kaiken, one of his herdmænd, who had succeeded in eluding the Varbelgs. The saga says, "There were not many with the king when he received this news. He sat a while silent, and then said, 'God be praised that I now know the situation from this day on, for that which has now come to light has long been planned.' He went to the queen's lodging and asked to be admitted. Light was burning in her apartments, and some of her servants and maids were sleeping there. The king approached her bed where she was standing in a silk sleeping gown. She threw a red cloak about her and greeted the king, and he returned her greeting cordially. She took a silk pillow and bade him be seated, but he declined. The queen then asked him if he had received any news. 'Nothing very important,' he said, 'but now there are 2 kings in Norway.' She said, 'Only one can be the rightful king, and that is you. God and St. Olav grant that it may always be thus.' The king then told her that her father had been proclaimed king at the Thing. 'Things must still be better than that,' she said, 'believe it or not, for God's sake, until you have received full assurance.' Then she burst into tears, and she could say no more. The king bade her be of good cheer, and said that she should not suffer for her father's conduct. Shortly afterwards he left, and as soon as day came he caused mass to be said, and then summoned his counselors. Grim was present, and told them the news which he brought. It was then decided to send war bulletins both north and south from Bergen, and call thither half the almenning. Skule Jarl sent his Varbelgs into many districts to burn and pillage. He left Trondhjem and went to the southern provinces, where he gained some advantages over the king's sysselmænd, but Haakon soon arrived and defeated him in the battle of Oslo. With a few followers Skule fled northward to Trondhjem, but the city was soon taken by the royal forces, and his son Peter was killed. For some days Skule roamed about in the forests, not knowing what course to pursue. He finally sought refuge in the monastery of Elgeseiter, but the angry Birkebeiner set fire to it, forced him to come out, and slew him, May 24th, 1240. This was the closing episode of the civil wars. Skule had attempted rebellion in an age which would not be disturbed. The uprising did not prove dangerous, and Haakon treated with the greatest leniency all those who had taken part in the revolt. End of chapter 65. Chapter 66 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Haakon's coronation. Colonial affairs. King Haakon had long desired to be crowned, but because of his illegitimate birth, he had to obtain the Pope's dispensation, and so long as Skule Jarl lived, his efforts in this direction were frustrated. After Skule's death, he renewed the negotiations regarding the coronation, and Pope Innocent IV, who ascended the throne of the popes in 1243, encouraged him by a most friendly attitude. Innocent had maintained with more than usual vigor the supremacy of the Pope, and as a result he soon quarreled with Emperor Frederick II. In his struggle with this powerful monarch he felt the necessity of keeping on friendly terms with other princes. To gain Haakon's goodwill he sent Cardinal William of Sabina as a legate to Norway to crown him. He also wrote a letter by which he removed all blemish with regard to King Haakon's birth, so that it should neither mar his royal dignity nor the right of his legitimate sons to inherit the crown. When the cardinal arrived in Norway, he tried to persuade Haakon to acknowledge the overlordship of the Pope, but when the king refused, he did not urge the point. The coronation took place in Bergen with great ceremony, July 29, 1247. The ceremonies in connection with the coronation are vividly described by the author of the Haakon Haakonsson saga. The Olav Mass Eve was a Sunday. On the Olav's day, Mass was sung in the whole city, whereupon the people were summoned to the Christ Church by the blowing of trumpets. 80 herdmænd in military attire cleared the way to the church. The royal procession was arranged thus. First came the herdmænd, who were to clear the way, 2 abreast, then the standard-bearers with standards, the skutelsveinar, and the sysselmænd in fine attire, and the lendermænd with beautiful swords. Thereupon came 4 lendermænd carrying aloft a table on which were placed the coronation robes and all the royal insignia. After them came Sigurd, the king's son, and Munon Bishopson, carrying 2 silver scepters, one ornamented with a golden cross, and the other with a snake of gold. Then came the younger King Haakon with a crown, and Jarl Knut carrying the coronation sword. Archbishop Sigurd and 2 bishops escorted King Haakon. At the entrance to the royal residence, the priests in procession met the king and chanted the responsory, Ecce mito angelum meum, after which they proceeded to the church. The cardinal with his clerks and 2 bishops stood by the church door where they sang a song, whereupon they followed the king to the altar. Mass was then sung, and the coronation was carried out in the usual manner. After the Mass, the archbishop and the bishops followed the king to his residence in the same order as before, singing hymns in praise of God. The king took off the coronation robes and put on the royal robes and insignia. The crown he wore the whole day. He then proceeded to the hall, where the royal banquet was prepared, together with all those who were to take part in it. The walls of the hall were hung with colored cloth, and cushions were placed there covered with pell and gold woven silk. The seats were so arranged that the king sat by the north wall between the inner pillars. At his right sat the cardinal, the archbishop, the bishop of Bergen, and other bishops. On the right side, toward the sea, sat the abbots, the priors, the provosts, and other learned men. In the middle of the hall, over against the high seat, was a second high seat where the younger King Haakon sat, together with Jarl Knut and Sigurd, the king's son, and many lendermænd sat on either side of them. On the king's left sat the queen, and next to her sat her mother, Ragnhild, then Christina and Cecilia, the king's daughters, Abbess Ragnvald, the abbesses, and other ladies. Along the southern wall sat the king's herd. 2 rows of tables extended along the middle of the hall from one end to the other. Outside of these sat the guests, also by 2 rows of tables. In all, there were 13 rows of tables along the hall. The multitude, who did not find room inside, stayed in tents around the hall. Cardinal William of Sabina spoke at the royal banquet of the impressions which he had received on his visit to Norway. He said, God be praised that I have now fulfilled the errand which was given in my charge by my lord the Pope. Your king is now crowned, and honored more highly than any king in Norway before. God be praised also that I did not turn back on the way, as I was urged to do so. I was told that I would find few people here, and if I found any, they would resemble animals in their conduct more than human beings. Now I see here a great assembly of the people of this country, and it appears to me that they show good manners. I see here so many men from foreign lands and such a multitude of ships that I have never seen a great number in any harbor, and I believe that most of these ships have been laden with good things for this country. They scared me by saying that I would get little bread or other food, and what I would get would be of poor quality, but it seems to me that there is such an abundance of good things that both houses and ships are full. I was told that I would get nothing to drink here but water and diluted milk, but I see an abundance of all good things. God help our king, the queen, the bishops, the learned men, and the whole people. He grant that my errand to this land may so terminate that it may be an honor to you, and a joy for us all, both in this life and in the life to come. The council of magnates which had gathered in Bergen for the coronation found opportunity, also, to discuss many features of state and church polity, and by the aid of the cardinal many important reforms were carried through. The laws regarding the strict observance of Sunday and church holidays were modified. The cardinal found that the weather and the general environment had to be taken into due consideration, and that the people ought to be allowed to fish and to harvest their grain when there was an opportunity, except on the principal holidays. Trial by ordeal, jernbyrd, was abolished, as the cardinal said that it was not proper for Christians to summon God as witness in human affairs. It is very probable that this reform was initiated by the king, who must have been as anxious as the cardinals to see this mode of trial abolished. His own mother, Inge of Varteig, had been forced to submit to ordeal to prove his royal descent, and many bold pretenders had by means of it made their claim to the throne. Those who rebelled against the king should be punished by excommunication. The queen was granted the right of advowson over 3 royal chapels which the king had built, and also over missionary churches built on the border of the kingdom for the conversion of the heathens. It was an important concession, since the priests of these churches would stand under direct supervision of the king. The cardinal also adjusted many minor complaints of the people and the lower clergy against the bishops, and he finally issued a proclamation regarding the relation of church and state in Norway, or what he considered to be their relation. He said that he found the church in full and peaceful possession of separate jurisdiction in all ecclesiastical affairs, whosoever were the parties in the case, and over the clergy in all cases whatsoever. He also found that the church had full right of advowson except in case of the royal chapels above mentioned, and finally that the election of bishops and prelates was made by the clergy according to the right granted them by the canon law, without interference of secular authority. These rights were universally claimed by the Catholic Church at that time, but it is by no means clear that the Church of Norway possessed them in the degree here stated by the cardinal. King Sverre, and likewise his successors, maintained the right of the king to sanction the choice of bishops. The bishop-elect had to be presented to the king, who in this way exercised great influence on the election. As to the right of advowson there was much dispute, and the Old Norse church laws recognized no ecclesiastical courts. Kaiser thinks that the proclamation was a secret document placed by the cardinal in the hands of the bishops, to be used at some future moment. After a generation or two it could be appealed to as an authority. To further please King Haakon, the cardinal sent a letter to Iceland, requesting the Icelanders to acknowledge the overlordship of the King of Norway. He did this also because the Roman Church did not recognize a republic as a legitimate government. Haakon immediately sent a governor, or sysselmand, to Iceland to assert the king's authority over the island. The Norse colonial empire, which had been founded in the Viking Age, was still intact. The colonies in Ireland and Normandy, as well as the settlements along the coast of Scotland, Wales, and northern England, were no longer Norse communities, but Man and the Hebrides, the Orkneys, the Faroe Islands, and the Shetland Islands were still Norse colonies. And Greenland and Iceland, though politically independent, were tied to the mother country as closely as ever before. Norway's commerce and her power at sea depended in a large measure on her colonial possessions, through which she still maintained an open highway of trade and communication with the countries of the West. The revenues directly obtained were often in arrears when measured with the cost of fitting out military expeditions to keep the chieftains in these island possessions in due submission, but the kings of Norway guarded the colonies, not only because they were felt to be in a sense a part of Norway, but because they never lost sight of their real importance. The protracted civil wars had diverted the attention from affairs in the colonies, and tended to weaken the ties which bound them to the kingdom, but though their allegiance was severed at times, it was re-established quickly and without difficulty. A greater danger to Norse overlordship was the close proximity of many of these island groups to England and Scotland. That future development would lead to an absorption of these islands by the kingdoms to which they geographically belonged could not fail to be apprehended by foresighted statesmen. In 1158 the kingdom of Man and the Hebrides was divided between King Gudrud and Sumerlide's son Dugald. Ragnvald, Reginald Gudrudsson, who succeeded his father in 1187, threw off all allegiance to Norway, but the expedition to the Orkneys and Hebrides in 1209 to 1210 forced Ragnvald and his son Gudrud to repair to Norway and offer their submission to King Ingebordsson. Ragnvald took his oath of allegiance lightly. In 1219 he swore fealty to King Henry III of England, and in obedience to a request made by the papal legate, Pandulf, he issued a document dated September 1st, 1219, by which he transferred the kingdom of Man to the Church of Rome, and received it back as a fief from the Pope, promising to pay a yearly tribute of 12 marks sterling. The Pope formally accepted the gift May 23, 1223, and placed Ragnvald in his kingdom under the protection of St. Peter. A war now broke out between Ragnvald and his brother Olav Svarte, whom he had imprisoned and ill-treated. Olav, who had regained his liberty, attacked Ragnvald with a fleet of 32 ships, and forced him to divide his kingdom with him. Ragnvald sought aid in Scotland, and Earl Allen of Galloway, the most powerful of the Scotch magnates, acting as it appears under the instructions of the energetic King Alexander II, came to his support. In the bloody conflict which ensued, Ragnvald lost his life, and Gudrid, who had been maimed and blinded by Olav, fled to Norway. But Owain made great preparations to attack Olav, and even threatened to attack Norway, saying that it was no more difficult to go from Scotland to Norway than from Norway to Scotland, there being no less facility of finding ports or shelter for a fleet there than in the firths of Scotland. It was clearly the plan of King Alexander II to seize the islands, and Olav, who was unable to cope with so powerful an enemy, hastened to Norway to seek aid. When news was brought by fugitives of the situation in Man and the Hebrides, King Haakon took the matter in hand. Olav's most trusted lieutenant, Paul Balkeson, had sought the support of Skule Jarl, and the king could not trust one party much more than the other. He therefore divided Ragnvald's possessions between Olav and Gudrid. Over the portion which had belonged to Sumarlida's son Dugald, he placed Uspak, Sumarlida's grandson, who was a veteran Birkebein chieftain in the king's service. He bestowed on him the title of king and gave him his own name, Haakon. When Olav arrived in Norway, a fleet of 13 ships commanded by Uspak Haakon was ready to sail to the colonies. Both Olav and Gudrid returned with the fleet, which in the Orkneys received reinforcements till it finally numbered 80 ships. They sailed past Cantyre to Bute, where the Scots had strongly garrisoned Rothesay Castle. The castle was taken, but the Norsemen lost 360 men. Uspak Haakon was wounded and died shortly afterward. Olav, who succeeded him as commander of the fleet, sailed to Man and took possession of that island. The division of the islands between Olav and Gudrid was now consummated, and after Torquil MacDermot had been expelled from the island of Lewis, Ljóðhus, the fleet returned to the Orkneys. Hostilities immediately broke out between the two kings in Man and the Hebrides. Gudrid was slain, and Olav seized the whole kingdom. But when the fleet returned to Norway, 1231, King Haakon thanked his men for what they had achieved. Norse sovereignty over these colonies had been maintained, and Allen of Galloway had not again attacked Man or the Hebrides. In the Orkneys there were also feuds between rival chieftains and hostile factions. Jon Jarl was killed, and his successor Magnus held Caithness as a fief from the King of Scotland. The Orkney Jarls became more and more closely connected with Scotland and Scotch interests, and Caithness became the most important part of their possessions. The inhabitants, both in this province and in the Orkneys, were beginning to lose their Norse nationality. The number of Scotch settlers increased, and Scotch language and customs were gaining ground, an indication that Norse influence in these colonies was waning. End of chapter 66. Chapter 67 of History of the Norwegian People, Volume 1 by Knut GJERSET. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crusades and Crusaders. In the summer of 1217 the Fifth Crusade began, and many chieftains from Norway took the cross and went to Palestine. Sigurd Kongsfrande, a nephew of King Sverre, seems to have been the first to depart. He journeyed through Denmark to Germany and joined the army of Crusaders which assembled at Spalato under the leadership of King Andrew of Hungary. The army reached the Holy Land, but accomplished nothing of importance, and King Andrew led his forces back to Europe. Erlend Thorbergsson and Roar Kongsfrande, another nephew of King Sverre, sailed with 2 ships for Palestine. The saga says, The same summer that the king and the Jarl were in Viken, Roar Kongsvanda went to Jerusalem. He had a large and beautiful ship. With him went a man by the name of Erlend Thorbergsson, who had another ship, which the townsmen had built at their own expense. Roar's ship came to Acre, but the townsmen's ship reached even Darmat, Damietta in Egypt, and both were successful on this expedition. Roar and Erlend joined the large fleet collected in Germany, Holland, Denmark, Scandinavia, and England, which sailed from the Netherlands in the spring of 1217. On the way, they stopped in Portugal, where they captured the strong castle Alcazar from the Moors. The siege lasted until October, and they spent the winter in Lisbon. The next spring they sailed for the Levant, and joined the Crusaders who were operating against Egypt. Damietta was taken in November 1219, after a long siege in which the capture of the chain tower was the most notable event. It is quite certain that the Norsemen played a prominent part in the capture of this stronghold, as they possessed great skill in that kind of warfare. Wilkins says that in order to capture this citadel a remarkable tower was constructed on 2 ships. This corresponded to the Hunkastalli, i.e. turris ambulatoria, which the Norsemen were accustomed to construct when they attacked fortified cities. The King's Mirror gives an elaborate account of the weapons and tactics employed in sieges. The father says to his son, "When one is to attack a castle with the weapons which have been mentioned, then he also needs to have catapults, Volslinger, along, both stronger and weaker. The stronger to throw big stones against the walls, that they perchance may be made to fall by the great impact. The weaker to throw stones over the walls to destroy the houses within the castle. But if the stone walls cannot be broken down or rent asunder by the catapults, one must try to use a machine called a vedr, i.e. a battering ram, covered in the end with iron. Few stone walls can stand against it. But if the stone walls should not be shaken apart or fall, then one can use, if he wishes, the grafsvin, a musculus constructed of boards and hides to protect the men while they undermine the walls. A tower built on wheels, i.e. turris ambulatoria, is also good to capture a castle with, if it is higher than the one which is to be taken, even if it is only 7 ells, but it is better to take the castle with the higher it is. Ladders on wheels, which can be pulled back and forth, well covered with boards below and with railings on both sides, are also good for this use. In short, all weapons are good in the taking of a castle, but one who wishes to take part must know just when to use each weapon. But those who defend a castle may use most of the weapons here mentioned and many others, both big and small catapults, Volslinger, hand slings, and stave slings. Crossbows, lausbogi, are also good weapons for them, and likewise all other bows and other weapons to shoot with, lances and palstaves, both light and heavy. Against catapults and grafsvin, and against that which is called vedr, battering ram, it is well to strengthen the walls inside with oak timbers, but if there is enough earth or clay, that is the best. Those who defend a castle make also great hurdles, flaki, of big oak branches, and cover the walls with 3 to 5 layers of them, but these hurdles should be well filled with sticky clay. Against the impact of the battering ram, they fill big sacks with hay and chaff, and lower them in light iron chains in front of the ram where it would strike the wall. There may be so much shooting that the men cannot stand in the embrasures, vigskarð, then it is well to make hanging embrasures of light hurdles. They should be 2 ells higher than the real embrasures of the castles, and 3 ells deeper, and they must hang so far from the wall that the men can use all kinds of weapons between the real embrasures of the castle and the hanging ones. They must also hang on light beams which they can pull back and shove out again whenever they wish. An eaglekotter is also a good weapon for those who are to defend a castle. It must be made of big and heavy trees with oak spines along the back, like a brush. It is fastened outside the walls by the embrasures, and it is dropped on those who approach the castle. Slagbrander, made of long, heavy trees, with sharp teeth of hard oak, are raised on end near the embrasures so that they may be dropped down on the men who approach the castle. A brinklungar, spider, is also a good weapon. It is made of good iron with bent teeth of steel, and on each tooth there is a barb. It must be made so that the ropes which are nearest to it, and higher than a man can reach, should be barbed iron chains so that they can neither cut them nor hold them fast. Above this point one may use any kind of rope if it is strong enough. Such a contrivance is good to throw down among the men to try to grab some and pull them up. The author mentions several other kinds of weapons together with hot water and molten glass and lead, which may be thrown upon the besiegers. Also a war machine called skjoldjotun, which spews out fire and flames. How this was constructed is not known, but it must have been a machine by which fire and hot objects were hurled at the enemy. Even in earlier centuries the Vikings showed great engineering skill both in constructing and capturing fortified strongholds. And the high military science familiar to the author of The King's Mirror, who wrote his work in Haakon Haakonsson's reign, probably in 1250 to 1260, justifies the assumption that the Norse Crusaders played an important part in the captures of the fortresses at Damietta and other places. When the Norsemen returned from the crusade is not known, but the saga says that they came home in safety. The lenderman Gaut Jonsson returned from a crusade in 1218, and Ogmund of Sponheim, who made an expedition to the land of the Permians, Old Norse Bjarmeland, and journeyed through Russia by way of Novgorod and the Black Sea to Constantinople and Palestine, must also have taken part in the Fifth Crusade. Haakon was a statesman of high rank. He showed indeed less originality than his grandfather King Sverre, but he acted with greater moderation, and managed foreign as well as domestic affairs with such wisdom and firmness that he won for his kingdom high honor and great influence among the powers of Europe. He continued to strengthen his fleet until Norway ranked all nations as a naval power, a circumstance which, together with the king's great reputation as a statesman and ruler, gave his kingdom an influence which can best be seen in the efforts of the crowned heads to gain his friendship. He took no part in the struggle between the Welfs and the Hohenstaufers, Guelfs and Ghibellines, in Germany, but remained a friend both of the Pope and the Emperor. The throne of Germany was considered vacant by the Church, since the Pope had declared Emperor Frederick to be deposed, and the cardinal was empowered by the Pope to offer King Haakon the imperial crown, an honor which Haakon had wisdom enough to decline. He seems also to have been interested in the crusading movement which was now drawing to a close. At this time the Sixth Crusade to the Holy Land was being prepared by St. Louis, King of France, as the quarrel between the Pope and the Emperor prevented the organization of a general crusade. Matthew Paris says that St. Louis invited Haakon to accompany him on the crusade, and offered him as the powerful and experienced on the sea the command of the whole French fleet. Louis IX sent Matthew Paris to Norway with a letter to the king, but Haakon declined the honor. It seems that although Haakon had pledged himself, probably in good faith, to embark on a crusade to the Holy Land, the Pope took no umbrage at his refusal to accompany King Louis. And it is not strange that the king hesitated to leave his kingdom and to spend his resources in distant lands at a moment when northern Europe was threatened by a grave danger. At the beginning of the 13th century the great Tartar conqueror Genghis Khan united the tribes of Central Asia into a great empire. He subjugated China, Turkestan, India, and Persia, and after his death his son Oktai continued the work of conquest and devastation. He sent his nephew Batu Khan to subdue the countries of the west. In 1240 Kiev was sacked, and Russia, Poland, and Hungary were soon overrun by their hordes. But at Liegnitz in Silesia their further progress was checked by the Germans under Henry the Pious. Batu Khan returned to Asia, but Europe was in great alarm. Many fugitives from Russia, especially Permians from the White Sea region, flocked into the districts on the Baltic Sea and also into Finnmarken, where King Haakon permitted them to settle. The relations with the neighboring kingdoms, Sweden and Denmark, had not been good. Since the time of the Ribbung revolt, the king of Sweden had maintained a hostile attitude, but Haakon finally succeeded in effecting a reconciliation. A treaty was concluded between the two kingdoms, and the bond of friendship was further strengthened by the marriage of the Crown Prince Haakon to Rikitza, the daughter of Birger Jarl of Sweden. Denmark had also been unfriendly since the time of Valdemar the Victorious, and sharp commercial competition aggravated the situation. For some time Haakon tried in vain to arrange a peaceful settlement. The growing enmity culminated in open hostilities, and Haakon sailed with a strong fleet to Copenhagen. A more serious clash was averted, however, by timely concessions made by the Danish king, and a treaty of peace was signed in 1257. During these troubles the crown prince, Haakon the Younger, died, and his brother Magnus succeeded him as heir apparent to the throne. In 1261 his marriage to Ingebjorg, the daughter of the king of Denmark, was celebrated at Bergen. After the wedding festivities, King Haakon caused Magnus to be proclaimed king, and the young royal pair were crowned with elaborate ceremonies. With England, Haakon maintained very friendly relations, and King Alfonso X the Wise of Castile sought to gain his friendship and support. He sent an embassy to Norway to bring about the marriage of Haakon's daughter Christina to his son Don Philip. Christina was escorted to Spain, and the wedding was celebrated at Valladolid. An alliance was formed between the two kings, in which it was stipulated, however, that Haakon should not be asked to aid Castile against England, Sweden, or Denmark, nor should Alfonso X be requested to help Haakon against Aragon or France. King Haakon's life and reign reflect the high ideals, the Christian character, and true religious sentiment which gave his public acts, and all his measures of social and legal reform, a mark of moderation and goodwill. He held firmly to the principle that the king was the highest authority in church as well as in state, and placed himself squarely against every attempt to place new restrictions on the royal authority. But he had a high regard for the church. He adopted the measures which it advocated, when he found them to be just and beneficial. He dealt conscientiously with all ecclesiastical matters, and it was said to his praise that no king since St. Olav had done so much to further Christianity in Norway. He accepted in part the plans so long advocated by the clergy regarding the succession. He adhered firmly to the principle that Norway should be an hereditary kingdom, but he recognized the expedience and wisdom of excluding illegitimate sons from the throne, so far as this could be done without endangering the hereditary principle. The new law of succession given at the Frostathing in 1260 makes the provision that the one shall be king of Norway who is the king's oldest legitimate son, odel-born to realm and thanes. But if there is no legitimate son, then the king's son shall be king even if he is not legitimate, and if there is no son, then the one shall be king who is odel-born, nearest in inheritance, and of the royal family. It was established then by this law that Norway in the future should be an undivided kingdom with a single king. In the succession, preference was given to the king's oldest legitimate son, but in order to preserve the strict principle of an hereditary monarchy, illegitimate sons or other members of the royal family might succeed to the throne. The king retained the old right of legislating for the church, and the code of church laws in the Frostathingslov was prepared under his supervision. This code was more in harmony with the canon law than the older church laws, and Haakon enforced it throughout the whole kingdom. The relation between the king and the church was thereby made clear. Since the king could make and amend the laws of the church, and since no ecclesiastical courts existed, but all cases had to be tried in the secular courts where the king's lagmen declared and interpreted the laws, the Church of Norway was a state church, subject to the authority of the king and the laws of the realm. King Haakon's legal reforms and his revision of the old codes of law was a work of the greatest importance. The change which had taken place in social conditions and in the moral and religious spirit of the nation made many of the old laws seem antiquated and even adverse in spirit to the prevailing public sentiment. It seems to have been Haakon's aim to revise the old laws both in church and state so as to bring them into harmony with the more enlightened conception of justice. In 1244 he published an amended edition of the Frostathingslov together with a code of church laws, Kristenrett, which seems to have been written by Archbishop Sigurd Eindridesson of Trondheim with the advice and sanction of the king. In 1260 a new revision of the Frostathingslov appeared together with many new laws placing restrictions on feuds and the execution of personal vengeance. Hitherto the friends and relatives of a person killed might proceed, not only against the slayer himself, but against his whole family, and instead of having recourse to legal justice, they often sought satisfaction for the injury by killing a near relative of the slayer. This often led to protracted and bloody feuds, which brought sorrow and suffering in their trail. This evil custom could not be abolished at once, but Haakon established the principle that the wrongdoer alone could be punished for his crime, a fundamental element of legal justice, which, once recognized, would form a new foundation for criminal jurisprudence. End of chapter 67.